motivation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh, I ain't make it this far for myself. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the flashing right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah. This the high life with a few. You can have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah.
Long days, longer nights, you feel? Now, I don't even know lately. Take it, go. I'ma do it anyway. Put 'em in the dirt, say it again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse, jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the beat in her hearse. This is absurd, change to berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve, man, I never curse. Just casting these spells when I'm spelling these words. That's real, that's too real. I've been Roosevelt, I need a new deal. Trying to figure out what I should do still. Really never waiting here too still. I don't even know what I should say at all. Should I jump on in? Should I get involved? God surround me, they love to talk. I take it all with a grain of salt. This work that I'm doing, they never see through it. And all of this rap that I see that they ruin. I came in, I'm trying to undo it. And still they all say they don't know if to shoot it. I gotta see through it, man, won't be deluded. With all these illusions, I know it's disputed. I gotta keep growing, they see what my root is. I tell you I run this, I'm done with excuses. Give me for a minute, trying to get what I've been giving out. Do it for the tickets, I don't listen to the critics. I'ma push them to the limit. And these rappers getting timid, I've been balling like a pivot. I don't step into the scrimmage, I just play 'em when I'm in it. Trying to run it till the ribbon. And they know that I've been tripping when I make them see the vision. Man, I put them in the prison with these bars that I've been spitting. And this life that I've been living, I'ma go, I'm on a mission.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do the soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. Now you know, I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. Said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
I just did a 24 song in a bed, in a building, they already know my name. At the show, she gon' want a picture if she can hang. Just to tell a friend, OBS. I shoot my shot with this gold on my wrist while we throwing the parties, they throwing the fit. Grew up finesse, can spot me a sucker, a lot of you really is holding the lick. All of my homies legit, really is shit. I probably throw in my clip. I sell a boat to a fish. I sell a record, you know it's a hit. They see the effort I put in this music, and I ain't been giving no favors at all. All of this chef and I got in the shop, and I think that I probably could cater them all. I love the way that she answered the phone. I know that she ain't expect me to call. I got my eyes on you, my eyes on you, yeah.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk.
need a minute, shot and got them people back up in their feelings. When they told me I was finished, bottom of the inning, nothing out the building. Yeah, the victim co-defendant, even Nike witness. We the next to kill it, show them the king how they living. Pictures so good, but not looking for business. They was stepping in from the back door. If they see you independent, then they pop jokes. That fear to the blows, boy James Burke. Side stepping on the shade, see the footwork. I'm trying to be about this business, but still they want me in the kitchen with the baking soda whipping. The thought alone so offensive, cause my guy, they gave his body just to pull me out the trenches. Hold up, wait. If I never see a million or the recognition, but I see the finish. Look, they're the greatest when they losing. Gotta keep on shooting even when you're missing. Yeah, now focus on the past while living for the day was never recommended. Reppin' VA, Tony Bennett. His kingdom can never be bought cause it's given and I live that. Yeah.
You never stop calling me crazy, but you the one that's fucking crazy. And it's time for me to run. Yeah, it's time for me to go. I won't stick around for you.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shit on my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no given. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits. Yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out.
Go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump, fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne, Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now I'm stepping up to home. Like straight out the sandlot, now I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that karma steady growing. Got this far, I go hard, let God take control. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Yo, go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast, go deep, I OD on them. I OD, apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees, go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast, go deep, I OD on them. I OD, apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Smile good, skin clear. This here my year. Hey, look up here. This here my tier. Same fit 4 days. I grind 4 ways. I play no games. All me, no blame. On the wave, my own wave. Can't stop my shine. In the lane, my own lane. Can't stop my grind. 40 yard in the V12 and like 1.5. At 19, I cleared 19 in a month, no lie. Oh God. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Yo, go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast, go deep, I OD on them. I OD, apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees, go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast, go deep, I OD on them. I OD, apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees.
Yo, 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 yo. How's everybody doing? I need more noise than that. How's everybody doing? Much better, much better. Thanks for waiting. I'm Shaldo, rapper, manga author, occasional ninja, and we are here at the Bandai Card Games Fest in the Netherlands for a special presentation. So, any Gundam fans out there? That's what I like to hear. So, firstly, please stick around till the end because we've got a special giveaway for the audience. You don't want to miss it. Now, today we've got some awesome guests joining us. Firstly, Yuki Nishimura-san from the Bandai Card Game Development Team, and our special guest, Taj. Please welcome them on stage.
はい、皆さんこんにちは。本日はガンダムカードゲーム、イベントにお越しくださいありがとうございます。ガンダムカードゲーム開発担当チームの、西村祐樹です。本日は皆さん集まっていただきありがとうございます。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi everyone, my name is Yuki Mishimura from the Gundam Development Team. Thank you so much for coming today. We are very excited to share the stage with you all.
Nishimura-san. 本当にどうもありがとうございます。Taj, any opening words from you?
Hey everyone, I'm super excited to be here today and I can't wait to share the exciting news about the new Gundam card game with you all. Are you all ready for this?
Right, so shall we kick it off? And by kick it off, I mean kick it off, yeah? So, as some of you might know, this past October, the Bandai Card Games were announced an exciting new development. It's a trading card game, the Gundam card game. Nishimura-san, 何を教えてください? Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
わかりました。ですね、じゃあこちら。はい。ガンダムカードゲームは、機動戦士ガンダムシリーズに登場するモビルスーツやパイロットたちが戦いを繰り広げる対戦型のカードゲームです。2025年に、英語、日本語、簡体字の3言語で世界中で発売を予定しています。で、ガンダムシリーズのファンの方はもちろんカードゲーム好きな皆様にも楽しんでいただけるような、タイトルになっています。
So of course, we are happy to share it. The Gundam card game is a competitive card game for where mobile suits and pilots go head-to-head in epic battles. We are planning for a 2025 release in 3 languages, English, Japanese, and simplified Chinese.
Yosha.
This should be a game for both Gundam fans and TCG fans alike.
Wow, a worldwide release, that's so cool. So we've got 4 card types from my understanding. So we've got unit cards, pilot cards, command cards, and base cards as well. And obviously from what I hear from the deck rules, you build a deck up to 50 cards and only 2 colors. So it sounds like there's going to be a lot of strategy involved in building decks.
はい、その通りです。ですね、ゲームの流れとしては、このようにモビルスーツやモビルアーマーといったユニットのカードを使って相手のシールドを撃破し、その後相手プレイヤーに直接攻撃をすることで勝利となるゲームになっています。また特定のユニットカードとパイロットカードをセットすることでリンクユニットというものになりまして、そのユニットをさらに強化できたりガンダムシリーズの世界観が再現できたりといったものになっています。はい、そのように、ガンダムの世界観が、とても感じられるようなゲームデザインになっています。
So you're exactly right. The card game revolves around mobile suits and mobile armors to attack your opponent's shield. Once your opponent has no more shield left, you go in for a direct attack and you can win the game. So quite easy. On top of that, however, you not only have mobile suit cards, you also have the pilots, which you can pair and link with the suits for incredible effects. So this way, we want fans to be fully immersed in the Gundam universe.
So that's fantastic. So it's not just a card game, we're bringing the Gundam universe to life, right?
ありがとうございます。ですね、ゲームのより詳細なルールについてはルールの動画が YouTube にアップされていますので、ぜひ皆さんご確認ください。これはあれかな、いいのかな、はいですね。お願いします。
Yes, so we have uploaded the detailed rules and comprehensive rules on our YouTube channel, so please make sure to check that out.
It's available now?
It's available already.
Available now.
Yeah, and it gets even cooler. That's just not the only thing. It's not just one-on-one matches. There's also 2-on-2 team battles, and we even have 4-player battle royales as well.
Yeah, I like that. Okay. So we can play with friends. That sounds like a blast. I need you to be my friends, though. Tomodachi ni onegaishimasu.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And plus, getting to share the Gundam experience with others makes it even better, as you would always expect. And with so many iconic characters and mobile suits from the series, building a deck around your favorite show sounds like half the fun.
そうなんです、ガンダムの歴史や世界観を知っている方には懐かしさを感じながらも遊べますし、初めてガンダムシリーズに触れる方もその魅力をしっかりと伝えていけるようなカードゲームに仕上がっています。
Yeah, so we want long-time Gundam fans to feel a sense of nostalgia while playing and enjoy the franchise. But at the same time, we want newcomers to fall in love with the Gundam universe.
So that's amazing. So there's something for everybody. I'm excited about the release. Are you all excited about the release?
And don't forget about the artwork. I'm a huge fan about card game artwork, and the designs are absolutely incredible. As a Gundam fan, I'm so excited to see which characters and mobile suits we're going to feature next.
ありがとうございます。ガンダムカードゲームでは新しいオリジナルの新規のイラストをふんだんに取り入れてキャラクターやモビルスーツの新しい魅力を引き出せるように工夫しています。普段からガンダム関連の商品に関わっているアーティストだけでなく、こちらのプロジェクトのために新しく参加してくれているアーティストもたくさんいます。こういった人たちによってこれまでにない新しいカードゲームに仕上がっています。
So thank you so much. We've packed the card game with lots of brand new illustrations. And for this, not only did we use illustrators that are that have a long time history with the Gundam franchise, we also took on new illustrators so they can create their own unique spin on the Gundam universe.
Wait. We're getting a world's first look at some of the cards today. That's not enough excitement. I said we're getting a world's first look at some of the cards today. So everybody, I'm going to need you to swing by the display booth to take a look as well, right?
Yeah, you don't want to miss it. The real, checking out the real cards real close is amazing. I went down there yesterday and they look absolutely stunning.
そしてこちらですね。スライドあるかな。はい。来年の正式発表に先駆けてガンダムカードゲームエディションベータがすでに発売されています。この商品で一足先にガンダムカードゲームの魅力を体験していただけます。
So there's more. We've already released a limited edition beta box. This way you can get an early taste of the game and dive straight into the action.
The beta edition. Now that sounds like a must-have. Please tell me what's included inside.
So the edition beta comes with 16 booster packs that contain 9 cards in each pack, and it also gets a fixed set of 24 cards to help you with deck building. Plus you get everything you need to start playing, so you get the resource cards, the EX resource cards and token cards, a total of 56 cards along with those packs, and on top of that it even comes with a damage counter dice which looks beautiful.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, with the beta edition you can build a deck and just get straight into playing the game, right?
そうですね。はい、その通りです。収録している枚数としてはこちらを2人で分けて対戦を楽しむこともできます。でもちろんここで収録されているカードっていうのは2025年の本格的なリリースの後も使うことができるのでご安心ください。
So the contents of the beta edition box are enough for 2 people to learn the game and start playing right away. And you don't have to worry about the contents of the box because on the full release in 2025, the beta cards are still eligible for play.
Fantastic. So all of these awesome people can start playing straight away, right? So I need to know, where can they get their hands on it?
So the edition beta is available for purchase at early trial events at local stores as well as the Bandai Card Game Fest itself. And speaking of the Card Fest, we're hosting early trial events. There are 2 this afternoon sessions, so please register before the deadline at 11 a.m. So if you haven't signed up yet, make sure you do so right after this presentation.
Wait, at 11 a.m.? I'll be back straight after this. Right, so make sure you don't miss it, 11 a.m., right? And can I apply for the event at the Gundam Experience area?
Yep, exactly. And if you join the trial session here at the Card Fest, not only can you get your hands on the edition beta, but you'll also receive the promo card and sleeves. So don't miss out. Be sure to participate. The results of the result notification will be sent around 12:30 p.m. So don't forget to check it out on TCG Plus.
それで、もし今回のカードフェスで体験会に参加できなくても大丈夫です。1月の末から全国の店舗でも最速の体験会が開催されます。その時にもベータ版を手に入れるチャンスがあります。開催される店舗の情報はガンダムカードゲームの公式ホームページをぜひご確認ください。で、応募方法の詳細などは、公式のウェブサイトや SNS でアップデートされていくので、そちらをご確認いただければと思います。
So even if you're unable to participate in the trial events at the Bandai Card Fest, do not worry. Starting from the end of January, we'll also hold pre-release events at participating store locations worldwide. This means that you will still have a chance to play the card game in January and get an early taste and dive into the action. So please, for that, check out the Gundam card game website for participating store locations. Check out our website and keep an eye on our social media posts.
That's incredible. I definitely want to give it a try. 絶対欲しいですよ。
Now, for everyone gathered here today on stage, we've prepared some booster packs from the edition beta, which was just released. So let's open a few and take a look at the cards inside. I can't wait to see what kind of cards we get. It's going to be amazing.
Here are some special cards. はいどうぞ。
はいどうも。じゃん。これますね。Okay, open the first pack. Open first pack. Can I where is from? マグアナックです。マグアナックです。ユニットカードです。ユニットカードですね。
So this is a unit card, as you can see. It's Magnoac.
From Gundam Wing.
From Gundam Wing.
お、水星の魔女からガンダムエアリアルです。
The Witch of Mercury's famous Gundam Ariel.
I love the artwork. Look at those.
同じく水星の魔女から、これなんだアスティカシア高専ですね。はい。アスティカンスクールオブテクノロジー。
Yes, thank you. The Assistant School of Technology, which is a base card.
お、また次もガンダム U からシェンロンガンダムですね。はい。
Another green unit, the mobile suit Shenlong Gundam.
おお、ファーストガンダムからホワイトベースです。
This is the first Gundam's white base.
Lovely.
お、こちらはユニコーンからジェガンですね。はい。
This is Jegan, which you all famously know.
お、さらに、ガンダムユニコーンから、覚悟の現れ Show of Resolve ですね。
Yes, the image looks quite familiar, as you might recognize it from Gundam Unicorn, a show of resolve.
これはとても強力なドローカードになっております。
This will become an incredibly potent and strong card for various strategies.
そして、ガンダムシードからランチャーストライクガンダムですね。はい、かっこいい。
The Launcher Strike Gundam from Gundam Seed.
そして、すごい。こちらが水星の魔女から魔女と花嫁というカードになります。はい、この主人公とヒロインの2人がね描かれているすごい綺麗なカードです。
The beautiful artwork of The Witch and the Bride, a famous scene from The Witch of Mercury, where you can see both the witch and, of course, her bride.
綺麗ですね。That's beautiful.
Okay, let me open my first pack.
Rumble. What have you got? What have you got?
Oh, look at this one. It's a M1 Astray. Beautiful Gundam there, as you can see, it's from Gundam Seed. Oh, then we got Char, who is a pilot. Again, a very nice looking card. I love the mechanics with this, with the pilots looking amazing as well. And then we have Shenlong Gundam. Beautiful artwork again, and this one's obviously the green colored one. We've got the white base as well in this particular pack, which is a base, as we say, a level 3 and cost 2. Jagan, beautiful unit there. Oh wow, that looks amazing. Overflowing Affection command card. Beautiful looking card there. I'm so hyped about this. Oh my gosh, Gelgoog unit. It's a level 4 unit in green. And then we got Chang Wufei, which is a, look at the, you can get dynamic artwork there. Looks very nice indeed. Wonderful pilot. And Citizens, Take a Stand is our command card at the end. So beautiful artwork included in this set. I'm really hyped for this.
美しい。お疲れ様でした。Who's ready for the next card?
スピードを上げてみますね。はい。お、これも水星の魔女からデミトレーナーのカードですね。ブロッカーを持っていますね。はい。
So this is a blocker card, Dem Trainer.
そして、お、Hawk of Endymion はパイロット&コマンドカードになります。
So this is a unique card because it's not only a pilot card, it's also a command card, Hawk of Endymion.
ね。お、ボールのカードですね。はい、ボール。はい、すごい。はい。お、またベースカードのファルメルですね。はい、これもいいですね。
Another base card in Falmel.
お、そしてまたガンダムウィングからカトル・ラバーバ・ウィナーの穏やかな音色のカードですね。はい。
So another card from Gundam Wing, Peaceful Timber.
そしてこちらはガンダムユニコーンの主人公バナージ・リンクスのパイロットカードです。
Our hero, Banner Lynx, comes to the game as a pilot.
そしてこちらは G ファイター、ガンダムからとても強力な飛行機のカードですね。はい。
A G fighter.
さあ、そしてそしてガンダムサンキュー。はい。ガンダムヘビーアームズのカードです。はい、かっこいいですね。ガンキャノンのカードでした。こちらも強力なリペアを持ったカードになっています。
So our last card of this pack is Gun Cannon, a beautifully foiled card with a unique repair mechanic.
Beautiful. Let's see what you got, Taj.
Okay, final pack.
Final pack. Make some noise.
So we've got Meganak, our unit to begin with. Beautiful looking artwork. Look at it. Posed, ready to strike. We've got a Gundam Aerial. Bit on form unit as well. The saber looking really nice there, as you can see, glowing very nicely indeed. We've got Asticassia School of Technology Earth House, which is our base. Shanglong Gundam, beautiful unit again. And white base, we see this one again. Jigan, Lotto. We haven't seen this one yet. That looks a very nice base, a unit indeed. Overflowing Affection. Oh, Wing Gundam, look at that. Wow. The texturing is beautiful on this. Look at the artwork and the texture. I don't know if the light can catch it. But yeah, beautiful looking card indeed. Very happy.
So that's the
that.
most rare. You got lucky.
I've got very lucky indeed, yeah. Awesome.
I want it.
No, that's so amazing. So that's all for the packs. All the time we've got for the packs, obviously today. Thank you, Xiao. The cards shown here can also be seen in the display area, as we spoke about earlier on. This is the first time the cards have been on display, so do take some time to. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I need to. This is the first time they've been displayed.
So please go over to our exhibition area just at the far end and have a look at the cards in person. They absolutely do look amazing.
Okay, so Unfortunately, we're approaching the end of the presentation. Oh. We're approaching the end of the presentation. Since we have Nishimura-san here from the development team, I'm sure there's a lot of questions. So we've compiled some of the top questions from the social media, and today I'm going to answer top 5 questions that came up most often. So let's start with the first question. What is the origin of this project? And Nishimura-san, could you tell us more about that, please?
ではこれですね。はい、はい、質問ありがとうございます。そうですね。ガンダムカードゲームを作る話自体は結構前からありました。なんですけど、さまざまな事情も重なり準備ができるまで結構時間がかかってしまいましたと。ですけど今、デジモンカードゲームであったりワンピースカードゲームみたいな、バンダイの TCG の状況を鑑みて今が一番リリースとして良いタイミングだと判断して、出すことになりました。
So thank you so much for your question. We had the Gundam card game as a concept in our minds for quite a while, but due to circumstances, we had to delay it. And while we were sorting out our plans, we were looking for the right timing. Now, with the success of the Digimon card game and the One Piece card game, we think the right time is now. So we're very happy to announce our project.
I see. So the project has been in development for a long time. It must mean that the development team have put a lot of effort and passion into getting this right for everyone. So I'm really excited to see what comes from this. And obviously the development team have done a very good job from what I've seen so far.
And, you know, for me, being here at the Bandai Card Games Fest and seeing the passion and the excitement from the fans of trading card games right here in real life, I know that this sort of thing is so exciting, and the amount of passion you can feel in the artwork and everything like that, it's definitely the right time to be bringing it out.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。これからも皆さんの期待に応えられるように頑張っていきたいと思いますので、ぜひ楽しみにしていてください。
Thank you so much. We've been working very hard to meet all of your expectations, so please look forward to it.
All right. So, second question, Niban.
Niban.
How did you decide which characters and mobile suits to include in the game?
OK。ベータ版にエディションベータに関して言えば、機動戦士ガンダム、機動戦機ガンダムウィング、ガンダムシード、ガンダムユニコーン、そして機動戦士ガンダム水星の魔女と、昔からのガンダムファンも最近のガンダムのファンもみんなが楽しめるように5つのアニメシリーズからカードを選んでいます。まだ全てのガンダムの作品からキャラクターやメカが登場しているわけではないんですけれども、これからどんどんブースターやスターターで追加をしていこうと思っています。
So right now we focused on 5 main series: the original Mobile Suit Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn, and the new Mobile Suit Gundam The Witch from Mercury. This way we hope to meet the expectations of both nostalgic fans and new fans alike. Now, although not all pilots and all mobile suits are in the game yet, please understand that these may be introduced in future starter decks and booster packs.
See, for me personally, the Gundam Death Scythe with Duo was always my favorite one, so I'm looking forward to seeing if that's in there.
Yeah, I was so excited to see Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury, already included in the beta edition. So many cards brought back iconic scenes from the original series. Personally, I'm really looking forward to seeing Mobile Suit Gundam Age being added as well.
See, now that's the point as well. As more series are added, it's going to be even more fun as the fans get to imagine which of their favorite characters are going to be involved, you know?
そう言っていただけるととても嬉しいです。はい、ありがとうございます。皆さんの期待を裏切らないようにこれからも魅力的なカードをたくさん出していこうと思うので、ぜひ楽しみにしていてください。
Thank you so much for all of your excitement. We'll make sure to keep working hard and make sure to keep meeting your expectations. So please look forward to all the products that are coming next.
All right, next question. Sunban. How, and this is a good question as well. How was the gameplay of the Gundam card game decided?
そうですね、ゲーム性については結構何度も試行錯誤を重ねているんですけど、一番最初の形と一番最後に完成した形っていうのは結構異なっています。ただガンダムにパイロットを乗せるというところだけは最初からコンセプトに変わらずにありました。この要素はガンダムの世界観を表現するのにとても大事なポイントなので、結構現在のゲーム性にもそのまま取り入れられています。
So the interesting thing is that the initial concept for the Gundam card game and the final concept as we know it now are completely different from each other. However, one thing that stayed the same from the very start was the pilot attachment mechanic known as setting, pairing, and linking. This is what captures the essence of the Gundam universe, so we made sure to incorporate it into the final gameplay.
Yeah, it's such a cool mechanic. Being able to attach a pilot to a Gundam feels so true to the series, and the fact that you can create combinations like Charles, Zaku, and Amaru is something that you never see in the original series. So it's something that makes this game really unique and exciting for me.
That's so cool. Right, so there's original combinations, lots of different things to try for the fans, right? Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Okay, so fourth question. Yonban. Will there be official contests or tournaments?
OK もちろん予定しております Yes はい、ガンダムカードゲームは世界同時発売となるため公式イベントも世界中を舞台にして開催することを予定しています。もちろん詳細についてはこの後また発表させていただこうと思うので今後の発表にご期待ください。
Yes, of course, absolutely. So the Gundam card...
Who's going to be the very first winner as well? Who's going to be the very first champion?
Well, that's either going to be you or me. But we're going to plan it, as we said, we're planning on a worldwide release. So please make sure to stay updated on our website because we'll share more details about organized play on there.
And being a commentator of Bandai card games, I've got to say that is super exciting for me. Bringing players together around the world is going to be amazing and such a unique experience, especially with this new card game.
It's awesome. I can't wait for the official tournament announcement. Right, final question. 最後の質問。
はい。
Okay, we ready? 準備できる？
Yes.
Okay. 西村さん、一番好きなカードは何ですか？ What is your favorite card?
はい、わかりました。じゃあちょっとこの画面を出してもらいましょうかね。はい。これです。です。ご質問ありがとうございます。僕の一番好きなカードはこのサイド7です。これはベースカードといって、今戦っている場所を表して自分のシールドを守ることができるカードなんですが、このカードでは、テレビアニメの機動戦士ガンダム第1話で主人公が初めてガンダムに乗るシーンを描いています。魅力的なユニットやパイロットのイラストだけでなくてこのようにドラマティックなストーリーを感じることができるカードがたくさんあるっていうのもガンダムカードゲームの魅力の一つだと思っているのでとても好きなカードです。はい。
So my favorite card is the one you can see on the screen right now. It's the Beta Edition Side 7. This card depicts the very first time that in the first Mobile Suit Gundam series, the protagonist boards their Gundam. This is part of the very first episode. So the beautiful part about the card artwork of the Gundam card game is that not only do we have beautiful illustrations, we also capture the essence of what the Gundam universe is all about.
懐かしいね。So it's nostalgic, very nostalgic.
Yeah, I've got to say the artwork there looks absolutely amazing. The style, how it captures the essence of it, and obviously the mechanics of that card are very, very good as well.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time that we conclude the Q&A session here.
ではご質問ありがとうございました。改めましてガンダムカードゲームの発売をどうぞお楽しみに。
Thank you so much for all of your questions. Please look forward to the full release of the Gundam card game next year.
Okay, and now before we wrap up, we've got a special treat for everyone who joined us here at the Gundam stage today. We're giving away official Gundam card game sleeves, the same ones distributed to the participants in the Edition Beta trial sessions here at the Bandai Card Games Fest. Yes, we are, Shao. Yep, let's have a look at them. Here we go. So we're going to select 3 lucky winners from the audience. Right here, just scan the QR code on the screen and apply through TCG Plus app. We'll notify the winners by 1 p.m. So don't forget to check your notifications on your phone to see if you've been one of the lucky 3 winners.
Okay, have you all applied? Need a little bit more time? Yeah, okay. Make sure you get in there. You don't want to miss this. This is special. Okay, everybody applied? Amazing.
では、改めまして来年発売のガンダムカードゲームぜひご期待ください、ガンダムカードゲームの最新情報は公式 Facebook や X で随時配信中ですのでフォローをどうぞお忘れなくということで本日はありがとうございました。
So once again, we hope you are just excited for the release of the Gundam card game as we are. Please stay updated with anything we can share online on Facebook, X, and possibly YouTube.
Great. I think that's a wrap for us. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out to find out the first information about the Bandai Gundam card game. We have Nishimura-san. We have Honyaksha-san. And of course, we have Taj as well. And I'm your host, Shaldo. Following on from this, please, after the break, we have the Battle Spirit Saga special event. So for the people at home, for the people here, do not miss it. We've got that coming up very shortly. Thank you so much for tuning in and finding out with us in real time for the first time about the Gundam card game. どうもありがとうございました。
never stop calling me crazy, but you the one that's fucking crazy. And it's time for me to run. Yeah, it's time for me to go. I won't stick around for you.
dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump, fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne, Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now I'm stepping up to home. Like straight out the sand lot, now I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that karma steady growing. Got this far, I go hard, let God take control. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Smell good, skin clear. This here my year. Hey, look up here. This here my tier. Same fit 4 days. I grind 4 ways. I play no games. All me, no blame. On the wave, my own wave. Can't stop my shine. In the lane, my own lane. Can't stop my grind. 40 yard in the V12 and like 1.5. At 19, I cleared 19 in a month, no lie. Oh God. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out. 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 My heart on my sleeve. Shit on my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the housing. Woo! Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo! Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out. 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 Knocked out.
They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate.
Hey guys, thank you for watching for this streaming, and I really appreciate your continued support and always playing this card game. So today, we prepared a special event. So it's a special match between champion of this tournament and producer for Battlespeed Saga. So, however, I guess that he's feeling a little bit nervous. He might make some misplays from time to time, but as you all probably know, the developers are usually great at creating the game, but not so great at playing them, right? So please be kind to him today. And you guys ready? No? Okay, lovely. So we hope you guys enjoy this special event. Thank you.
Everybody to this Battle Spirit Saga feature exhibition match. My name is Ben and I'm joined by a very excited Taj, I can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an awesome exhibition match. We've got one of our top players, Pro Tour winner, of multiple time tops finish, out against one of our developers for the game as well.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really exciting, and a real clash of styles and almost kind of formats even as well with Battle Spirit Saga at the moment. We have our top player Aido on the purple control deck, and our wonderful developer has brought something really, really special with Battle Spirit Saga Set 6. This deck that's been described to me as the sushi deck.
Yeah, anybody fancy some sushi?
I do.
Yeah, so do I. Let's create loads of sushi tokens, shall we?
Let's do it.
Absolutely. This is a great combination. It's introducing the new set BSS06, elements of that to our audience as well as introducing quite an established deck. You know, we both were at the launch event for Battle Spirit Saga, and the purple deck has been always very strong, and I've still got mine built at home, ready to play as well.
Absolutely. Well, for many of you as well tuning in here on the Bandai Cardfest broadcast, you may be seeing Battle Spirit Saga maybe for the first time. So this might be your first little glimpse into what this game has to offer. A game with a really dedicated community, global reach as well. And we're really excited to show off some of the best elements of this card game. We'll do our best to guide you through it as well, just in case there are those of you out there that are just seeing this for the first time. I think we're hearing that the game is right on its way now. So Ayumu on the right-hand side, he will be playing the purple control, and then you have our developer Yotaro Tada, who is playing the sushi deck.
So let's just introduce people to some of the core elements of this game. So talking about core elements, no pun intended.
I see what you did there.
This game is based on cores. So as you can see, both players have a life area where they have placed 4 of their blue cores, 5 of their blue cores, which is essentially their life and their resource. You have to keep those cores in order to survive, and once you are reduced to 0, you lose the game. You also start off with 3 cores in your reserve area, plus your soul core. So you can see both players have got a red core there, that's your soul core. Can be used for some unique mechanics with certain cards which specifically mention the core's soul core. So yeah, we'll see that as we play through today.
Yeah, one of the ones particularly in the purple matchup, the purple deck, will be the Dark Knight Agala Veil, which when destroyed, if it has a soul core on it, will allow Ayumu to draw a card. So we'll keep an eye out for those. Of course, importantly, cores need to be on your spirit in order to be a part of the battlefield, as we are immediately underway here with our feature matchup with the Sushi Bullet Train.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes straight in there for 4 cores. So as you can see, The core were utilized to pay for the cost of playing that. So the top left-hand corner signifies how many core you need to play. 4 cores were used, and that comes in, and it's a Nexus. So do you want to explain to maybe some of our viewers what a Nexus is there, Ben?
Yeah, a Nexus is a pretty unique card type within Battle Spirit Saga because, for one, typically it doesn't need a core on it in order to stay around, to have it in its level 1 capacity. All spirits or Nexuses will be their level 1 at their base level and will have a core requirement in order for them to be on the battlefield. What you're seeing now here from Yutaro is that you've got cores that have been placed onto the Sushi Bullet Train, which is making that up to a level 2, which means that when you use a magic card from your hand, like it looks like we're seeing here now, we can pay 1 core from that Nexus to activate Feast, which is exactly how Yutaro Tada is going to be creating these sushi tokens.
Yeah, we start off with that small sushi token, sub-sprite token, should I say, the sushi token, and immediately it's gone up to the medium-sized one now.
Yeah, and this is going to be the game plan here, is making some of these smaller tokens into a little bit bigger, these sub-sprite tokens into their 3 different stages, and then eventually becoming a really, really scary, overpowering force. As we see here, the medium sub-sprite token going into the battle step, with it being at level 1, has the ability Blessed, which means that as soon as that damage goes through onto Ayumu, and Ayumu is forced to take that 1 core's damage, Yutaro is able to essentially heal 1 life and gain 1.
Yeah, such a great mechanic, Blessed. As you say, you know, opponent takes damage, you gain 1 core in your life area. Fantastic. And it's done its job there, you know. We already see that token disappearing, but now we can see that Yutaro is on 6 cores in the life area, while Ayuma is on 4.
Yeah, this is one of the dangerous things I think that Yutaro will have to try and face here, going against Ayumu, because purple is a control deck, as we said, and the way that it controls the board state and controls the game is through core removal or core destruction. You just saw there, because these sub-sprite tokens only have 1 core on them and they've got no extra levels to be able to go up onto, they can immediately be destroyed and sent away for just the 1 core, as we're seeing a second copy now of the cooking conveyor belt sushi being played down, creating more tokens, combining perfectly with the Sushi Bullet Train Nexus as well. Yutaro going to be able to pick up an extra card, and again, already he's up to that medium sub-sprite token.
Yeah, absolutely. And the hand size is looking pretty decent as well for cards in hand. And we see across the board there's an Impaler Forest being played while we were talking by Ayuma, which is a Nexus in itself. You know, again, 0 core level 1 during your attack step. When you destroy one of your spirits, one of your effects, your opponent selects one of their spirits and you remove a core from it and place it in their reserve. So quite a powerful Nexus there. And on level 3, once you've got 3 cores on it, during your opponent's end step, at the start of the step, you may discard the top card of your deck. If you do, select a spirit card in your trash and return it to the top of your deck. So it's using those mechanics to be able to put useful stuff back on the top of your deck that might be in your trash.
So with Ayumu's turn here, we see the Shaznake making its way onto the board, just a 2-cost spirit, but importantly as well, because of the spirits that are on the board, you can see just underneath the cost indicator on the card, there's a little symbol. That's a cost reduction symbol, which means that that spirit can have its cost reduced by 1, and being able to get a real opportunity to get some value off of these cores. Speaking of some cost reduction, we see the Black Lance make its way down here, which when someone was played as a level 2 spirit, allowing Ayumu to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Black Lance is a really good card to have on board. Obviously, the initial cost would be 6 if you were to play it with cores, but with cost reduction has brought in a little less. And on level 1, 2, and 3, it's got Cursor. If one of your opponent's spirits blocks, you'll destroy it when the battle ends. So it doesn't matter how many cores it's got on it, it'll just be destroyed. And on a level 2 and 3, obviously you draw 2 cards when summoned, so that's why it is important to get some extra cores on there.
So we see an attack going in there, dealing a damage as well to Utaro, who is only down now to just 6 life on board after having blessed and healed up for 2 with the 2 medium sub-sprite tokens early throughout the game. And Ayumu at the end there will end the attack step and go straight over to Utaro Tada's next turn.
Yep, as we with Battle Spirit Saga, every turn you get an extra core from the Void added in, so you're slowly getting more and more cores to be able to do more and more powerful things each turn. But there are obviously mechanics within this game as well that allow you to add cores from the Void and accelerate your core build up.
So Utaro's got a couple of interesting different options and ways to go about this. Obviously, the biggest thing that he's continued to worry about and facing down is the fact that Ayumu is just being able to routinely deal with all of the sub-sprite tokens that Utaro Tada is being able to play. We see Strong Draw make its way out of the hand here from Utaro, which is going to draw 3 cards and then go ahead and discard 2. And that was a magic card as well. So that is going to activate that Sushi Bullet Train and get another small sub-sprite token. So you can see already early on the sort of little value engine that's trying to be generated by Utaro. But at the moment, Ayumu has had all of the answers for it. Here's a really big unit that looks like a spirit, that looks like it's making its way down onto the board though.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you were saying, you know, this is what I love about Battle Spirit Saga. It's the combo mechanics that you have when you're doing certain things. It does help you to do other things, to create tokens and just, you know, keep things moving and draw cards.
So it's the Hit Girl Nagi that makes its way onto the board for Utaro, which when summoned at any level, level 1, 2, or 3, select one of your opponent's spirits, reduce its BP by 4,000 during this turn. That's why you'll notice one of those spirits now in the discard pile for Ayumu, because when a spirit's BP is reduced to 0, it goes away the same way it would if there would be all of its cores removed from it. And then if you destroy one of your opponent's spirits via reducing its BP to 0 with this effect, activate Feast one more time, which is exactly how Utaro is continuing to level up and evolve these sub-sprite tokens from small to medium to large.
Yeah, exactly. And once you get to large, you just start again and you get another small sub-sprite token.
Yeah.
You just can keep going off and off, can't you?
And scarily as well, those large sub-sprite tokens are 14,000 BP for just one token, and it has Blessed, and it has Raid 1 as well.
Very dangerous indeed.
So here now Ayumu is just going through and replenishing his board state just a little bit after we had a little bit of a soft reset there with all the spirits being dealt with. We see another Shaznake making its way onto board, as well as it's like another Black Lance that is there, which does have Curse with all 3 levels when it attacks, but importantly, it doesn't look like it was summoned as a level 3, so, or a level 2 or a level 3, so not getting the card draw. And Ayumu is just going to pass the turn on that one. So just a little bit of a tempo turn there from Ayumu, making his way back into board state. And then eventually we'll look to turn that into some more aggressive potential, some aggressive value, and work its way down on these life cores that Utaro still has.
Yeah, Utaro is still on the 6 life cores, as we were saying earlier on. Used that Blessed quite early, got up to 6, and still sitting at that position now. So yeah, all these little sushi tokens keep coming out, and they're doing a job, but they might go quick, but still sustaining that life that we saw accelerated early on.
Yeah, Blessed has been such a great mechanic throughout the history and the early game of Battle Spirit Saga. As you see here, another copy of the Strong Draw making its way down Bomb Utaro. Interestingly, there I saw from Ayumu's side of the board on his trash, we saw the Absolute Ice Shield. One copy of that going into the discard pile. Now, this is a really, really important card in so many strategies from Battle Spirit Saga, because it's got a mechanic that we haven't really talked about yet so far, Taj, and that is the burst mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the card there face down just below Amuru's life, and it's a burst card, and obviously it has to reach a certain criteria in order for the burst effect to be played, and in the case of Absolute Ice Shield, it's when you lose life, you can play the card. So essentially what it does, it places a core from your reserve in. When you lose a life, you'll get a core from your reserve into your life, and then you may play this card's pay the card's cost, activate its flash effect, which when the battle ends, when this battle ends, you end your opponent's attack step, which can be really, really powerful indeed. So not only do you get your life back, but if your opponent's got, say, 3, 4, 5 more attacks potentially that could have come through, you just stop it there and then.
Yeah, really, really huge potential to just prevent that aggression for a potential final turn swing from your opponent. We see here that there is going to be the attack step declared. The Falco Panther makes its way into the attack, which is at level 2, so is going to be able to activate its ability. When it attacks, discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's effects.
Yeah, interesting one. That 3 cards we saw then being discarded, and yeah, as we were talking about, those best cards can be, you know, game-changing. It's been a staple since the first set came out, as you were saying. You know, it doesn't matter what color deck you play, everybody tries to play 4 copies of that in their deck.
Absolutely, as we saw there, the attack from the Panther getting blocked, which then at that point the 2 spirits go against each other, compare BP, and both will go down.
Looking at comparing both players' hands there, you know, Ayuma's on 3 cards left in hand, but Utaro's definitely managed to build up quite a healthy hand size there.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the aspects and one of the benefits of playing this token-based strategy, is that you're generally only using 1 magic card or 1 spirit a turn in order to combine with that nexus that was established very, very early on in the game, the Sushi Bullet Train, to be able to keep the attacking pressure as well with these Subsprite tokens. Not too many resources have had to be expended. Plus, we've seen 2 copies of Strong Draw being utilized from Yutaro Tada in order to sculpt that hand a little bit finer, as Ayumu is now going to go ahead into the attack step and start trying to go into some of these life. The small Subsprite token is going to get in the way of the first swing and will go down.
I'm going to also play that Black Lance again this turn, so another one of those has come out in the play as well.
And then 2 follow-up swings. The first one from the Shazdrake making its way through, and then the Black Lance there as well, hitting home. So Yutaro Tada now finally down to a point where he was less life than what the start with in a game of Battle Spirit Saga, with 4 life. And immediately at the start of this turn is going to move some of those cores onto the Sushi Bullet Train and get that value engine continuing to going. Oh, a second Sushi Bullet Train! It's Sushi Station!
Yeah, absolutely. Yutaru there, obviously happy to take those 2 life. Gives a bit more cores in the reserve there. 12 cores were in that reserve to start this turn, so can start really doing some crazy things now. And as we see, a second one comes down, both of them now trigger.
Yeah, the cooking conveyor belt Sushi making its way onto board, which is immediately going to create that small Subsprite token into the large Subsprite token. This is what we were just talking about. The 14,000 BP spirit with just 1 core on it has the Blessed ability, which the medium Subsprite tokens have, and also has Raid 1, which is an ability that reads that up to the specific number of times per turn, you may exhaust 1 of your nexuses to refresh this spirit. So essentially, you can get multiple attacks with the same spirit if it has Raid.
Yeah, absolutely. So Raid 1 means you can do it once, and yeah, it's definitely does help.
So it looks like here there's going to be, this is the second copy of the Hit Girl Nagi that's making its way onto the board, which is going to feast up once again, remove 1 of those cores off of a large Subsprite token, which makes sense. There was 2 on it already. You can have more cores than you need for a level requirement on a unit if you need to, if you feel like the strategy provides that opportunity. That's exactly what we see here, and Utaro continuing on with that value engine to get a second small Subsprite token, which is just what you were talking about, and what you were talking about earlier on in the game. If you have the large Subsprite token, you then, in the next activation of this Feast ability, create a small one and start the sushi platter all over again.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about cores and moving them around, during your main step, you can move your cores around as much as you like until you get to your attack step where they're all locked in. So yeah, it does mean that you can, as we say, just put some cores on your spirits and then feel free to move them around before you do sort of end your main step.
Yeah, but it looks like there was a flash card there being used, and looks like another one here as well. This looks like it's going to be the deadly balance that is going to make its way down, which the opponent has to select one of their spirits, then you select one of yours, and both get destroyed. Main and Magic have two different window of timings that they could be activated in, either main, so during your main step on your turn, or if it has flash, there is that window of opportunity in your opponent's or even your attack step to be able to activate a flash ability as a big spirit makes its way onto the board here. This looks like it's the Dread Knight Nemesis.
Yeah, Dread Knight Nemesis. It's been from set one. Obviously, we've seen this, and like I said, it's had it in my deck as well.
Yeah.
So it's got 3 cores on it, so it's on level 2 at the moment. So when it attacks, select one of your spirits. You may destroy it, activate one of the following effects. You can select one of your opponent's spirits, place up to 2 cores from it into their reserve, or draw 2 cards. So it is a multi-use mechanic on that one.
And that's exactly what we saw there with the Dread Knight going down to really make its way for some card advantage for Ayumu, and importantly at that level 2, attacking for 8,000 BP. And now Utaro Tada is down to 2 cores remaining in that life area. Ayumu still on 3 at the moment, so maybe the tide slowly starting to change here, as it looks like another Nexus is going to make its way onto the board.
Yes, we see another one dropped there from the new set, which is Big Haul Fishing Trawler by the looks of it. This Nexus on a level 1, the first time one of your token spirits is summoned each turn, place a core from the void onto this Nexus. So essentially you're doing core acceleration with it, and on a level 2 all your spirits will raid, gain 2,000 BP, which again will be very useful with all the with all the tokens that we've seen that have raid on.
Yeah, especially when you get up to those large tokens. The Big Haul Fishing Trawler, there's 2 of them played down here. Now we see making its way onto the board a Cooking Fishing Hardships, which is one of these burst cards, but is being activated during the main step, purely just to activate Feast, and able to immediately from that small Subsprite token go up into the large token. And now we're going to see the Big Haul Fishing Trawler as well get activated, getting those cores onto the Nexus, then resting the Sushi Bullet Train here. Because there was a token summoned, both of them will activate as well to draw 2 more cards. Utaro looking over the table and said, okay, you can use your other spirits in order to draw cards. I could just make sushi tokens and use all my trains to be able to draw me more value, as another big unit makes its way onto the board. This one really sizable though. This is Wave Wrestler Orin-Yama.
Yeah, absolutely. It drops someone and utilizes all those cores that were built up on those Nexuses and spreads them out amongst those 2 spirits, just making it a little bit more difficult, especially with the core removal aspect of purple, to destroy these spirits by having a substantial amount. 4 cores on each by the looks of it at the moment, or 3 on our Wave Wrestler.
Yeah, I really love this play. Like you say, just making sure that this is awareness of the game state and of what your opponent is trying to do with their deck and with this matchup. So try and overcore some of these spirits. Obviously, the Wave Wrestler Orin-Yama does need the 3 cores on it, like you say, to be at level 2. But now it's at level 2, when it's going to be going in for an attack, your opponent selects any number of their spirits, destroy them, then activate Feast once for each spirit your opponent controls. So it looks like here we're going to see that that Dread Knight make its way down
but that Dread Knight does have a on-destroyed ability
Of
as well.
course,
So
yes.
you destroy, your opponent has to destroy one of their own spirits as well. So again, doing that has obviously its consequences as well.
Yeah, and now we're going to see a real aggressive attempt and a turn here, though, from Utaro Tada, but that's going to be immediately stopped down for a deadly balance, forcing Utaro Tada to destroy the only spirit that he had. And Ayumu, he had to do that as well there, because it looked like he was getting ready to stare down 3 different 14,000 BP attacks, but thanks to those 2 Nexuses on Utaro's side of the board, the big haul fishing trawler.
Yeah, absolutely. So we now see another spirit dropping there. This one is Costume Artist. Comes in, it's a 3 cost on a level 1. Well, this is coming in at, it was loads of cores moving around here. It's currently on level 3, so it's a 4,000 power. When it attacks, it may destroy one of your other spirits to draw a card, and while the spirit attacks, it's got Curse as well.
Yeah, you see the Dark Bishop Baculus as well onto the board for Ayumu. Doesn't necessarily get the value that he would have maybe been looking for with its on-summon ability. Remove all but 1 core each from all spirits and place them into their owner's reserves. But at the moment, with those 3 cores on it, with the inclusion of the Soul Core, is up to a 6,000 BP spirit. And now it looks like we're going into the attack step. And Ayumu is going to attack in with the Bishop itself here first. We've got an activation of a Flash ability. However, this is cooking premium sushi. Just so that you let one of your opponent's spirits reduce its power by 5,000 BP during this turn. It's immediately going to go after the non-attacking spirit. And now a sushi token being created as well, thanks to the feast.
Yeah, as you was talking about, that Dark Bishop didn't really come in and do anything, but there are some crazy combos you can do with that when there are lots of spirits looking at you from across the board, especially because you're reducing them down to 1 core each, and then you've got other cards that can remove cores as well, which can just blow up those spirits off the board. So yeah.
Now we're seeing in Utaro's flash timing another magic being used. Going to activate Feast here to get that medium Sap Sprite token into the large one. So now we've got a 14,000 power BP Spirit ready once again. And that is going to get balanced. That's going to get deadly balanced. So Ayumu, there you can see the little smile, the little laughter between both of the players, having a great time, as you can imagine. Does have to sacrifice that Baculus to get rid of the large Sap Sprite token, but I think you have to do it as soon as you see this big, scary 14,000 BP Spirit that only requires 1 core on it to start doing some serious damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players sort of turn by turn, they're sort of batting each other's spirits away and just keeping that board down to 0 spirits. It might be, at the end of the day, this might come down to what Nexuses are doing, because the Nexuses can be really powerful in determining who comes out on top here, I think.
We've seen throughout the game so far that Utaro has used so much Nexus variability, obviously having now double Sushi Bullet Train on board alongside double Big Haul Fishing Trawler. There's just so much value that is being created. There's plenty of cores now being placed upon the Sushi Bullet Train. 2 cores on each of those Nexuses. Now we're going to get the cooking fish fillet on the board. When using this magic card, if it costs 4, if your opponent has 3 or more magic cards in the trash, but here in the main, discard the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Then you may destroy one of your non-token spirits to summon 2 small Sap Sprite tokens. So that Hydra that is on board at the moment could very well get destroyed here, in order to get 2 small Sap Sprite tokens onto the board for Utaro Tada. And it looks like that's what's going to happen with the cores being removed.
Yeah, and from those 5 cards that were just milled off the top of the deck, I think there's another Deadly Balance in there. So that's potentially the last one, because we have seen 3 of them, I believe, being utilized. So no more Deadly Balances to be worried about by the looks of things.
And now Utaro Tada with 2 small Subsprite tokens onto the board. Looks like we're immediately going to go to work in making those meals a little bit more hearty, a little bit more plentiful, straight up into a large token with the first one now exhausting both of the sushi bullet trains. Going to draw a couple of extra cards here.
Look how many cores are still in that reserve as well. So got to quite a hefty amount there compared to Ayuma's core.
And importantly as well, they have the opportunity to reduce some more costs with everything that's on the board. So here comes a second Wave Wrestler Oriyama that hits down. Looks like it is at the level 2 right now with having 3 cores on it, but it looks like that might be upgraded with the cores being moved from the Nexuses in play from Tara, who will play down his first burst card of the game into the burst zone as well.
Yeah, it looks like the 6 cores needed for it to be level 3 have been placed upon it to make it 11,000 power.
And now, again, here is Utaro just being aware of some of these core removal cards and these core removal themes from Ayumu's purple control deck, putting 5 cores on the large Subsprite token, 6 cores actually. I think there's a soul core on the small token. And we're going to see into the attack step, 14,000 BP, and then resting that, that Nexus there to restand it and refresh it. The first attack is going to go through, which means Utaro will get the blessed activation as well. Here it comes a second time. And the core is going to get taken. Activate the Ice Shield.
Yep. It's a blessed effect into life anyway, so that 1 life has been gained by Utaro, but that's it. As we say, the Ice Shield's done its work, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it essentially means even though that you take the core of damage, you still get it back. So it's not like you've sort of lost a life or a damage. Important to note, however, that for Absolute Ice Shield to work, you have to have 1 more core's worth of life still in the life area. You can't activate Ice Shield with 1 core in the life area because you would go down to 0 and therefore lose the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most important thing that you need to note is Absolute Ice Shield does require you to be on at least 2 cores because you will lose the core from your life area before it activates. So if you go down to 0, the second you go down to 0, you've lost the game.
Now here is some much better value from Ayumu, playing down his second copy of Dark Bishop Baculus, getting rid of all but 1 of those cores across the 3 spirits that Utaro Tada had on the board. Now loading up the spirit with cores, and then a massive dragon makes its way onto the board. The Infernal King Cursed Dragon, which on summon is going to remove 1 core each from all other spirits and place it into Utaro Tada's reserve. But we talked about that acceleration earlier. The second ability for every core, for every spirit that was destroyed using that effect, a core is going to go on to the King Dragon.
Yeah, and this is exactly the combo I was talking about. You know, you use that Baculus to reduce everything down to 1 core, and then you have your Infernal King Cursed Dragon come in, and it's literally wipes everything away.
And now Utaro will be very, very happy, I would imagine, that he managed to get 2 of those blessed activations off in his last attack step, with 2 very, very scary and big swings looking to come his way in this attack step. That Infernal King Cursed Dragon is at 9,000 BP right now, with it at level 2. And with just 2 cores onto the Dark Bishop, that is only still enough for level 1. So there's just a 4,000 BP. But 1 core now being removed, the Soul Core, importantly, from Ayumu. Instead, wants to keep it there, go to the attack step, and let's start trying to do some damage. 4,000 BP, that will go and activate. Burst in the activation, though, for Utaro Tada. And it looks like this is going to be the Cooking Fishing Hardships, generating another Feast token.
There we go, yeah, just token after token we're seeing, aren't we? So yeah, definitely doing its work there, that particular burst token, burst card, sorry.
And now here comes the Infernal King Curse Dragon. Remember, still at level 2, with it being a 4-core spirit, 9,000 BP. When this spirit attacks, however, select one of your opponent's spirits, remove all but 1 core from it, and place them into their reserve. So with there only being 1 core on this medium Sasprite token at the moment, not going to be able to remove that core and defeat it.
So it survives that turn, so yeah. Keep the token in play. Look, like I said, wow, how many cores have we got there now for Yutaru to utilize, and plenty of cards in hand as well. It's just about looking for the right pieces to be able to do something to get through those last 2 life potentially.
Well, we're going to start things off with the Cooking Conveyor Belt Sushi, which is going to activate Feast and put that medium Subsprite token up into a large token. And now with that large token on the board, any resulting Feast activations will generate the 2nd token. So there you see with both of the Bullet Train activations, going to feast twice and get into the medium token. Now resting those 2 Nexuses to pick up a couple of extra cards, look for some more ways that potentially Utara could look to close this game out with just 1 card left in hand. He does still have a card in Burst, though.
Yeah. Which again, Utara's going to have to consider that as well. Okay, you'd probably think, okay, I can swing for game here, but no, with that card in Burst, again, could be an absolute ice shield. So you need to put some defensive options up as well, understanding how your opponent plays and can reduce those cores off your spirit. So you need to make sure there's something that you could potentially just put in there as a way to block some attacks.
Well, now Falco Panther onto the board at the moment with 5 cores onto it, so it's still only a level 2. Now Utara looks like it's going to boost that 6th and final core onto it to boost it up to its fullest capacity, level 3, 6,000 BP that spirit currently stands at. And 2 cores onto the big haul fishing trawler Nexus. So all spirits with raid are going to gain an additional 2,000 BP. So in actuality, this large Subsprite token is swinging for 16,000 BP.
Yeah.
Ayumu will activates the Ice Shield. Yet again is going to pay the cores off of the King Curse Dragon as well to be able to pay and activate for the flash effect to end the attack step there for Utara. And that's exactly what you were talking about there, Taj.
Yeah, it's always a danger, and that's what makes this game so interesting as well. You know, having those burst effects makes you think in a totally different way as far as your strategy is concerned.
So now you see a card being removed off of the top of the deck. And just Ayumu trying to think and figure out what to potentially look to recur here. And he's just going to be a spirit. I think that was the Black Lance that was brought back into hand there from Ayumu, who is, it's interesting, it feels like he's in a little bit of an awkward position, given that at the moment just 2 spirits on board, 1 core on both of them, facing off against Utara's quite healthy board state, but we all know that it's just going to be able to take, all it will take is just to play another Dark King Baculus down, reduce all of those spirits down to just 1 core. And then if there's another Cursed Dragon in the hand as well, we can just do the exact same combination that we did last turn, and Utara will have a completely clean board state again.
Yeah, exactly. All that hard work to get those spirits out and all those cores on them can quite easily be undone, and that's what Purple's all about.
Well, another way to reduce all spirits cores down to 1 as well will be with an attack from this level 2 Infernal King Cursed Dragon. As soon as it attacks, only 1 of the spirits can be targeted, but all but 1 core will have to be removed from it and placed into Tara's reserve.
Just doing some calculations now about what to do next, and here we see another spirit being played.
Yeah, this looks like it's the Dread Knight yet again. So gonna elect to destroy another spirit potentially here on its attack. And get 2 cores from the spirit, one of the Utara spirits back into the reserve, or draw 2 cards yet again, because as we've been mentioning throughout this game, Ayumu has been operating on pretty limited capacity with cards left in hand. We are now going to go to the attack step. So Infernal King Cursed Dragon will swing first. Its attack ability will activate, and it's going to target down the Falco Panther with its core removal. We see a block and no further actions. So the King Cursed Dragon is going to be destroyed thanks to the block from the large Subsprite token.
Absolutely gets dealt with there.
Now it will be about whether Ayumu is going to want to continue on with this attack step, try and push a little bit of advantage here, with there being no card in the burst area, but there are still plenty of cores in reserve, as you've been saying rightfully, Taj, to potentially activate some flash abilities out of hand. We are going to go ahead and attack in with the Dread Knight Nemesis, destroying the Dark King Baculus.
Yep, removes that last core there. That's another spirit destroyed in the form of the Falco Panther.
And then going to draw the block from the medium Subsprite token this time. Tara wanting to protect those 3 cores in life at the moment, and the medium token will be destroyed.
Yeah, Ayumu just deciding now what's the play now here.
Yeah, just trying to figure out if it's going to be worth it or not to go in and attack with the Black Lance and try and get a little bit of extra damage going through, but figures this isn't the right time. I'm not getting that curse ability potentially as well, which is an ability that reads, if one of your opponent's spirits blocks, destroy it when the battle ends.
Yeah, decides not to swing and just passes the turn back over to Yutaru there.
So over to Utara Tada, who does still have, now has a large token back onto the board after a Waiter Golem is summoned.
Yeah, the Waiter Golem is quite interesting. It's level 1, 2, or 3. If you don't control any token spirits, activate Feast when summoned. But obviously there was one there, so doesn't activate.
I'll tell you what here, Ayumu is looking very sheepishly at the amount of cards left in his deck at the moment. There are 4 cards left, and if Ayumu reaches 0 cards left in deck, he will end up losing the game here as well, as Utaro is really combining really nicely and getting multiple tokens onto board. Once again, we're going to see the bullet trains going ahead and resting.
Are we going to be able to mill 5 more cards?
Yeah, that could be a real danger here for Ayumu, who has typically, you'd imagine in a purple control deck, look to thrive with a game going towards these longer stages, but instead, Utara Tada has been able to keep that value engine, keep that value train going. There's not been any Nexus destruction out of Ayumu's hand so far. And now with 2 large tokens on the board, one with 5 cores, the other with 4, and then still a small Subsprite token on the board as well. We are going to see, that is the Golem, the main angel there, the giant angel Magni, that's going to hit the board, which would be able to ascend, and is doing so, it looks like, in from one of the Subsprite units. So an ascend cost is, as an additional summoning cost, you must place all your cores from one of your Subsprite spirits into the reserve, and that's going to be the end of the game, because when it's summoned, the top 10 cards of your opponent's deck are going to be discarded. So over to Ayumu's turn it goes. He can't draw in his start step, and Utaro Tada, our developer from Battle Spirit Saga, takes our match. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, that was really fun. And it all goes down to how far you've got into your game that you were in the danger of being milled out. That's exactly what happened. you deck out and you lose the game. So yeah, lots of cores there, and it was pretty much, it's like a game of like, okay, I'm removing every spirit from your side. I'm removing every spirit from your side. They did start to stabilize a little bit towards the end there, but when you saw there was just 4 cards left in deck, you're like, oh, that can be dealt with quite easily.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest aspects as well there for that game was just the pure value engine that Yutaro Tada was able to keep for himself. I mean, we saw that Sushi Bullet Train get played down onto the board on turn 1 there, and it continued to just develop from there with double Bullet Train and double the other Nexus as well there, the Big Haul Fishing Trawler to be able to go onto board. So every single time you were seeing those Nexuses exhaust, get more card draw, see more options, those Raid Spirits were getting that additional 2,000 BP as well. So it was forcing Ayumu to go, okay, I can't reduce any of your spirits down with a BP way. I have to go through the traditional core removal way for purple control, and only seeing one Baculus and Kinkhurst Dragon combination.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic game. We saw so much core acceleration there as well, didn't we? But that's it from our Battle Spirit Saga. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. And hopefully encourages you to maybe pick up the game and learn how to play it as well. Really fun game to learn. But we hope you've enjoyed the matchup. We're going to go for a short break now before we're back later on.
Yep, so stay tuned for Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters and the rest of the action live here from Bandai Cardfest in Utrecht.
You never stop calling me crazy, but you the one that's fucking crazy. And it's time for me to run. Yeah, it's time for me to go. I won't stick around for you.
selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it, success ain't no given. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous, down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank, I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze, the roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag, I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag, I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket, Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me elevating, got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit, nose diving in the house and woo. Watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare to my line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
Long days, long and nice, you feel? Now, I don't even know lately. Take it, go. It's too much. I'ma do it anyway. Put 'em in the dirt, say it again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse, jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the beat in her hearse. This is absurd, change to berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve, man, I never curse. Just casting these spells when I'm spelling these words. That's real, that's too real. I've been Roosevelt, I need a new deal. Trying to figure out what I should do still. Really never waiting here too still. I don't even know what I should say at all. Should I jump on in? Should I get involved? God surround me, they love to talk. I take it all with a grain of salt. It's work that I'm doing, they never see through it. And all of this rap that I see that they ruin. I came in the game and I'm trying to undo it. And still they all say they don't know if to shoot it. I gotta see through it, man, won't be deluded. With all these illusions, I know it's disputed. I gotta keep growing, they see what my root is. I tell you I run this, I'm done with excuses. Give me for a minute, trying to get what I've been giving out. Do it for the tickets, I don't listen to the critics. I'ma push them to the limit. And these rappers getting timid, I've been balling like a pivot. I don't step into the scrimmage, I just play them when I'm in it. Trying to run it till the ribbon. And they know that I've been tripping when I make them see the vision. Man, I put them in the prison with these bars that I've been spitting. And this life that I've been living, I'ma go, I'm on a mission.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do the soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. Now you know, I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. Said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
I just did a 24 song in a bed, in a building, they already know my name. At the show, she gon' want a picture, she can hang. Just to tell a friend, oh be there. I shoot my shot with this gold on my wrist while we throwing the parties, they throwing a fit. Grew up finesse, can spot me a sucker, a lot of you really is holding the lick. All of my homies legit, really is sick. I probably throw up my clip. I sell a boat to a fish. I sell a record, you know it's a hit. They see the effort I put in this music, and I ain't been giving no favors at all. All of this chef and I got in the shop, and I think that I probably could cater them all. I love the way that she answered the phone. I know that she ain't expect me to call. I got my eyes on you, my eyes on you, yeah.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me put
don't need a minute. Shot and got them people back up in their feelings. When they told me I was finished, by the mother in it, nothing out the building. Yeah, the victim co-defendant, even Nike witness. We the next to kill it, show them the king how they living. Pictures so good, but not looking for business. They be stepping in from the back door. If they see you independent, then they pop jokes. That fear to the blows, boy James Burke. Side stepping on the shade, see the footwork. I'm trying to be about this business, but still they want me in the kitchen with the baking soda whipping. The thought of Lewis so offensive, cause my guy, he gave his body just to pull me out the trenches. Hold up, wait. If I never see a million or the recognition, but I see the finish. Look, they're the greatest when they losing, gotta keep on shooting even when you're missing. Yeah, now focus on the past while living for the day was never recommended. Reppin' VA, Tony Bennett, his kingdom can never be bought, cause it's given and I live that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, my break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe it to get away. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four way. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pot, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running out the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I wait for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stomach sooner than this? Don't me for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna fill your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. No one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water no bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh, I ain't make it this far for myself. Yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't sim it down. Ooh, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the flashing right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah. This the high life with a few. You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah.
Hey, what's up? It's Xiaodo. We're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour in Europe. So many matches fought, so many rounds, so many competitors, but finally, we've reached the end. We have Ivan with Son Goku and Jose with Zamasu. It's the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Finals! Let's go.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome to the finale of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters.
Yeah, this is really, really exciting. Our first final of our Bandai Card Fest Championship Sunday, and we are kicking it off with Super Card Game Masters. Ben and Damien here with you on the call, and as was said there by Shout, we have Son Goku up against Zamasu. And Damien, I think it's fair to say this Zamasu is coming into this match a real underdog.
Yeah. So Zamasu came out now in BT26, the newest set. It is a male deck. It has a good matchup into basically almost anything. Kitku is, however, a bit of a thorn on its side, as Kitku does play his cards from the drop, which can be a bit counterintuitive. However, Zamasu can mill him out fast enough and use his floodgates to survive. He might be taking the win here. Yeah,
and of course we saw Son Goku yesterday during our Swiss coverage of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. Loves to get some of those 3-cost 30,000 battle power vanilla characters and battle cards onto the board and start being really, really aggressive. We're into best of 3 now, of course, in this final. You see our 2 players there, Ivan and Jose. You can hear just behind us in the viewing area some support for the players as well. It's final time, it's excitement time, and we're just moments away from crowning our first champion. Damien, a prediction from you before we kick things off.
So first off, yeah, they're both phenomenal players. They're teammates, like they're very known in the European scene, and I am not sure, honestly. Like, my gut wants to say maybe Kate Goku has it, but I want to see Zamasu take the W here. We will see. We'll see who wins in this one. We're starting off with Kitku going first, charging that Bulma into the energy, and now just using his activate main, sends a skillless card to the drop, grabs a life. Now, last time we saw Kitku, we were discussing about the sacred water and how important it is to bring him down to 4 life on turn 2. Zamasu is not going to be able to do that, though, because he just doesn't have the pressure, but he will instead focus on milling him out.
Yeah, and there you see some of this strategy of the Son Goku leader after that 3-cost vanilla was placed into the drop with the Bulma World Protection support. Activate main because the leader is red Son Goku childhood, and you place this card in the owner's drop, you can get a red skillless battle card from the drop into your hand. So that Grandpa Gohan immediately returned there for Ivan. Now over to Jose's side of the board on this Zamasu, and we see a Goku Black returning to 0.
Yeah, so Goku Black basically only exists in this deck so that you can send him to your Z energy and then send him to the drop when you are paying for your Z unison. Because Zamasu, just like in the show, Union Potaras into the fused Zamasu, but he has the ability to use Goku Blacks from the drop. It's kind of a safety net. It can't get removed, it's just sitting there, and then you can fuse with him.
So we're seeing here a swing in from the Zamasu leader there, comboing with this new Goku Black as well. And we see the Grandpa Gohan go away. The damage has been taken as well. So Ivan down to 6 life before the toss of the turn and this charge.
So now in this turn, we will see the Sacred Water come down, which is going to effectively put Ivan to 2 lives less, though that's just temporary. The Sacred Water allows him to heal, but what's most important is that it will allow him to use his super combos, to use his floodgates, everything that is locked to 4 lives or less. There we go. He plays his E extra, and he puts 2 lives under it. And then, at activate battle speed, he can just gain them back.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to battle here immediately with the Son Goku, going to get a couple of extra cards awakened because of that 4 life that's remaining, thanks to the 2 life that are being held under that Z Extra, the Super Water of the Gods, exchange for suffering. Now playing down the Grandpa Gohan over on Ivan's side of the board as well. This 3 cost 30k battle power vanilla, and it's immediately going to go ahead into an attack, and Jose is going to take the damage down to 6 life for now, as Ivan is going to play down an extra card. It's going to be the Mai.
Yeah, so the Mai in this deck, it's just a 1 energy draw 1. However, the problem here is that Zamasu needs his Z unison. He's going to be establishing it this turn. That's going to allow him to get some of his fusion pieces onto the board. However, he needs to keep it alive, and we know that Kitku hits unisons with his ability. So we'll see how he's going to play around it. And he's playing around it very, very smart, immediately.
Yep.
Not wanting to risk a Chaozu bringing a skillless from the drop and just deleting the unison. Instead of paying 1 energy, you can pay more. So he automatically pays 2 to put 2 markers on the unison, just so that it doesn't get removed. Zamasu awakens, and on this side, he has a very strong ability. First, he allows you to use the Goku Black from the drop from Union, but whenever you activate an Union skill or an EX Evolve, your opponent mills a card.
Very, very nice indeed, as we see the attack make its way in as well. A couple of cards having been drawn through the combo, and it looks like from there, Jose is going to pass the turn. So still Evan with those 2 life underneath that, that Z Extra, the Sacred Water. And with 3 energy now on the charge, is going to go ahead and drop a Kid Son Goku attack to save the world. A deflecting double strike, which has its auto. If you have a red originally skillless battle card in play in your battle area, when it is played, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with 30,000 power or less, ignoring barrier, and KO it. So that's why it looks like that Z Unison is no more.
Yeah, so Jose enters with dormant potential. This is, some would say, one of the very, very strong floodgates currently in green. It doesn't stop the attack, but it says that the opponent can attack only once more for the turn.
Ooh.
That's a way for Zamasu to keep himself alive long enough to mill the opponent. However, we see homicidal clones. The token negate creates a blocker token, but on Ivan's side, just plays his skillless Z battle card. His T Engine Han has an entire field filled with attackers. Jose's a bit on a back foot right here.
Yeah, this looks really, really scary here for Jose at the moment, as we're going to see first off the attack in with the fused Zamasu leader into the awakened Son Goku. And it looks like we are just going to use some of these active battle cards to combo out of this attack, as well as a card from hand. You can just see there's some of the crowd that's gathered and watching on with intent, as we see there Jose playing down a brand new, this is going to be the SS Son Goku 8, SS2 Son Gohan, the father-son solidarity it looks like here.
Yeah, it's the staple green boss monster. It gains barrier when you play it. It on attack forces the opponent to discard a card. It KOs a card ignoring barrier. The rest of the text is locked to green Gohan later, but this part of the effect is general for all green decks.
Well, Ivan now is going to be able to refresh, still with a pretty good board on his side. 3 skillless cards over there, ready to help him facilitate that awakened leader's ability.
Okay, so looking at this, what would be Jose's game plan here? He is opting not to start hard milling even. He doesn't want to fill the drop with all of these skillless cards because Goku has a way to just play them from the drop for free, which becomes even more of an issue if they're on the field and then you just keep putting more of them into the drop. So he might opt for a bit more of an aggressive strategy while he's trying to fight for the board here. But Ivan has just played his Z battle, got rid of the solidarity. He has 3 30k attackers, and this Z battle, the Son Goku card has an ability to gain 9k and the double strike. So potential game swing later on in the turn. Let's start with Grandpa Gohan, 30k attack. So Jose lets it through, uses super combo, uses Hellas here, discards a card that draws 2, so that's plus 10k, it's 25. Still needs 10 to get out of the attack.
Yeah, this is going to be a dangerous turn for Jose to try and defend here. Looks like we're going to combine that alongside the block token that we used. And on the finishing of that battle, we are going to go ahead, pay some energy, send a card out of the drop.
So he gets out of this attack. However, Ivan still has 2 30k attackers, plus the TN, plus the Goku Z battle, and the leader. Jose needs to see his dormant. That's the only floodgate that Zamasu runs in the deck. He needs to see it, otherwise he's gonna be forced. Oh, he does run actually a spicy one.
Ooh.
So this is the Black Shadow Dragon Oceanus card. It is a floodgate on a battle card, so even battle cards can have counter abilities and floodgate abilities. It says prevents the attack, it's a blocker, and another thing that it does, it says if your opponent wishes to attack, they have to mill 4.
Oh, okay. So the full text of this counterattack, choose 1 card in your hand and discard it, negate the attack, so stop any more attack that is coming, or the rest of the attack, and play this card. If you played a card, your opponent can't attack for the turn unless they place the top 4 cards of the deck in the drop area each time. So is that what you're talking about in terms of a floodgate, just stopping things from going forwards?
Yes. It doesn't hard stop you from going forward. You can still choose to attack if you wish to do so, but paying 4 energies, and it is a blocker, so it's just gonna jump in front of those one of those attacks, and you're already looking at 8 cards less in your deck. That's no one is going to be swinging into something like that. That's too much. So Zamasu is going to swing here into Goku, get a plus 5k, draw 1.
Yeah, Ivan there, you saw just immediately, like you said, not willing to take that risk, not willing to lose so many more cards in life. Now we are finally going to see the Sacred Water get activated in the Activate battle. So put 2 of their life that were held under there for the moment is going to go ahead and go back into the life. And then it looks like Ivan took 1 of that damage as well there now, or took the damage now down to 4 life.
Okay, so on Jose's side, we might start seeing some mill. There are Zamasus here. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to
and entered with a Chaozu. Chaozu is going to play a skillless card, which is going to give minus 15k to something on the field.
Oh dear, and
yeah,
that's
there goes the Zamasu.
Yep, Zamasu in a perfect range there, despite having the opportunity to get its auto activated as well as activate main, but just doesn't have the window there. The Chaozu coming down and preventing any further advantage to be gained. Jose is going to go back into the Z deck now.
Yeah, so now he feels safe to play his Z Unison. Chaozu so play, that means you can pay 1, go into the Z Unison and start using his ability, which is to set up a Goku or a Zamasu card either from your Z deck or from your drop. He's playing the Goku Black and Zamasu here, skills negated. The only reason why he needs the card is so that he can actually Union Fuse into a fused Zamasu, and he's fusing into his SR, which is gonna cause Ivan to mill now. So Ivan mills one card because of the leader's permanent when Union Potara or EX Evolve, Union Potara in this case, is used. You have to meet your opponent mills one. So one card from the top of the deck goes to the drop.
And then we're also seeing the battle card getting KO'd there. Activate main, add one card from under this to your Z energy with that fusion. Choose up to one of your opponent battle cards and KO it. So you see the Son Goku there immediately getting KO'd. And now Ivan has to worry about a 20k indestructible to deal with for Jose.
Oh, he's going to go into Cell Max. That is his secret rare. It is a quadruple strike, but it gets stopped by Violent Rays for 1 energy. So if this cell managed to connect, he would have dealt 4 damage, just closing the game on the spot.
Wow. And then, that counter attack there, negating any attack from that cell that made its way onto the board from Jose. A massive opportunity that could have potentially happened there with, like you say, that quadruple attack if it was able to land. But for the time being, Ivan has been able to just hold it off. And now 40,000 BP that Ivan has to worry about if he can't stop this quadruple strike making its way onto board. There are 4 copies of Grandpa Gohan on board. 30k at base level ready to strike. Another Goku makes its way onto the board as well.
So what Ivan is looking to do here, he is looking to... That's his brother shouting his words of support.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it.
What's he looking to do here is get rid of the Govasu, Z Unison, because if you have a Unison in play, you can use the Dormant Potential Floodgate for free.
Oh, okay.
So he just removes it, he makes sure that his opponent doesn't have a free Floodgate, and then can attack for the game.
Yeah, and we're seeing a big attack and combo here. So the Son Goku is attacking. We've got Ox King, the Chiaotzu, as well as one more attack battle card going in for an attack. It's going to connect, so double strike damage will send Jose from 4 life down to 2. And now with this 30k battle power Grandpa Gohan, is this just going to be a case of we're going to continue with 30k swings? That one goes through. Second 30k attack now from the Gohan. No further combo.
Dormant Potential has a Floodgate, but Dormant Potential does not stop the attack, so Ivan is just going to go all in. That's 40k, 45. Ooh, another super combo, 55k, bottom deck 1 drop,
and that'll do it.
That seals the game.
Yeah, Ivan with so much there to be able to take game 1 on Son Goku. And Jose, despite getting his secret rare on the board, was not able to have enough to keep the game for himself. So we're going to go on our way to game number 2.
Yes, this is going to be best of 3. So the winner of 2 games is the winner of the match.
Yeah.
And the new European champion.
That's a big honor and a big title as well. Let's just talk about that game quickly there, Damian. Did that go about the way that you expected it was going to go?
Honestly, I would say yes. Zamasu is, while it is really strong, it's a really big metagame contender. Kitku is a deck that it just naturally struggles against, mostly because for Zamasu it is so important to keep that Z Unison on the field, and it is so small, it is only 5k, and whenever a Kitku plays a skillless card, it gives it -15. It's too difficult to keep it around, and without it, it's too expensive to keep fusing into your Zamasus to mill the opponent.
Yeah, you can just see here the players making their way into the sideboards as well here. Now that we're in the best of 3, the players have access to a select pre-constructed sideboard to potentially look for better matchups and better strength in those matchups at the best of 3 scenario. If the deck maybe slightly pilots a different way between best of 1 and best of 3, how important is a sideboard potential for a game like the Dragon Ball Supercard Game Masters?
Sideboard is exceptionally important in Dragon Ball Supercard Game Masters. Our standard format, the Swiss format, is best of 1 pre-sideboard, and in best of 3 we have sideboards as well. Hello everyone.
Let's go. The energy and the excitement there charging up with one game already in the books. It's clear to see where some of the support is geared towards. But yeah, like you say, pre-side, best of 1 Swiss, and then going into best of 3, we have sideboards unlocked.
With 26 sets in the game, with multiple supplements products, we have so many tools to answer various matchups. But in best of 3, however, it is important to note the first game isn't pre-side. So the first game you're entering with your deck the way that it is, and then only after the first match, and if there is a second match, you get to change cards from your sideboard. So both players will be looking for their tech options for this matchup.
And looks like that's exactly what we're looking to try and do and find here as we continue to reshuffle and reside ahead of Game 2. Do you think there's anything that Zamasu needs to do differently or approach in a different way? Because it looked like in Game 1 that he always tried to sort of slightly engage Ivan in a race there to try and just win in a traditional format in a sense, as opposed to the mill strategy.
I think that in a matchup such as this, it's difficult to mill the Kitku deck, because it's not that the deck plays too many cards, it's just that you can get punished for milling skillless cards because then it plays it for free. However, I believe that what should have been done in the first game, and might happen here, is he should have played it a bit more aggressively. You know, when the Unison first came out, maybe immediately follow it up with his Zamasu card. All of these Zamasus are 20Ks. You can't remove them with just a single skillless card and then try to mix it up with mill and attacking the leader, and just try to hit Kitku on multiple fronts.
Well, looks like we are all set up now. 8 life has been drawn, the handshake extended once again. This time it will be Jose that will be going first and immediately plays down that Goku Black as his first action for the turn.
Tutors looks at top 5. Let's see what's he gonna get here. There is a few Zamasu, Solidarity, and this Zamasu that's... Okay, so this Zamasu, we will hopefully see him soon in turn 2. It is a way to mill your opponent. It is also a way to fight Unisons.
Yeah, this is Fused Zamasu Ideal World Creation Indestructible Union Portara ability for a green. If your leader is a green Zamasu card, you draw 1 and place the top card of your opponent's deck into its owner's drop. Green Zamasu card and green Goku Black card for that Union Portara ability. And the auto as well, place 1 card from under this card into its owner's drop. When this card attacks, choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 5 or less, KO it, then choose 1 of your opponent's Unisons and remove 1 marker for it. So some really nice double-ended and 2-pronged removal capability there with the auto.
Yeah, I don't think that the necessarily marker removal might play a big role, but it is still a free way to remove cards, which is something that he will be looking to do, because we saw how many cards even assembled in the previous game.
Well, we're going to start off the same way that we started our first turn in Game 1 here, playing down that ball map, putting the Grandpa Gohan into the drop, looking to try and go for an attack, but Jose is going to go ahead and start comboing and then take the damage. So both players on to 7. but importantly as well, looks like getting ready to charge some of that Z energy.
Yeah, the Z energy is up there for Sacred Water. Now, a good thing that Jose can do in this turn is once he gets his Z Unison, there it is, and awakens, he might be able to put enough pressure to force even to go down to 5, ideally 4. If you go to 4, you're just not using the Sacred Water, because you don't get that much of a payoff. You're on 4 lives anyway. At 5, it's not optimal, but it is still possible. So this is a window for Zamasu to try to get some advantage in on this turn.
Looks like just double checking here on one of the cards, the card that was grabbed out from the search there. It was the Fused Zamasu Total God's Rage, a double strike indestructible, 20k BP that has the auto. When this card is played, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and KO it, then place the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck into their owner's drop. So not only removal, but mill as well, as Jose does awaken his leader.
Plus Jose has 2 energy. All of these Zamasu cards require just 1 energy, 2 fuse. So he has enough to do this twice. That's 2 potential attacks. If Ivan has no negates, we're gonna see the first Zamasu come down, and this one is 20k Zamasu cleansing despair. When you union fuse, you draw 1, your opponent mills 1 card, your leader makes them mill 1, and he mills the secret rare.
Yeah, that's huge.
The SS4 Vegito, that's probably the best hit he could have hoped for, and now he's going for the attack. When he attacks, he draws 1, he combos with 1 card from under the Zamasu. He's doing this very, very smart, because he's going just to send his Goku Black to the drop so that he can fuse again.
Yeah.
A key thing to note here, to fuse you need Zamasu and the Goku Black. But these fused Zamasus as character are Zamasu. So you can just keep stacking them onto each other, and this is the SR once again milling 2, going for 20k.
And it looks like we are going to use some of these Goku Blacks that are underneath from the previous fusion to help facilitate some combo, make sure that these attacks start to go through.
He manages, what I was talking about, he manages to get Ivan down to 4 life. Ivan is not going to be using the Sacred Water here. Jose opting to go with a more aggressive strategy this time around. Maybe this is going to be the start of a comeback here.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We've still got plenty more action from this Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters final here, as Ivan is going to go and have a look through into the deck. Gets an Ox King into the drop. And with 3 energy now available to him, 2 plus the energy marker.
So he's still going to likely go into a Z extra, but it's going to be the Mighty Blast card instead of the Sacred Water. So there we go. He awakens, gets 2 testing the oppositions. His token negates, his free negates, uses the leader ability, plays a 30k Grandpa Gohan. So he's considering which card he's going to minus. He's going to minus the Zamasu.
And then plays down the Son Goku again, the 5 cost. Another, the Ox King makes its way out of the drop. There is the KO of that fused Zamasu there, meaning that the Goku Black and Zamasu is going to go away as well underneath it. And the Son Goku will be able to attack 30k with double strike as well. Jose, though, looking like he is going to combo out of this attack.
Yeah, he's using the dormant potential. He's going to take that double strike, but there's just going to be 1 more attack left coming in from Ivan's side. And he's opting not to go for the Unison. He knows if he finds any way to play a skillless card for free, that Unison is gone. So he's just going to focus on the leader. Jose answering with a super combo. His hand looks, well, it's pretty healthy. It's 9 cards or so in hand.
And another Goku Black makes its way into the drop as well. alongside the Super Combo, which of course is a card type you can only have 4 copies of in your deck. So very, very important for both of these players to be able to track exactly when those super combos get used, how many of the super combos are used. There's 2 making its way out of the hand here now for Jose.
Yes, 2 super combos. Okay, that is a lot of commitment to get out of this, but he got 4 new cards in hand. He is definitely digging here for answers.
And it's just going to be the pass after that from Ivan there as well. Draw the card, see what we're going to look to charge, and maybe how many more times we can start going with those fusion abilities. As it looks like a second copy of the Ideal World Creation has been charged there. 15k leader swing now on its way.
So now with free energy, you might be able to use Total God's Rage Fuse Zamasu, which we saw earlier. He has to use the Union's ability first, which might be met by a Chaozu that's going to remove the Unison, but at least he's going to get one of the fusion pieces out, which is probably going to be a Z-Battle card again. Yeah, just checking here. Only 1 skillless card in the drop.
And 1 super combo used as well there to deal with that leader attack. Here we go again, just like last game.
No, he has to stop. Ivan stopped him immediately. The condition wasn't met because Solidarity needs the opponent to have free energy, and Ivan just reminded him quickly, no, the last card is an energy marker.
Yeah, which doesn't count as the overall energy count. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So instead, we're going to see a little bit of a pivot here. Instead, we see the Zamasu and Goku Black making its way onto the board alongside the Bujin Space Pirate Psychic. And it looks like we are going to get some fusion going as well there, with the 5-cost fused Zamasu back on the board now.
And it also has a removal effect, so he's going to be fighting here for the board. The Unison gets a marker because a card was milled. The Bujin was huge here because it sent Chaozu straight to the drop, making it impossible for it to bring out a skillless card and then just remove the Unison. It's a 25k being met with the super combo. Pot on deck 1, draw 2. Both of them are 25, and in comes the Koitsukai.
And that combos the rest of the attack and makes it safe. Jose there. From there, we'll pass the turn straight back over to Ivan, who hasn't quite had the same start or the same level of consistency throughout his play here in Game 2 as opposed to Game 1. I think we were talking about at this point in Game 1, we had, what, 3 or 4 copies of the Grandpa Gohan. We had the Son Goku out as well. We had plenty of attacking threats. We had double strike damage being dealt everywhere. And this time, Jose has been able to keep the tempo a little bit more for himself. Second Gohan Grandpa, though, hits the board.
Yeah, removes the marker from the Unison, so Unison down to 1. Ivan will still have to spread the minusing effects between the Unison and the Zamasu. He did get free battle cards now, free skill assess. That might again be a bit of a taller order to deal with. 2 is much easier for Zamasu to fight. At 3, Ivan is putting himself again into a dominant position. That's what we keep seeing here with the Kid Kudek. Zamasu finally fights for the board, and then he, almost for free, gets multiple attackers again.
Yeah, and that was in the form of the Son Goku making its way onto board. What have you just seen there, Damien?
That is King Vegeta's Seed and Ambition. It counters a 1-cost counter that is being used for free, and Jose opted to use the dormant potential for free because of the Unison, and even just shut it down. Negated the floodgate, so he's gonna have multiple attacks coming in here. Let's see what Jose can do. We see a Frieza Charismatic Villain that's a counter play. So It's not the one that's gonna see play here. No, he opts to combo with the Frieza, so he's up to 20.
Yep, so now needs to find another, what, 20 more potentially here with a 30k. It looks like it's being comboed up as well with the Ox King, so that's going to make it 35 right now.
And one of the cards that he just got rid of is the Zamasu, the 8 cost that he got earlier in the game, which would have allowed him to mill 3 cards and to restand one of his Zamasus, so he's gonna get out of it, but it's gonna be very, very pricey for him.
Yeah, just really, really fearful of that double strike making its way through into the life and taking the damage there. It did in the last game. We are now going to go ahead and swing in with this awakened leader. Doesn't look like we're going to combo up here for Ivan, so this is going to be all on Jose. We'll just need the +5, and it does find it in the form of a Zamasu. Now 30k going in from the Grandpa Gohan. Jose will take 30k, this time going into the Z Union.
He gets his secret rare Cell Max from the life.
Ooh.
Yes. So he's going to try to attack with it for the game, but we did so testing the opposition in Ivan's hand. He has the Violent Rays in his hand. He has tools to get out of it. Now it's also a question of whether or not Ivan is going to predict what's going to happen. Jose might try to bait them out with multiple Zamasu swings if he manages to get them out, just to try to assure that the Cell Max swings for 4 damage and closes the game.
Well, we're going to start with the Fusamasu leader with just the 15,000 power swing. No combo up for Jose, so we just need the +5 to be able to send the attack safe. We're going to go ahead with this Grandpa Gohan here. And the Son Goku as well.
Yes, yes. So Goku gets out of the Zamasu's 20k swing just for the price of 2 cards.
And here it is.
And here it is. Yes, Cell Max comes down. There's only the energy marker there. So, but with 2 different types of negates, Ivan might opt to go with testing the opposition here. That way he's gonna have to take a life to create a blocker token, but he's gonna have 1 energy opened if he wants to play something else.
You see Jose there just analyzing the drop, seeing exactly what Ivan might be able to have into hand. We are going to go ahead and see the 40k quadruple strike swing. Ivan, though, looks like he does have answers and will utilize them. Is it going to be the testing the opposition there?
Yes.
It will.
There we go. So, takes a life, stops the attack, creates a blocker token. Jose still has free energy. So what's his plan here? He needs to, if he wants to use fusion, he needs to get the Z Unison out again to be able to set up the pieces on the board. Now he is counting, is it worth spending that much? Because that's gonna set him back 2 energy at least. And if he pays 1 and he runs into a Chaozu, he just wasted that energy.
So looking into the Z deck, trying to figure out, is this the right time? Go back into the drop, see a lot of tools that have already gone either via combos or thanks to all of the fusions that have been dealt with.
Let's see, it's a tough decision. It's definitely a tough decision. There is the fear of a lingering Chaozu. He is going to try.
Yeah, we're going to go into the Z deck, it looks like here. Paying the 1 energy. Trying to figure out, is this the right time to drop another Z Union? Is this another right time to try and fuse?
It's a question of how confident he is that whether or not Ivan has another Chaozu in hand. He's going to risk it.
Ooh.
He's going to risk it with the Govasu.
It's there.
Yeah,
There's the Chaozu.
And there goes the Z Unison. Risky play, definitely a risky play, but it was worth giving it a go. If Ivan didn't happen to have that Chaozu, that would have really turned the favor to Zamasu. So he's gonna go into the Z deck again, establish his own Mighty Blast Z extra card, and probably just pass the turn here.
Yeah. So the Limit Ultra Kamehameha Mighty Blast has an activate battle. Place one of your Z energy into your drop, then remove this card from the game. Choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 3 or less, and then KO it. Then up to one of your cards gets plus 10,000 power for the battle. So does have a little bit of removal here, but we're in a very similar board position now as we were towards the last turn of game 1 for Ivan, where it's a very, very wide board for him. And now he's going to go into the Z deck himself for the 10 times Kamehameha Mighty Blast. And now here goes the swing. 30k right now with that double strike as well.
With one energy open, he says no negates. That is 40k now. That is 40k double.
Yeah, and there's also an opportunity to use that 10 times Kamehameha to give an extra plus 15,000 power, but that might just be used at the last moment to help close things out. We're going to see an energy being paid here for the second activate battle effect of the Limit Ultra Kamehameha. The leader is green. Place 3 of the energy in your drop and remove this card from the game. Choose one card from your opponent's hand and discard it. Then choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 5 or less, KO it, and then one of your cards gets plus 15,000 power for the battle. So KOing and dealing with that Son Goku, getting the attack safe with the power boost, as well as getting a little bit of hand disruption on Ivan.
Even using the Kuchukai from his drop, he needs to bottom deck up to 2 cards and then draw the same amount. So you can't bottom deck 1 and draw 2. You need to like 1 for 1 or 2 for 2 here.
And it looks like we just saw the 1 for 1 there as well. Now here comes the Ox King attacking for 30,000. Will meet a counter.
Yes, the shocking dead ball counter negate, simple one. But you can pay a life instead of paying for it.
Yeah, but now that's opened the window for another Son Goku to make its way onto the board. Brings along Grandpa Gohan with it once again. So now that's 3 copies of Grandpa Gohan that is on the board.
And all of them are so big attackers. 30k. Jose is out of energy. He's down to 2 lives. Ivan knows that there are no floodgates in the game. Yeah, there is a homicidal clone, but there are no floodgates that can come in for free at the moment. So he's just welcomed to attack.
Yeah, dropping some more combo. And now here comes the use of the energy marker, getting rid of that blocker and potentially clearing the way with not much energy left in the energy reserve and no in hand.
This is gonna be game now. So yeah, he just combos with everything.
Combo up. And that looks like, there you can see the hand is going to be dropped. Everything is there. The handshake is extended.
Ivan Serrano wins. Ivan Serrano is your new European Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters champion.
Wow, congratulations. What a game that was there. I mean, we've got to give massive credit as well to Jose there, especially in that second game. That was a really, really close matchup, but in the end, Son Goku just had too much, and that window that was open for the second Son Goku to be played as well was down to perfection. Congratulations, Jose.
Amazing display from both players. Ivan, a masterful player. He topped so many regional events here in Europe. Jose taking as a Masu deck into the Kid-Ku meta, knowing that it's an underdog and still making it to the finale. Masterful display. And we will be seeing these players at the world stage as well in January.
Wow, absolutely incredible. What an incredible grand final that we have there. The first grand final across the Bandai Cardfest programming as well. So make sure that you stay tuned for the rest of those. But before that, we will, of course, have our presentation ceremony for our champion, our second place player, and our third place finisher as well. I mean, where do you think that this win now puts the format? But obviously, Son Goku, so strong. Clearly, a European Championship winning deck right there. What do you think this is going to mean now going forward into Worlds?
Into Worlds, I think that we will be seeing more of this Son Goku leader. Fuse Zamasu, Insanity from Justice, has proven itself to be a green deck that's really worth running in this metagame. So we might see a bit yellow coming in at the world stage, as well as it's done a very good job with Oceanus Shenron and Wova Shenron to fight Kitku. And now we see Son Goku. Now we see a place for green in here as well. So the World Championship is sure to be super diverse.
So if we're saying that Son Goku is going to be one of the biggest decks to beat, what beats it? What stops Son Goku?
Oof. Well, that is a question for players at the world stage to answer.
Absolutely. Well, we can see just to our left-hand side that, of course, Ivan and Jose both getting their rightful congratulations to getting it all the way to this far. But, of course, it is Son Goku that will take home the crown as the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters European champion. An incredible display, an incredible occasion for all of these players. I can just see Ivan and Jose both getting their congratulations, as it looks like they'll be making their way very soon for the ceremony, for the trophy ceremony. I'm not sure if we'll be able to grab them for a chat potentially. So the interview will be on the stage. So for the champions for the championship presentation, so we will be able to have a word.
Yeah, so we will be having an interview very soon. It's been an awesome game.
Yeah,
it's been an awesome game. They're friends, teammates, fighting here in the finale, playing two amazing leaders.
You can see the passion, the celebration, everybody really excited for these players. Obviously, like you say, teammates as well, so we'll have known and play tested with each other, ready to go into this final matchup, then to get all the way to the grand final. And we did say as well right at the start that Zamasu was going to have a pretty tough time going up against Son Goku, and ended up proving that there, despite the effort that was put in.
Yes, it was a really good display from Fuse Zamasu, Insanity from Justice, and it's a very unique strategy for Green. Green did not have a meal deck until now, and it's great to see players gravitating towards this new deck from BT26 Ultimate Advent, which I'm pretty sure that we will see more of in the future.
Absolutely, we certainly hope so. I think the players just making sure they're getting everything ready for our presentation, where we will be able to hear from our winner as well. So be sure to stick around for that in just a moment, getting everything all set up. But I mean, it's really great to see the passion. You can see sort of the passion, the core community for Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters still very much alive and well, and supporting everything. So what we're going to do quickly while everything gets prepared and set out, we are going to go and cut to a very quick break, but don't go too far, because the trophy celebration and the winner's interview is coming up from our Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters final just after this.
Selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
Card Games Fest in Europe. We are here for the finals of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. Can I get some noise? I am Shaldo, and we are presenting the awards for the third, second, and first place winners who have fought their way through incredible competition blood, sweat, and tears all the way here. Number 3, I give to you on Son Goku, Ivan! And number 2, on Zamasu, I give to you, Jose! And number 1. And number 1, brother, I give to you, Ivan on Son Goku! Can we hear from the winner? Ivan, viva la Spain, yes?
Viva España! I want to congratulate all of my teammates and all the players we have in Masters. That's the greatest game Bandai have. Okay, so keep supporting it. Long time, long lives to Masters. And thank you for my team. Tactical Abe boys. Let's go, Taps! And last thing, I want to shout out my brother, David, from Serrano's Corp, and our seller, our friend, Montal Fan, that gives us all the cards we need to play. Thank you.
Round of applause for the top 3, please. Thank you very much for tuning in. Stay tuned for your next top finals on the trading card games here at Bandai Card Game Fest in Europe. We'll be with you very soon.
Dragon Ball Daima is coming to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. Ready-to-play starter decks are on their way. A new adventure begins on November 8th. Booster Pack Ultra Limit. New leaders enter the game. Son Goku, inherit the will of your friends and win the Tournament of Power. Son Gohan, unleash your hidden power against the looming threat. Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince shows his true power. Majin Buu, through repeated absorption, the Buu transforms further. Baby Vegeta, Super Baby 2, take your men under your command and complete your terrible ambitions. Booster Pack Set 4 includes 2 secret rares. In addition, the secret rare also has an alternate art version. Booster Pack Ultra Limit, on sale from November 15, 2024. The extreme battles begin.
Go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump, fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now I'm stepping up to home. Like straight out the sand lot, now I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that karma steady growing. Got this far, I go hard, let God take control. starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. See you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Yeah. Go dummy, go beast on 'em. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on 'em. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on 'em. Put that 500 degrees on 'em. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on 'em. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on 'em. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on 'em. Put that 500 degrees on 'em. 500 degrees. Smell good, skin clear. This here my year. Hey, look up here. This here my tier. Same fit 4 days. I grind 4 ways. I play no games. All me, no blame. On the wave, my own wave. Can't stop my shine. In the lane, my own lane. Can't stop my grind. 40 yard in the V12 and like 1.5. At 19, I cleared 19 in a month, no lie. Oh God. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. See you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Yeah. Go dummy, go beast on 'em. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on 'em. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on 'em. Put that 500 degrees on 'em. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on 'em. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on 'em. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on 'em. Put that 500 degrees on 'em. 500 degrees.
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much.
Hello. I'm playing now.
Okay.
Okay. Going to. I win. This is mine. What's your favorite card?
Of them all?
Yes.
For me,
Oh. Can I pick up?
Yeah.
Cadetto, qual è la più bella?
It's beautiful. Marco. I like.
This one.
Oh, Reiju. Yeah.
Yes,
Why-
yes.
why?
No.
So.
This is a very, very good card.
Beautiful. Where are you all from?
Italy, Rome.
Buongiorno.
Buon pranzo.
Okay. Is that south, north?
Central.
Central. Okay. Oh, Rome. Okay. I've been once. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I've been to South Italy. I've been to where else? Yeah. I've been a little around Italy. A little. Yes. Yeah.
Sicily,
Is this your first time here?
no, it's our...
Second. And what do you think? Are you having a good time?
Yes. The festival is great. It's organized well. I think the tournament went but the thing is that as soon as we play, we enjoy the time. It's good. It's
We
good.
are with friends, so we like to spend time each other, playing cards, and it's a very well organized tournament.
And do you play the One Piece card game a lot back at home in Italy?
Yeah. It's been 2 years that we're playing this card game, and we are with a lot of great players from every part of Italy.
Like
from
as you see,
Dicle.
I have this card
It's,
signed.
he will be the...
Yeah, this is the leader I play.
Oh wow!
It's signed by this, which is our friend. They made it to the top cut in the European, and he will go to the World Championship.
He will go to Japan, Digle.
Oh,
Now he's eating Five Guys.
Wow. So this is for me, yes?
No, yeah. The sign on the back is that is the treasure.
Best leader.
Of course.
Yeah.
And who is your favorite One Piece character?
Kuzan or Blackbeard.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful, beautiful.
For me, in the Soets is Sanji, but apart from Soets, I think it's Law because of the flashback, Rosinante, and everything.
For me, Kid.
Kid. Okay.
Kid.
Interesting. Yes.
Kid or Bonnie.
Or Bonnie. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Wow. Okay.
What's yours?
Well, in the anime, Luffy, definitely. Yes, yeah. I have. I got the first starter packs for Luffy and Kaido. Yes, so they're my prize. Their prize. Yes, yeah. I'm very proud of them. Very proud of them.
Very, very good card.
Yes, yeah. But it's very exciting to see where the card game is going now. So
Yeah, I didn't think it would become this big. Like when we were in the first European here in Utrecht. The thing is that there were a lot of players. I didn't expect it, but right now, even the level of the players is very, very high. Like right now, when you play, you know you're playing against very good
do you think it's
players.
become so popular because One Piece is popular, or because the card game is good, or because both?
I think that's a great question, and the answer is that it's a combo of both. Because One Piece, it's huge, it's undeniable. But the card game is good. It's very, very good. Like now with Luffy, previously with Sakazuki, there were a lot of good leaders and good gameplay. So it's a perfect combo for me.
I've seen the Black Yellow Luffy is doing a lot this weekend. It's
Yeah.
Black Yellow Luffy, Luffy, and the Nami. I saw a very good Nami leader.
I didn't expect to see that many Namis, but I think there are still a couple in top cut. So it's a viable deck. It's good.
And how have you done this weekend? Are you happy with your performance?
Not very good. I've done 4-4 and then I dropped it, but it was unlucky. But the thing is that we still had fun, and previous tournaments went better, so it's okay.
Well, you've come here, you've had a good time, and there's always next year as well, right?
Yeah. That's the.
Unfortunately, it's a best of one, the game. So you can lose one game if you break. So you're very unlucky.
Yes.
So there is a lot of skill in, especially in, of course, in this deck. There is a lot of skill. But if you get unlucky day or unlucky matchup or a bad matchup, you can lose. And in fact, I think that the B of 3 is better.
Yes, yeah.
Because the player with the most skill.
Yes.
Most skilled player.
With so many players as well, it has to run in a certain way too.
Yeah.
But the important thing is that everybody's here having a good time. It looks like
we're a lot of good time.
Anybody new here?
Every matchup against maybe a player from your same region or same nationality, it's a new friend. Maybe because you meet each other in Rome, in Italy, everywhere.
Yes.
So there are always the same player and always new players. So you have made good friends. We're friends all over from Italy, all over Italy.
And do you have any advice for anybody who wants to take up the One Piece card game? Maybe somebody who's watching at home.
Now it's hard because there are 9 sets, but I think that the game it's not very difficult, and there are decks that change every meta. So every set that has been released, there is a new meta, so new decks. So you don't have to learn the decks from OPO1, OPO2, OPO3.
What the card meta?
Not every deck.
Yes.
There are a few decks that you have to learn, but if you are good, if you practice a lot, you can just start with that.
I see sometimes when I'm watching the games and people play the cards and you don't even need to look at the cards or the effects. How long did it take you to learn all of the different cards?
It took a lot because we started playing since OP2.
Yeah.
So most likely, every set when a set is released, we look at every card to build the best decks. So we always knew every card. So and we face each other. So
okay, so here is a skill check.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the effect of this card is without looking?
So it's a counter 2K.
Yep.
And active main, it gives you 5 dons. And at the end of your turn, you give back every dons until you have the same don of your opponent.
Look at that. Look at that.
Because I played this card, so I knew this. I don't know this card Gundam because I never played Gundam. But we know every card.
Like you have a few games going on here.
Those are, I think, the best cards in the game because they do prize about cards that are good in the game. So most likely we know every card.
Yes, yeah.
At least.
It's very impressive. Very cool.
Yeah, I think that one cool thing about ourselves is that we are 3 friends since a lot, okay, but we made a lot of new friends because of the game, because of the connections. And the main advice that I can give, my honest opinion, we never played any other card games. Like I never played Yu-Gi, I never played Pokemon. This was my first card game, okay? So the thing is that if you have some spare time that you want to invest just to enjoy, why not?
Yeah.
You have the simulator, you have the community. The community is big, so you can try and start whenever you feel so.
And especially if you're a One Piece fan, it's even better.
No, of course. Everything started in my case from something like completely random. Like I was at a party, one of my friends said to me, "Oh, Valerio, OPO1 boxes are out, let's buy a couple." Okay, like 3 in the morning, I bought a couple boxes. Then I pulled like Zoro, Alt-Art. 3 in the morning.
Wow.
Like I pulled Zoro, Alt-Art, and then I said, okay, just selling the art, it's cool, no? But let's try and build the deck.
Yes.
We built the deck, we played, and then it happened.
2 years later.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, it's...
And do you ever see any characters in the cards from One Piece where you think, who is that?
A couple of times, like maybe the film cards.
Yes, yeah.
Like,
yes.
Yeah.
The films are not so popular, so we always watch the anime and we read the manga.
I'm a super One Piece fan, so I know all of the characters.
Yeah, we know every character, but sometimes appears one film characters from 10 years ago, and we see like, who's this? So, but now we know that. So the other characters are all well known.
Yes. Gentlemen, very nice to meet you.
Thanks.
Right, let's find somebody else to talk to. Who should we talk to? Oh, maybe you. Hello. Can we talk? Hello, what are you playing?
Katakuri.
Katakuri?
Yes.
Okay. And any card games you're playing here? Any of the card games that are here today that you're playing?
One Piece.
One Piece, okay. And who is your leader?
Katakuri.
Oh. I just understood. Sorry, when you said Katakuri, I thought we were talking about something completely. I get you now. So yes, Katakuri. Okay. And why Katakuri? Why do you like Katakuri?
I like yellow, the yellow cards with the triggers. It makes so much fun.
And where have you come over from?
From Germany.
From Germany.
Bayern.
Is this your first time at a card game event like this?
No.
So you've been to this one before or other card game events?
Other card game events too.
Is this the biggest one that you've been to? And have you had a good time? How have you done this weekend?
It was okay. It makes me a much of fun, and that was okay for me. So today I played the side events, and yes.
Okay. And what advice would you have for people at home who are thinking about getting into the One Piece card game?
What do you mean?
What would you say to somebody who is interested in the One Piece card game?
Guys should try this game because it makes very much fun. It's really nice with the guys and with the other people to play this card game. It makes very much fun.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank
you.
Let's find some more people. Who can we talk to? Sir, do you play card games?
I do indeed, yes.
Really?
Yeah, I play.
We've never met before, have we, sir?
No, I don't know who you are. What's your name, sorry?
I'm Shaldo.
Oh, I'm
And
Taj.
yourself?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You look like you know about card games.
A little bit. I just know a little bit.
Yeah,
Just a tiny little bit. Yeah.
And what is your favourite card game?
The One Piece card game.
The One Piece card game?
By far.
Who do you play?
My current deck is Sanji from PRB01. Not meta at all, but I always love.
Do you play for fun or do you play to compete?
I play for fun. I always say it's really important when you pick a leader and pick a deck, that you pick a play style that you like and you pick a character that you like. It's all about having fun. If you're not having fun, you're not doing it for the right purpose.
And I suppose there's a completely different meta for people who are playing for enjoyment as opposed to those who are coming to a tournament to win, right?
There's different types of players. There's competitive players who come play the meta, and I really highly rate them because it takes a lot of hard work and dedication and the hours that you put in to be at that top level. Me, I'm nowhere near those guys. I envy the work they put in, and I respect what they do for that. For myself, I enjoy watching them master their skill.
As somebody who casts so many high-level card games, what would you say it takes to be a competitor, like a high-level competitor? What do you think it takes in terms of mentality, in terms of deck building, just in terms of skill in order to get yourself to the top and potentially win a major tournament like this?
Think of it as a profession. As with any other profession, you've got to study hard, understand what your opponents are going to be playing, put the time in, the energy in. And what I say is the people who are top players in tournaments like this, you can see them have pretty much they've spent years doing a degree in being a poker or One Piece card game master or a Digimon master. Because of all the effort that they've put in there, it shows.
Yeah, I suppose you have to try out different matchups, get used to counter plays, that kind of thing, know every single card that could potentially come up against you, and also pick the leaders and the deck that's going to lead you to victory based on what the current meta is. So, and then there's of course luck involved in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, most card games are exactly as you described. It's all about understanding what you're going to be playing against, but there is also an element of luck. At the end of the day, you've got to pick that card up from the top of the deck and hope it's the right piece.
It's fantastic. And what advice would you say to anybody at home who wants to join the One Piece card game community and become a player?
Well, it's the best card game community I've ever been in, and it's definitely the best card game community I've ever been in. Everyone's so friendly. You don't have, you go to events, you see the same people again and again. and the love is real, you know, around the room. So definitely get involved. People are welcoming. Try a pre-release event, a release event now. Buy some starter decks. Sit down with your friends and just learn the game.
Starter deck is sufficient for somebody who just wants to dip their toe in?
Yeah, absolutely. If you just want to get into the game, pick up a starter deck, 2 starter decks, play against someone. You can even do it on your dinner table at home. Sit down, play against each other, learn the mechanics of the game. You can watch streams of the tournaments as well, like we've got this weekend.
They see you there then?
Yeah, and absolutely, it'll help you to pick up the game, and if you like it, your skill levels can go up by visiting your local card game shops and playing with people there as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Taj.
Thank you, Charles.
Shall we find one more person? Let's see, who can we find? Let's have a wander. So as you can see, there are competitors all over the place here. People enjoying themselves, still got a couple of the finals going on. Who do we want to talk to? Maybe this gentleman over here. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Can we talk?
Sorry?
Can we talk?
No, I was speaking.
Oh.
That's my favorite run. No one challenges me.
Hello. Can we talk?
Hi. No, thanks.
No? Okay. That's okay. We'll find somebody else then. I think they're in the middle of the games. Gentlemen, hello. How's it going? What are you all playing?
One Piece.
One Piece.
Yeah.
Who is your leader?
Crocodile today.
And yourself?
For me, it was Black, Yellow, Luffy.
Oh, that's a popular one, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And how about you?
I was playing NL.
You was
NL.
NL, okay.
I was playing BY as well. BY.
Oh, BY, yep.
The OPO1 Law.
Law, nice, okay. And how have you all done this weekend?
I went 8-4. Had a pretty bad start, but at the end it got a bit better, and yeah, so it was okay all around.
And have you had fun this weekend? Yeah?
Yeah.
Great. And last question, what would you say to the people at home who are watching, who are interested in a One Piece card game? Anyone?
Should definitely start playing it. It's fun and pretty easy to get into. It's a great game.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to throw to a break and then we're going to see you for, I believe it is the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. So we will see you after the break. My name is Shaldo. We're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour in Europe.
Straight ready and into it. Good afternoon, everybody. Ben Fitzpatrick, Damian with you as well. Ready indeed for the Dragon Super Card Game Fusion World Final.
Yeah, and we have an exciting match for you. We have actually a repeat on the stream. It's Davide with Majin Buu, the newest from from the 4th set, new Yellow Buu, versus a deck that we have seen also on stream. In fact, twice now, Fused Zamasu.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see this be one of the most represented decks for blue and then make it all the way up to the final as well. Going to be using cards like Vegito, like the Videl as well to really build some great tempo. You can see the players already getting ready and set up. Giuseppe is on as Zamasu at Fuse and Davide is on the Majin Buu Evil.
You know, I believe these are the same. We had both of these players yesterday.
Fantastic.
They both won their games and now they're facing off in the finale.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really good matchup, of course, similar to what we just had with Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. We are best of 3. We are 60-minute time limit with the potential for 10 minutes or 3 turns, whichever happens first.
For our viewers, 1 second, I did talk with Davide briefly. He said he didn't... None of his games went above 15 minutes with this Buu deck. It's exceptionally aggressive.
Well, we're going to try and get into it pretty much straight away here. The players drawing their opening cards. You can see there Giuseppe with the energy marker, so we'll be going second here in this matchup. Who do you think that this, obviously we saw this matchup in the best of 1 scenario. Who do you think this matchup favors when we go into best of 3 now?
Well, I think I'm leaning to say Majin Buu because this leader plays an archetype with cards which are so big. So we have our 30k attackers, we have our 25k plus cards. So he's immediately stripping Zamasu's biggest advantage of that baseline 25k power. And we saw how Davide played into Zamasu on stream yesterday. So I believe if I were to predict, I think Majin Buu might win this.
Yeah, that Babidi combo is just so potent in this
3
deck.
turns in a row.
It's so strong, as we can see here, the players drawing their opening hands with the mulligans as well. We are underway in our Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World Final. So
and here we start. Let's see. One energy immediately goes into the Bulma. So Bulma has Activate Battle. You switch this card to rest mode, add up to 1 card from your life to your hand. It helps you self-awaken. Then you choose one. You choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards with a cost 4 or less and switch it to rest mode. Or if you have a rest mode battle card with a cost 3 or more, you draw 1 more.
Well, that's not unfortunately going to happen there, because the Zamasu 1 cost makes its way onto the board, just bottom decking that 1 cost Bulma. So then immediately with the attack going in, will take the damage there, Davide. And now after charging on the second turn, is going to swing for that damage for himself, comboing away with the Trunks.
So Zamasu gets out of it with the Trunks combo. Davide passes the turn. So let's see what's he is considering charging the 1-drop cantrip Trunks, but he's gonna go with the Mai.
Yeah, and I think okay, we're gonna play the Pilaf here.
There, the familiar face in blue Pilaf comes down, grabs the Trunks, plays him, draws another card, and just passes the turn here.
Yeah, had a feeling that was going to be a sort of a help setup turn there on turn 2 for Giuseppe. Does play the Trunks down to get the extra card, and of course that Pilaf being able to retrieve a 1 cost or less Earthling in its special traits from drop to hand if there are 7 or less cards in hand. 15k now from the Majin Buu Evil Leader.
Let's see, are there gonna be any combos here? Yep, comboing the Trunks from hand, going to 20, getting out of this attack. Well, Davide still has 3 energy, and there we see, there we go. He plays the Babidi, and Babidi on play. If this is your leader, play up to 1 battle card which costs 3 or less, and Majin, and we see the 30k Majin Buu swinging in again. 30k, such a huge attacker so early on in the game.
Yeah, really, really nice. And we said about this, didn't we, just at the start of this game, that this Babidi Kid Buu combo is just so strong. If Davide can continue to see it early and loop it as well, it'll be really, really difficult for Giuseppe to try and keep up. Over onto his next turn, though, is going to try and figure out what to charge. It is going to be, it looks like, the Sun Goten was being initially reached for there.
Instead, he's gonna go with Zeno. He's gonna charge the Zeno in here. He knows, like, okay, this matchup might be really fast. Let's charge our 6-drop board wipe here, and then let's go for some more answers. Let's go for some more cards. I'm gonna check the top card here with Marin.
Yep, if I have 7 or fewer cards in hand, look at the top card of the deck, place it either at the top or down at the bottom, and then draw the card. So like you say, a nice little bit of opportunity to see what might be coming up next. If we're happy with it, we'll draw it into hand. If not, we'll try and see what else the deck has. Here is Videl here now onto the board. This was a card we mentioned in the build-up. It's about to get its when attacking ability. 7 or fewer cards in hand, 1 blue non-Videl card with a cost of 3 or less, and Earthling in its special traits goes from drop into hand.
Okay, so Zamasu is assembling a sort of a board, though that's only small cards. That's a more hand advantage here. He's building up his hand. Like we said yesterday, once he awakens, there is no card to draw anymore, so he's making sure that he sees as much key pieces as he needs. It is a deck that's good going into the longer game. So at the moment, he's just binding his time here. He's gonna combo on the attack, but Davide is going to answer with a Bulma combo to get out of it, passing the turn to him. This Majin Buu has a permanent, he can't restand, so he can switch himself back to active mode. He has to do that with his activate main ability. So let's see what's going to be the charge here. Okay.
It is going to be the 3-cost SR Majin Buu Evil. That's going to be charged away. We're going to Bulma again here. And now with that ability, it looks like we're drawing some cards, going with the attacks.
So no negates though. So yeah, just combo the Marin. Get out of the swing. Davide still needs to take 2 more lives to be able to awaken. Then he can start putting on the pressure with his leader. Let's see. Okay, he has some options in his hand. He has the 5-cost here. He's gonna play the 2-cost though. This is a self-awakener. That is a Majin Buu Evil. It's a turn that we use when you play a card and you add a card from your life to your hand, because in this game you want to get to 4 lives and to awaken. It might sound counterintuitive, but it gives you extra card in hands. It gives you stronger abilities of your leaders. So there we go, 2-cost 20k attack, and Giuseppe takes it.
Yeah, and of course, also with the benefits that you can get when awakening your leader, you also get generally a plus 5 to 10,000 powers boost as well, depending on what leader exactly it is that you're playing. We do see there the 2-cost Buu go ahead and KO to restand the 3-cost, go in for the 30k swing, and Giuseppe is going to take that damage. So 6 down to 5 for across both players. It's going to be a pass.
Pass the turn to Giuseppe. Okay.
So now what will Giuseppe look to do here? By the time we charge up 4 energy on board, 5 including the energy marker as well. Obviously one of the best tools that you can possibly use in blue would be that 5-cost secret rare Vegito. We'll be able to bounce back potentially the 3-cost Majin Buu Kid, or the Bulma 1-cost as well with its on-play ability.
Yeah, he has to get rid of that Majin Buu here. Like, constantly trying to swing out of, to out-combo 30k swings. It's not sustainable here. He has to find a way to get rid of it, and he does.
Wow.
He does, so both cards go to the bottom of the deck, and there we see an attack coming in from the Videl. Are there gonna be any combos on this attack? Yeah, the Son Gohan Adolescence really coming in on time to help clear the board here. Davide on the back foot, he takes the damage though. He is on 4 lives. He out-combos this swing, but he did get to 4, which will allow him to highly profit from his leader's awakened side.
Yeah, we take the damage though from the swing from the Son Gohan Adolescence. So over to Davide's turn. It will be who, like you said, on this turn is going to be able to awaken. And we are going to charge up another copy, or a copy of the 2-cost Majin Buu Kid now. So 5 energy on Davide's side. We're just going to start off with the 15k leader swing, draw a card, activate battle, go ahead and awaken. So now a 20k when attacking, draw a card, and auto once per turn. When your battle card with Margin or Evil Wizard in its special traits is KO'd, switch this card up to 1 of your energy into active, combining perfectly with that extra ability on the 3-cost Majin Buu.
And we immediately see pressure coming in. So 2-cost, this is the Majin Buu Pure Evil, 30k for 2 energy. And when attacking at the end of the battle, KO this card, which is then going to restand the leader, because it's a Majin that got KO'd, and now there's going to be a leader swing. The auto is going to trigger once per turn. It's going to draw another card. Immediately a lot of hand advantage, pushing Zamasu to 4 lives. Giuseppe looking whether or not he's going to try to combo out of this swing. He is gonna go for the 10k combo to get out of it. Davide with free energy left. There are some plays. I just think I saw Babidi in hand.
Well, we'll see if Davide will want to keep on the pressure with another potential Babidi. Already one having been used in this game so far.
Let's see, he knows that he needs to start pressuring because Zamasu wants to go into the long game here.
We see an energy absorption get played down there, activating main. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards, switch it to rest mode, and it's not going to be able to switch to active during the opponent's next turn. So Giuseppe isn't going to be able to reactivate that Son Gohan there. And if the card did have a 4 cost or more, there would have been an opportunity to get a card draw on as well. So Davide will do just that. And now the Bibbidi, it looks like, making its way onto the board here as well. Going to go ahead and search for some more margin cards.
Let's see what he gets. Okay, so he gets the free cost SR Majin Buu Evil. It's a big attacker, it's 25k. We'll talk about it when it comes down to the field. Anything else in his hand? Oh, he has free. I believe I saw free of the 5 cost 35k double strikers. Now, although that is a lot of pressure, that's 3 cards, up to 3 with 0 combo power. It's gonna be a bit difficult to push for a game, though he does have super combos in hand to help him out and the freezes. But 3 cards with 0 is not something that ideally you would want to see.
Well, we're going to see here the Bibbidi go in for an attack with a Supernova as well there, granting Bibbidi 20,000 power. So that's now a 25k 1 energy Bibbidi that will then also be able to choose an opponent's rest mode battle card with a cost of 4 or less, and it won't be switched to active mode. That's why that Videl has the dice shared underneath it with the Son Gohan as well, because now with Giuseppe in this refresh phase, he's not going to be able to restand 2 of his most potent attackers on board.
And we pass the turn to Giuseppe. Okay, so he's on 5 energy plus the energy marker. He's technically on 6. Has a lot of extra cards in hand. Not that many super proactive offensive plays. He does have the tools to survive, but with only 1 card there on the field, he's probably gonna go into this with L.
Well, Giuseppe here just looking and trying to figure out now exactly how we can give a little bit more advantage back to ourselves here. 1 energy initially being thought about here, and we are going to commit to it because it's going to be the Pilaf. So we're going to bring back 1 of the Son Gotens into hand. This represents another possible 10,000 power worth of combo, either in attack or in defense. And now for 2, we're going to go ahead and Videl once more, which is going to be able to attack in with this 20k swing here.
And get the thinking combo Sangoten back. And now we see again a leader swing attack, draw 1. And he is going for the Awaken.
Wow.
He is going for the Awaken, draws 1, 25k. Davide does have a super combo or a Frieza. There we go. Frieza to get out of the attack.
So now, importantly, as you were saying earlier there, Damian, now on Zamasu Fused's Awaken side, typically when you awaken your leader, you also still get the when attacking draw a card. But Zamasu Fuse is a little bit different. It's a 25,000 power leader, but because of that, the trade-off is that you can't draw a card when you attack. It has an activate main ability of once per turn, pay 1, discard a card from hand. If your life is at 2 or less, you add the top card of your deck to your life, so you can consistently look to try and heal damage that is done if you can hover around that 2 or less life region.
Yeah, and it's a form of card draw, basically. It is a form of card draw. Okay, So Davide charges one of the 5-cost bulls. He is on 6 energy. He's going to go into the Frieza, switch Pilaf to rest mode. So no 10k combos here, plus Pilaf being able to get attacked. Oh, he still has 5. He might be considering the 5-cost bull here.
There is still also that Zamasu in active mode at the moment on the board to represent another 10k combo just from battle cards. But now we do see the 5-cost make its way onto the board with the 3-cost margin Boo Kid as well.
That's gonna be a lot of attacks. First off, with 30k into the leader, let's draw attack leader to leader. He's then also going to be able to just, he's gonna combo here with the Frieza. Okay, so he's not gonna be KOing it, he's just gonna combo with it. He still has the ability to restand the Majin Buu.
As we see the Gallic gun there, and Davide's just going to scoop it up. Just realizes that the game's gone a little bit too long, and Giuseppe has built too much of an advantage board. So Zamasu Fused is going to go up by a game 2-0 here.
For those of our viewers who are wondering what happened here, why did Davide scoop now? The game is timed, so Davide recognizes, okay, it's been too long. I will be playing this match for way too long. I am risking not reaching the second game or the third game that I need in best of 3. So scooping here, it is a strategic move just to cut the time short, to have more time in the next game, and especially because it's best of 3 for the third game to happen, and then probably try to win in that one rather than spending extra time in this one.
Absolutely, and it was a really well played out game there from Giuseppe. I think one of the biggest things that Davide just didn't see was more of those Babbity combos, not being able to get multiple copies of the 3-cost Majin Buu Kid out onto the board, and from there Giuseppe was just able, despite having his Son Gohan Adolescence and his Videl frozen down, was able to find extra ones, find the combo power that he needed, and Davide realized, okay, this game isn't going anywhere for me, let's move to game 2.
That's right. So game 2, Davide is going to look to try to pressure as much as possible. So he has to win this game fast, so to buy enough time in the last turn, in the last round.
Yeah, and so go quickly he will look to do immediately with the Bibbidi, fetching out that 3-cost Majin Buu Kid. So Giuseppe onto his first turn will go ahead and charge. And it's going to be that Vegito that is going to be sent into the energy. And we're going to start off with a similar board sort of state, a similar advantage game played early. The Trunks into the battle area, drawing a card, another card drawn there from the 15k leader swing. And Davide will take the damage.
He wants to go down to 4. He's already assembling his combo pieces. We see that he has Babidi and the Buu in hand. So the chain is here, it's assembling. Now he just needs to be able to also awaken his leader to get that extra pressure.
Yeah, as we see the 2-cost Majin Buu Kid make its way onto board. As we said, that Self-Awakener on play. Add up to 1 card from your life to your hand. And then when KO'd, has that wonderful synergy with the 3-cost Majin Buu Kid to get ready, KO something, put an opponent's battle card into rest mode. And then when the 3-cost is on the board, restand that as well.
Such a strong synergistic deck here. As opposite to Zamasu Hudo, it is a strong deck. It's blue good stuff. It's not archetype. You're playing all of the best cards in blue. You're playing for the long control game here.
And a couple of them have actually gone into the energy right now as well. We're going to start off again with another copy of the 1-cost Trunks. Just go ahead and draw a card from the youth. And now with 2 energy available, which important to note as well there, I don't think Giuseppe used his energy marker at all in game 1. Didn't feel the need to, as now Son Goten is going to make its way onto the board and bounce that 2-cost Majin Buu back into Davide's hand.
Now passing the turn over to Davide. Let's see what's he gonna do here. So he now has enough energy to just go with the Babidi and to play the free cost Majin Buu. We see the 5 cost in the hand as well. That was the full chain when he was doing it. But because he wants to win fast, he's probably just, immediately. Go, pay free, play the Buu, try to win as fast as possible.
Yeah, as we saw that the attack from the leader was just comboed out with the copy of Mai. So now with the Babidi and the Majin Buu Kid onto the board, we'll likely see the Bibidi getting KO'd with the ability. As there it is, not much value that we're getting from that anymore, just the 5k combo power on board. So we'll allow the 30k attacker to go ahead and swing in once again. And the damage is going to be taken. It's the first damage it looks like that was taken there as well for Giuseppe in this game.
And it's a super combo. So that's a good pick. That's a good exchange here. He gets his super combo. He's going to attack into that Majin Buu Kid. And now he's just going to play the Gohan Adolescence, clear the board and pass the turn.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to attack into the leader. He doesn't want him to be able to awaken. Says you have to work for it. You have to play your own self-awakeners if you want to get there.
And this time, importantly, use the energy marker as well to have that 4th energy available. So while both players were charged up to 3 energy, the player that goes second gets an energy marker, essentially starts the game with +1 energy to be able to utilize. But as soon as you use it, it is gone. Now, Davide immediately playing down a second Babidi and Buu combination.
And we see an answer from Zamasu with the super combo. He just takes the other damage. And once again, switching Gohan Adolescence to rest mode and drawing a card for 1 energy, and he won't be able to restand now. A lot of value, a lot of board control here from Davide's side. How is Zamasu going to handle this here? He has to get rid of that 30k Kid Buu. That's definitely a priority here. Once again, he's just going to attack into it and draw.
Yeah, so at the moment, 15k needs another 20,000 power to be able to see that Majin Buu Kid possibly go down. We're going to see a big cost of an event, an extra getting paid here. This is Galactic Donut making its way down. Draw 2 cards, then choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards. It can't attack during your opponent's next turn. So there's a massive fused leader there, simply attacking, looking to get the extra card draw early. As you said there, you don't get the immediate card draw on the Awakened side. You just get a sort of semi-card draw with the card going into life from that Activate main. So just wants the extra card, and then with the Galactic Donut, just wants to freeze the game down, and again, play it at his tempo.
And we see Davide going into turn 5. We know that he has the 5 cost Buu in hand. But first, most important, get to those 4 lives. So another Self-Awakener, 20k swing. Comboing out with the Zeno here. And Davide just keeps throwing more cards in, trying to apply more pressure. But it looks like Giuseppe has answers for everything in his hand. Although Davide's board is becoming dangerously big.
Yeah, Davide now gets the opportunity to awaken thanks to that ball map. Activate battle, switch it to rest mode, and take that card from life. So now with that Majin Buu leader at that 20,000 power awakened level, still Davide with 2 energy available here as well to work with if he so desires.
Let's see, so he's definitely going to be able to switch his leader. However, there's just one effect that can do that, and we know that, well, now there's another effect.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it would not be too much work to use the Activate main, so we're just gonna have a 30k swing here. Giuseppe takes it, Buu goes away, restands the leader. We see 20k again, auto draw a card. Davide building a healthy hand size here. Giuseppe comboing out of this attack, and we just pass the turn.
Yeah, I was initially going to say there from Davide, I think he would have loved to also have seen a second copy of Energy Absorption just to keep this Son Gohan frozen down as well there, but instead had the opportunity to go for his tempo, continue it along as well with that Majin Buu Pure Evil, KO it, restand the leader, and just continue to try and swing. Zamasu Fused leader is going to go into the Bulma, take care of it, and a second copy of Son Gohan Adolescence comes down, clears the board for Davide, and now both of them were active at the start of this turn, so there's going to be 2 attacks making their way through in here for a 30,000 power base.
Davide desperately trying to rebuild his board, but this Son Gohan Adolescence is coming in, getting rid of everything. Does he have a chain in his hand? He has the 5 cost. Okay, he's gonna charge here. What can we see? He has 2 5 costs. He has the 3 cost SR. There is this super combo in hand as well. Draw 1. Okay, so now he gets the 30k free cost as well. It's just Babidi that is missing here. If I'm seeing this right, I might be seeing it wrong, folks. So,
well, it certainly looks like it is a very, very scary situation as the Majin Buu leader attacks in. Giuseppe will take the damage down to 3. Giuseppe, who's still yet to awaken his leader as well at this stage. And now trying to think and figure out, okay, how on earth do I break through this board? And how do I prevent Giuseppe from claiming the title of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Champion? It's going to be through that 5 cost Majin Buu.
there we go. So the double striker, the big one, which also plays the free cost 25k as well. With the activate main, once per turn, KO one of your battle cards, draw 1, and if your opponent has 6 or more cards in hand, they discard 1 from their hand. Hand destruction.
Yeah, so we are going to see the ability there, KOing itself, going to discard the Sinister Sickle. And now Davide is just left with 3 energy and the 3 cost double striker, which is going to attack in now. 35,000 power. Is going to get supernovaed as well to boost it up even further.
Let's see, is Zamasu going to try to combo out of this one?
Looks like we're going to start.
Okay.
Yep, Gallic Gun.
He also has a super combo. There we go.
So that's safe, and then there is the energy disruption that we were hoping to potentially have seen toward the end of Game 1. This time it does see it in combination with that supernova to rest down both of those Son Gohans and at least try and buy Davide another turn to find some answers, or even just look to close the game out in its entirety as well with that double striker. It's got to stay on the board though.
Okay, so what can Giuseppe do here? Let's see, he has a Pilaf, he has a couple of defensive extra cards in his hand. Davide is just on 3 lives, might consider trying to push here, but needs to get rid of the double striker. Because if it swings again, it might be able to connect next time.
Well, we're going to see 25k go first, so this is going to go into the leader, which is going to be comboed out for plus 10, making it 30,000 and safe for the battle. Now, Giuseppe's going to reach for 2 energy, and it's going to be for Videl.
Okay, this is good. It's going to swing Videl into the leader. No, into the Majin Buu.
Into Buu, grabbing back the Son Goten, so there will have to be some significant combo power here if we're wanting to deal any damage, but in fact we're just going to attack in here to get the effect, then Pilaf as well to get the Mai back. There's the Galactic Donut as well to make sure that that 5 cost Majin Buu is not going to be able to attack on the next turn.
And just like that, Giuseppe resumes control here in the matchup, builds his board, builds his hand back. Davide on the back foot again. Has to find a way to punch through here. Charges. He's considering charging though. Charges the Frieza. Okay, so we'll definitely be seeing one of the first swings is gonna be the swing from the leader, but he might look to assemble his board first. He has another 5 cost in hand. Let's see what's gonna be going forward here. Yeah, 5 cost.
It is going to be the 5 cost, and I think that Davide realizes himself now that he needs to try and take care of this game. There is a Bibbidi as well that comes alongside it.
And there is also the 30k Boo as well. Let's see, he's contemplating.
Yeah, it's just deciding about whether it's going to be worth trying to play that as a battle card onto board as an extra attacking threat. It is going to be the other 3 cost Majin Buu, the 25k, that will be able to force a card out from hand.
And now we have 2 attackers here, 35k double strike plus the 25k SR. And there is also the leader swing to contend with. Davide is just gonna go straight for the leader. He just wants this game over as fast as possible so that he has more time in game 3.
Well, the first attack from the 3 cost 25k gets comboed out for +5. We are going to see the Frieza get played down here, making sure that Pilaf is rested and not able to be used as combo power in the rest of Giuseppe's turn. Now another attack, this time going in from the leader with the +10 combo from the Frieza. That's going to make that a 30k swing.
Let's see. Any combos here? 30k, okay.
Okay, another 15 it looks like there. With 4 cards left in hand.
How is Giuseppe gonna combo out of this one? Or is he just gonna take the hit here? 25, there is a 10, that's 35, and I think the last 2 are 5, so it could be 45.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous to see exactly how Giuseppe wants to go alongside this here as well, with that 35k double striker waiting. It is going to be comboed out of with just 1 card left in hand.
3 cards worth of damage. Okay, 1 energy, BBD. Let's see what he gets. Still has 1 energy in active mode. Grabs a free cost Majin Buu. So Majin Buu Evil, 20k free cost.
And importantly, maybe more so in this situation, it's a +10k in combo power, as we're going to see the 35k that was played in this turn, the one that can attack and did not get hit with Galactic Donut, swing in, trying to do some double strike damage. Is Davide going to look to combo even further though?
He is considering it, because if Giuseppe's last card is a super combo, he gets out of it immediately. He might look to combo like an additional 10 just to be sure that it connects. But I think at this point it's fine to leave it at 35. It's probably just fine to leave it at 35.
I think it's better to leave it at 35, especially with what you're facing down on Giuseppe's next turn. We are going to Supernova, boosting it up, and keep that rested down on the 1 Sun Goten.
55, but he didn't attack the Zamasu, he attacked the Son Gohan Adolescence. He opted to clear the board, knowing, okay, I can't push for the win here, I'm missing 1 attack, let's just focus on board control. Only 2 cards left in hand, Zamasu attack that doesn't draw. This is gonna be a rough one for Giuseppe. Are we gonna see also a preemptive scoop here just to buy more time? Or does he feel confident enough that he might be able to get out of this situation if he plays a Zeno here that he has in the hand and clears the board? Does he feel like he has enough to push those free damage?
Well, with 1 energy being charged, it's going to be a Zeno that gets charged into the energy. And so we're going to go with a 25k swing into one of the 3 cost Majin Buu Evils. Davide is happy enough to see that go down. Energy restood. Now Videl into Bibbidi. Goes down, and there is a second Zeno.
There is the second Zeno, clears the board.
Wow. Huge there. We thought just for a moment with the Zeno getting charged, we thought, oh, well, why has it been charged? What's happening? But there's a second Zeno that comes down, wipes the board clean at the moment. And now for Giuseppe, with Zeno and Pilaf on the board, Davide with just the leader needing to do 3 damage as well.
He is looking to try, so he weighted the risk and he said, like, you know, like, no scoping. Let's see if we can push this out. It's just one more win and then I am the champion. Davide is now in a position where he has to rebuild his board again. He's going to use his super combo offensively here. Pay 1 for the Frieza, rest Zeno, and then play that Majin Buu, which he just got earlier. It's a 20k card, which also on KO draws a card, and you can KO up to one of your battle cards. It's an attacker that recycles himself. However, here is where the 25k power comes into play.
Yes. Yeah, so has to use either that final card in hand or the Frieza that's on board to try and deal some damage. We are going to go ahead and go in with the attack. It looks like it might be going into the Zeno here.
Giuseppe says, like, I don't have anything, I guess. So if he is going into the leader, he will have to combo a card here. Or he might just be going into the Zeno instead. Just rather remove it from the board and then try to push on the next turn, knowing that the Zamasu cannot draw.
Yeah. So I think they're just clarifying as to what the target of this attack was there, because Davide sort of motioned but both by the leader and at the Zeno. It was going into the leader, so we are going to see the Frieza combo up. Giuseppe takes the damage, which means now that leader ability is live for Giuseppe. Here comes a double striker though, and here comes the super combo.
45K.
And that's going to do it.
Davide wins in game 2.
Wow, what a finish there. Had a second super combo available into hand. The final double striker as well. And that were the last 2 cards that Davide had access to in hand. So just like that, out of what seemed like nowhere and against all possible odds after that Zeno got dropped, we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, we're going. This was a really exciting ending.
Yeah.
Such a turnaround. Now they're going into game 3, and here is where also that early strategic scoop comes into play. Davide now has more time to try to fight this Zamasu, because this game was a bit longer, but now he's like, okay, I'm in a good position. Let's try to win here. While Giuseppe is looking to try to also profit as much as possible in the late game.
Yeah. Well, we expected the best of the best here for this Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Final. We have got that here as well. You might have heard just out of earshot behind us where the viewing area is here in the venue. The reaction after seeing that double striker and the super combo getting played down as well to clinch the game for Davide, who immediately realizes that time is of the essence, sees that opening hand and says, I'm not happy with this. The same for Giuseppe as well.
Yeah, so opening hand in this case, it has to be perfect.
Yes.
Like, it has to be the best that you can hope for.
And the thing is as well, now that we are essentially with the game tied up, we're basically back into a best of 1 scenario.
Yeah,
this is going to be a winner takes all, and with about half an hour still remaining on time, this is going to be a very, very exciting end to this Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Final. The players have drawn from their mulligans, draw their opening hands, and we are underway in the deciding Game 3. And it's just going to be a 1 charge pass from Davide.
Okay, going now into Giuseppe's turn. We again see the SCR charged here, and let's see. He has the cantrip Trunks. Yeah, so 1 cost, play, draw a card. That's it. pass the turn, no attacks into the leader. Let's not help him awaken. Davide going in with another charge of the free cost SR, swing with the leader, draws into the SSB Son Goku.
And the combo there just being used from the Trunks youth to get out of the early attack. The 2-cost Majin Buu Evil makes its way down. Charge Gallic Gun, play Pilaf, get the Trunks youth back, and play it straight back down to continue to draw even further. It's that double Gallic Gun we found off the top of the deck as well.
That's gonna play a big role later on in the game when those big attackers come down. On Davide's turn, let's see, he has a 20k attacker on the field. Charges the Majin Buu. First swing with the leader, draw one. Just a combo out of it with Trunks, and here comes the 20k swing. Giuseppe considering using that Son Goten to get out of it.
There's also the Pilaf on board as well if we want to over combo with that plus 10k. Either is going to be an over combo, but we do see the Son Goten out from hand. Now here comes the Majin Buu Kid, 3-cost on to the damage and taking it as well after the first attack there. We're going to KO our 2-cost Majin Buu Kid as well. Restand that 3-cost, attack in again, and this is looking like a really good fast start from Davide in the early game.
On Giuseppe's side, we see the Zeno being picked up from the lives. So he has a Videl, he has a bunch of extra cards in hand. Also a very, very big amount of battle cards here, so there is combo power that's necessary in this matchup. Swings with the Videl, gets a card back, and then just passes it over to Davide.
So looking just to get those attacks for their various abilities, obviously with the leader drawing one extra card, and then Videl bringing back the Son Goten into the hand as well. So Davide has a potential window here to just keep looking to pile on the pressure as he has done so far in this opening of Game 3. Is going to go ahead and charge away the FBO2 SR of Son Goku. And then Frieza rests down Pilaf. Here comes Bulma as well now to look to try and help Davide self-awaken with a 15k swing.
Self-awaken, yeah, because he needs to get there. His opponent obviously isn't going to be attacking him. So let's see. Let's see, is there going to be a combo out? Yeah. So another Goten from the hand.
And now
with
just 2 energy.
What's he going to do here? Let's see, he does have 2 super combos, 2 supernovas, I think I saw 2. Also the double striker, 5-cost in there as well. Play the BBD.
Oh, grab ourselves the 3-cost Majin Buu Kid after I think seeing at least 1 copy of the Babidi go to the bottom of the deck in that stack. And now Babidi is going to go ahead and go into the Pilaf, take care of it, KO the Babidi as well, restand the Majin Buu Kid 3-cost, and it's going to be a representation of another 30,000 power swing into the leader.
Now, does he have a super combo? For our viewers who don't know, super combos are very important when it comes to defense. It gives you a huge boost. You can play only 4 of them, but it gives you 20k on defense. A single one would get Giuseppe out of this swing. Unfortunately, no super combo here. While on the other side, when you play it offensively, it is just a 10k. So Davide effectively has 40k in total in defense and 20k on offense between those 2 super combos.
Yeah, we see that now with the Videl, with the dice marker on top of it. That because it got hit with a supernova after Frieza went in for an attack as well. So Giuseppe down to 5 life at the moment, 1 away from potentially being able to awaken. But we've seen here that he's tried to leave it as late as possible to get that awakening, get that power boost, and get as much card draw from his unawakened and leader side as long as possible. As for Davide, still 2 life away from awakening himself, even with seeing this Bulma self-awakener in this fast turn.
Okay, so let's see here. 5 energies, 4 energies and an energy marker. Swing in, go for the Bulma, draw 1. Still targets on the board to swing into. Now gotta use the Sinister Sickle to get rid of the field. Play a Marin. Let's see, are we keeping that Galactic Donut that's on the top of the deck, or are we just placing him on the bottom? Giuseppe considering it. Oh, let's see, what do you think, top or bottom?
I would like it maybe on the top. We saw how good that it was in game 2, the opportunity to draw 2 cards and then freeze something down, but instead Giuseppe elects to go with the bottom of the deck instead.
And if I caught it well, he got the Son Gohan Adolescence.
Wow.
So very good call here from Giuseppe. I think that's it. This is it now for his turn. So with no more attacks, passing on to Davide. Charging the 5th energy, now he can play the big 5-cost double striker. Going in at the leader.
Yeah, just the 15k, so it's going to be an easy combo away with the 1-cost on board. Now we see the 5-cost double striker onto the board, and the SR as well. It's going to immediately start attacking into the Videl here.
Just try to minimize the amount of cards, of battle cards on the board. So let's see, is Giuseppe is considering defending here?
And he will.
Yeah, he will. He will. Okay. So draw, and we're gonna see a 45k swing into the leader here, possibly.
Yeah, could either go for the 35k into the lead, or could continue to try and chase down that Videl battle card on the board, purely because of obviously so much value that Giuseppe is getting with these when attacking abilities. You see them obviously playing down these 1 costs, getting their on play effects and their autos, and then with the Videl constantly attacking, you're fetching them back. So even if you're not playing them for their auto ability and the value that they're generating, you're still getting them back for the 10k combo power potential that they have in hand. We saw the attack go into the life, and Giuseppe took the double strike damage down to 3 now for Zamasu Fused.
Now charging that Son Gohan Adolescence that he just drew into, because it's not gonna do much against this double striker. He has what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energies plus the energy marker. He's considering, he's looking at this Vegeta in hand.
Yeah, if this is the Vegeta Daima, here is a double striker of his own. And on play, will be able to choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards with the cost of 3 or less, then place at the bottom of its owner's deck. So would only really get the double striking 35k potential here. As we see some damage getting taken from a Videl swing, we are going to see Pilaf make its way onto board, returning the Son Goten.
Getting that 10k combo power back, plus the 10k on the field from Pilaf. Gonna go with the leader swing here.
Yeah, is in Awaken range as well now. Is going to go into the double striker, so this does mean that we will see the Awaken out of Giuseppe's leader, plus the 10k combo. So
35.
Yeah,
just a single combo, 5 or 10, doesn't matter, gets out of it.
Ooh, here comes the Vegito that's making its way onto board. On play is going to be able to bounce that 5-cost double striker back into its owner's hand, and then we'll have the ability as well on Giuseppe's turn. If this Vegito stays around for Giuseppe, we'll be able to, if he has 7 or fewer cards in hand, switch it to active mode. So 2 attack potential opportunities there on a turn, thanks to that activate main.
I'm going to Davide's turn, like, he did just get the bull bounced back into his hand, which would allow him to just play it back to get the on play ability again. He's still on 5. needs to find a way to go down to 4 so that he can really start profiting from KOing his own cards. Let's see what's gonna be the play here. That Vegito, pretty scary attacker. Really, really big card. Okay, so he's gonna charge in the 2-cost Majin Buu.
So that spells 6 energy now for Davide, with Giuseppe having used his energy marker in that turn. So Giuseppe now down to 5. We are just going to see a 15k swing in here, drawing the card, and we are going to combo as well, plus 10 to try and do some damage into life, but the 5k combo of Trunks Youth says no.
Okay, so there we go. That is the 5-cost, just returns back and plays the 3-cost and plays the Bulma for 1 energy.
Wow. So that does mean that there is going to be the opportunity to start awakening the leader now for Davide, which we are immediately going to do on this declaration of the attack from the 3-cost 30k Majin Buu Kid, the 10k combo out of the attack. But finally, Davide now has the full opportunity to use this deck and the leader at its maximum capacity. The 35k double strike now is going to swing in.
We're looking at potential 4 attacks here from Davide. Let's see the double striker, no Giuseppe. Combos out of it. And now Davide using the ability, the activate main, on his 30k. Just to restand and to restand his leader. Leader going into the Wedel because it can't go into the Zamasu, but another 30k. And Giuseppe takes it, goes down to 2 lives. The turn is passed here. Let's see, what does he have in hand?
Zeno.
Zeno.
I think there's 3. That 3 copies of
3
Zeno?
Copies of Zeno, really?
Wow.
Okay.
Well, we are charging up to 6 energy in this turn, so there is the opportunity to go just Vegito swing into the Bulma or potentially the Majin Buu Kid, then leader swing in as well. And if we get enough combo out of Davide's hand, then we can just immediately drop the Zeno. But instead, we're going to go 25k into leader, which is going to draw the 10k combo.
Okay, so Davide combos out of it. Giuseppe swings. He's considering swinging Vegito. He's asking how many cards in hand. Trying to calculate how many potential super combos. We haven't seen a single one yet. So what are the odds that there are multiples of them? We know, we see that there is 2 of them in there. Checking keys drop, just making sure has he spent any of them yet.
Of course, is also conscious that Vegito is going to get another attack as well here with its ability. There is the restand after the attack into the Majin Buu Kid. First off goes in combo, then the second one gets comboed again by another 3-cost. Here is the Videl making its way back onto board. Immediately going to take care of the Bulma, which has its self-awakener ability on rest and on the battle card itself. So important to make sure that that stays away for as long as possible. And there's a Sinister Sickle as well to bottom deck. And now we're going to see the leader ability activation because Giuseppe was down to 2 life. Pay the 1 energy, heal once more.
Davide going through Giuseppe's drop, checking like, okay, are there any super combos here? How many copies of various extra cards have been used? What do I feel safe putting down on the board? So he is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy now. Okay.
And Giuseppe only with 4 cards in hand as well right now. We'll be able to essentially see an extra 2 with the life that will be able to be taken. So charge away a Bibbidi. So now up to 7 energy. And we are just going to immediately play down
another double striker.
Another 5-cost double striker, which is going to bring Bibbidi and the Majin Buu Kid along with it.
Yeah, he plays the combo here. So many attacks. We know that there are no super combos in hand. They're just Zenos, peel-ups. So there we go. First Zeno goes on the first attack.
And now Davide is going to look to try and push this advantage even further. 20k first off with the Awakened leader. Has drawn a card. Are we going to combo up to try and make any damage possible? We're going to super combo it offensively.
So just getting 10k, not 20, going up to 30. Giuseppe is spending another Zeno from hand. He's down to 2 cards in hand. Now Davide knows that he cannot, well, he might be able to win here. He might be able to deal enough damage. He's gonna KO.
And restand.
The restand, and now we have 2 more attacks. He free with the leader. The leader needs to up combo here. 30k.
Plus 10.
No combos, plus 10. And now swinging into the Vegito to try to get rid of it with a 35k double.
3 cards left in hand for Davide now as well. This feels like potentially, as we see the combo out of the attack on the Vegito, Supernova to boost up the leader with the attack in the Vegito.
There goes the SCR. Davide puts himself in a winning position here. Giuseppe running out of tools to fight him. Plays the other SCR.
And thumbs up there from Davide as well in response. Happy to see that on board as the swing goes into the 5-cost Margin Boo. It is just going to be allowed to go down. Ability activates, restand and energy.
Okay, Giuseppe gets a very, very good top deck here. He uses the activate main. 2 super combos milled from the top of the deck.
Wow.
Swings
super
into
combo.
A super combo on defense.
And now Davide is going to be able to get to his turn and restand. He's got 2 cards on board that are going to be able to attack the active battle card, or the battle card from the Margin Boo kid. We're going to see the 3-cost Margin Boo now make its way onto the board. That's going to attack and go through.
25. Needs to be able to deal 2 more damage here.
Yeah, and it's all going to be about as well, because Davide's only got 1 card left in hand. So this leader swing has to be comboed up here. And it is going to be with a plus 10.
Plus 10, 30.
Oh, it's another Zeno.
Another Zeno gets out of it.
And now there is the KO of the 3-cost super rare as well, restanding the leader. So we do still have the potential, if we can find another battle card here as well, to get the 3-cost Margin Boo restood. That's still left on board. No cards in hand whatsoever. 2 final attacks have to go through for Davide to be able to come back from a 1-game deficit to win 2 games to 1.
So close.
Davide still does have 4 energy as well to work with, so if there's an extra in there, if there's another copy of Supernova to continue to boost up.
Just 2 cards, and it's an extra card and a small battle card, the Babidi, but there's nothing else to cheat out here with him.
Davide just going to take a little breath.
Considering maybe swinging into the Waddell, try to clear the board a bit. If he cannot go for the game here.
Well, there's the combo up, and there is the damage being dealt, and it is going to be the extra being used as well to deal with the Videl. And then it looks like it's just going to be a pass the turn from there. Final explosion.
Giuseppe draws into the double strike Vegeta.
Oh, no.
Oh. Davide with no cards left in his hand.
Well, the first attack has to land. There's the double striker now for the Vegeta.
Clears the board. This might be game now.
Yeah, because the Vegito can restand itself as well. Here comes the 35k, boosted up to 45 because it's a double striker, deals the final damage. And there is the Vegito. Combos away, and then the restand, and that is going to do it. Giuseppe on Zamasu Fused, a fantastic best-of-3 set for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Final. Zamasu Fused is our champion.
What a game.
Wow.
What a back and forward in 3 games. So close this last couple of turns. This SCR Vegito pulling in for the win, and then the top deck with the double striker. Amazing game. Absolutely amazing game.
Absolutely. We've just seen a big group of supporters for Giuseppe make their way over to the feature match area as well. We'll be able to hear from him in just a moment when we get to our trophy presentation. But that was a really, really cool matchup. And I think for Majin Buu as well, that would have gotten a lot of attention on it with its strong performance in the North American finals. For Zamasu Fused to then make its way on, a leader that doesn't draw when you attack after awakening, just gets that heal potential. Wow, really, really fantastic.
Really, really fantastic games. So much back and forward, like I've said. This last game looked like it was done a couple of times, and the both players just kept getting out of it. Amazing performance. Fused Zamasu winning European finals. Wow, absolutely amazing games.
Absolutely, so fantastic, so incredible. Well, we will be able to prepare for our trophy presentation in just a moment. The players, of course, will be gathering all their belongings, gathering themselves as well. I mean, we've only recently had FBO4 out for a few weeks. What do you think that this result here and this victory for Zamasu Fused is going to do for the rest of the format in this block and then going forward as well?
I think the format with this newest set 4 has changed the game so dramatically. At the very start, we saw Black Baby dominant at the events. Then Majin Buu started showing up more. Now Fused Zamasu takes the finals. This shows there's still room for exploration. There are still other strong leaders that are making a good showing at these events. The format is far from solved, as we have seen here. I think we are just heading into an exciting future.
Absolutely, and with Majin Buu as well, being a brand new leader from the set 4, it's a very, very exciting time indeed. I think we're going to take ourselves a quick break until we get the rest of the trophy ceremony all organized, but don't go too far, because as we say, we will be presenting our grand champion of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World with their prize, and then we will have the conclusion and the rest of our finals live from Bandai Card Fest here in Utrecht.
The streets feel up, we're mixed with light. Ghost town blown down, and life shines back. Go fast, such a blast on a train, on a boat, on a plane, so good to feel the rush again. And it's never coming down, we're invincible. You're knocking, we take a spin down the highway, never let go. So we drive to the show and we shout, we don't know how it goes. So good to feel the rush again, and it's never coming down, we're invincible.
Long days, longer nights, you feel? Now, I don't even know lately. Take it, go. It's too much. I'ma do it anyway. Put 'em in the dirt, say it again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse, jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the beat in the hearse. This is absurd, take a berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve, man, I never curse. Just casting these spells when I'm spelling these words. That's real, that's too real. I've been Roosevelt, I need a new deal. Trying to figure out what I should do still. I'm really never waiting here too still. I don't even know what I should say at all. Should I jump on in? Should I get involved? God surround me, they love to talk. I take it all with a grain of salt. This work that I'm doing, they never see through it. And all of this rap that I see that they ruin. I came in the game and I'm trying to undo it. And still they all say they don't know if to shoot it. I gotta see through it, man, won't be deluded. With all these illusions, I know it's disputed. I gotta keep growing, they see what my root is. I tell you I run this, I'm done with excuses. Give me for a minute, trying to get what I've been giving out. Do it for the tickets, I don't listen to the critics. I'ma push them to the limit. And these rappers getting timid, I've been balling like a pivot. I don't step into the scrimmage, I just play 'em when I'm in it. Trying to run it till the ribbon. And they know that I've been tripping when I make them see the vision. Man, I put them in the prison with these bars that I've been spitting. And this life that I've been living, I'ma go, I'm on a mission.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do the soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. Now you know, I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. Said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
I just did it 24 song in a bed, in a building, they already know my name. At the show, she gon' want a picture, she can hang. Just to tell a friend, OBS. I shoot my shot with this gold on my wrist while we throwing the parties, they throwing the fit. So can spot me a sucker, a lot of you really is holding the lick. All of my homies legit, really is shit. I probably throw on my clip. I sell a boat to a fish. I sell a record, you know it's a hit. They see the effort I put in this music and I ain't been giving no favors at all. All of this chef and I got in the shop and I think that I probably could cater them all. I love the way that she answered the phone. I know that she ain't expect me to call. I got my eyes on you. My eyes on you, yeah.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do the soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. I'm a trap before I stop the grind. Yeah, said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
Yeah, I think they gon' need a minute. Shot and got them people back up in their feelings. When they told me I was finished, by the mother in it, not the doctor building. Yeah, the victim co-defendant, even Nike witness. We the next to kill it, show them the king how they living. Pictures so good, but not looking for business. They be stepping in from the back door. If they see you independent, then they pop jokes. That fear to the blows, boy James Burke. Side stepping on the shade, see the footwork. I'm trying to be about this business, but still they want me in the kitchen with the baking soda whipping. The thought alone so offensive, cause my guy, they gave his body just to pull me out the trenches. Hold up, wait. If I never see a million or the recognition, but I see the finish. Look, they're the greatest when they losing. Gotta keep on shooting even when you're missing. Yeah, now focus on the past while living for the day was never recommended. Reppin' VA, Tony Bennett. His kingdom can never be bought cause it's given and I live that.
Yeah. How's everybody doing? So it was the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Finals. Did you all enjoy it? I feel like you enjoyed it, but I'm not hearing that you enjoyed it. I said, did you all enjoy that? Much better. So my name is Shaldo. We are here at the Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour here in Europe, in the Netherlands, in Utrecht. And I'm going to announce the 3 winners. So, number 3 with androids. It's Davy. Make some noise. And number 2 with Evil Margin Boo. We have Davide!
Greetings from the Knights.
And your first place winner, your champion, your grand winner, we have Giuseppe with Fusamasu! How do you feel?
Hi. I don't believe on that because if you see the match, it was very.
It was crazy. It was crazy. It was
crazy.
So close.
Yeah,
Could have
very,
gone
very
either way,
close.
right?
In fact, I can lose and win at every moment. So it was very, very difficult. But I enjoyed all the tournament and the organization, and I feel good. And I want to shout out my teammates, Armageddon team. Yeah, because this is a win for all the team. It's not my only win. I mean.
Well, you've all worked hard. All 3 of you have fought your way to the top. You've won. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much for tuning in and enjoying the finals for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World.
Thank you.
Make some noise for the winners. And now, we have a very special presentation for the Digimon card game. Please stay tuned.
Hey everyone, and welcome to a special Bandai program commemorating the global unification of the Digimon card game. My name is East, and I'll be your MC today. But more importantly, I'm joined by the major producers of the Digimon card game's 3 major languages. Would you please introduce yourselves for everyone at home?
はい、日本語版プロデューサーの村田康平です。世界環境統一に関して、お話しできるこの日を、楽しみにしておりました。今日はよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you very much. Next, please.
我是监听中文版的制作人瑞朗，非常高兴可以和各位玩家一起迎接这一天的到来，还请大家今天陪伴我们到最后，请多多关照。
And finally, our third guest. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, Digimon Tamers. I'm the producer of the English version, Chi. Since everyone is looking forward to the release timing unification, we've prepared some information to share that we hope meets your expectations. Please keep watching.
To quickly kick things off, I'd like to have Mr. Murata talk about Bandai's plan for the global unification of the Digimon card game. Mr. Murata?
はい、まずはこちらの VTR をご覧ください。
A lot of exciting news to look forward to there. But first, I'd like to get the producers' thoughts on that as well.
はい、ご覧いただいた通り、2025年4月からデジモンカードゲームの環境が世界で統一されます。2020年から始まったデジモンカードゲームは2021年には英語版、2022年には簡体字版の展開もスタートと、世界50以上の国、そしてエリアの皆様にプレイされているカードゲームではございますが、ただいまご覧いただいた PV の通り、2025年4月から世界同タイミングでの運営、そして販売がスタートいたします。さらに世界中の皆様に楽しんでいただきたいと思っておりますので、本日は2025年4月以降の商品、イベントなどに何があるのかをご紹介できればと思います。
Wow, so after watching the promotional video, Mr. Ray, what are your thoughts there?
真的是非常感动。时隔近3年，《凶恶为卡牌对战》的简体中文版终于要追赶上世界统一的最新环境了。一想到不远的将来，简中环境的玩家也可以在最新环境中进行卡牌对战，并参与到最新环境的世界比赛中来，真的是让人非常期待。
And so, what are your thoughts, English producer Miss G?
There's a lot of cute Digimon together there, right? I'm looking forward to it a lot.
Since this program is to commemorate the global unification of the game, for each of the 3 producers, we have some special products and events they'd like to share. Before we hear their details, here are the main 7 topics for the program. Number 1, the product plan for 2025, new product information. Number 2, the new details for ST20 and ST21. Number 3, the April 2025 release, new information for BT21. Authorized tournaments for the BT21, ST20, and ST21 environments. Number 5, the official card game sleeves details. Number 6, the World Championship 2025 and 26 roadmap. And number 7, the global unification of Tamer battles, or store tournaments in the West, prizes. I'm sure there's a lot of folks out there that are curious about all the information here, myself included. So let's get to it. The first topic is going to be the product plan for 2025, the new product information. Mr. Murata, can you please tell us about this topic?
はい、まずは現在決定している2025年4月以降の商品発売スケジュールを初公開したいと思います。それがこちらです。4月に発売されるスタートデッキ2本を皮切りにブースターパック4本、そしてエクストラブースター3本を中心にスタートデッキ、スリーブなどを発売していきます。ここには記載がないですが、他にも皆様に喜んでいただける商品も現在企画しておりますので、そちらもお楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
I don't know about you folks, but I'm marking my calendar for all the new releases next year. Gonna be a great time for sure. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Murata. Next, let's talk about the ST20 and ST21 releases. Ms. Chi, can you give us some more information about this?
Sure. To start, I want to review the package design for Starter 20 and Starter 21, which are planned to release on April 18th, 2025. And the names are Protector of Light, Hero of Hope. This time, the 2 starter decks include a full gathering of Digimon adventure characters. As you can see, the package of Starter 20 has War Greymon, and Starter 21 have Metal Garurumon. Starter 20 will include Tai Kamiya, Easy Izumi, Kari Kamiya, Sora Takenouchi, and their partner Digimon. War Greymon will be the star of this deck. Starter 21 will include Matt Ishida, TK Takaishi, Joe Kido, Mimi Tachikawa, and their partner Digimon. Metal Garurumon will be the star of this deck. That's not all. Each deck will also include the versatile scramble cards in each of the 6 colors with a new illustration. Also, if you are lucky, you'll get the special design card of Agumon in Starter 20 and Gabumon in Starter 21. We're also planning a store event for beginners to be held when these starter decks are released. There's a special promotion if you bring your friends who just start the game. The details for this will be posted on our official website once finalized, so please look forward to it. We hope everyone will enjoy it.
Finally, some more War Greymon cards in the game. Thank goodness. And there's a lot of folks out there, myself included, who are really happy to hear about that. So that being said, thank you very much, Ms. Chi. Let's also move on to the next topic, a really important one. Mr. Murata, can you tell us about the April 19th, 2025 release for the BT21 set?
はい、環境統一後初となるブースターパックの第21弾、最新情報を本日お伝えできればと思います。今回のコンセプトはデジモンアドベンチャーから始まったテレビアニメの歴史を追体験するというものをコンセプトとしております。歴代の主人公とそのパートナーが集結した弾となっています。そして気になる商品名とパッケージを世界最速でお見せいたします。それがこちらです。
Let's go!
ブースターパック第21弾ワールドコンバージェンスです。イラストからも分かる通り、なんと今弾からデジモンユニバースアプリモンスターズがデジモンカードゲームに初参戦いたします。さらにアプモンの世界観を反映した新効果リンクも、登場しますのでお楽しみにしていただければと思いますが、本日はアプモンといえばこのデジモンガッチモンのカードイラストを公開させていただきます。それがこちらです。もちろんこれまでのアニメ作品の主人公たちのデッキを強化するカードに加え ST20、ST21 を強化するカードも収録しております。さらに各アニメ作品の主人公パートナーデジモンも合わせて一つのデッキにして戦うことができます。こちらがどのようなものになるのかお楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。他にもデジモンリベレーターより2人のチャンピオンオーウェン・ドレッドノートそしてゼニスが再び登場いたします。2人のデッキがどのようになるのかエリザモン、ベムモンはどのような効果を持つのかこの辺もご期待いただければと思います。また今回デジモンカードゲームが誇る7人のイラストレーターたちのサインが入ったサインカードも収録いたします。今回サインしていただくのはゼファーガモンを描いている笹志さん、グレイスノーバモンを描いている中野ハイトさん、ウォーグレーモン X 交代を描いているアズマリアさん、アグニモンを描いていただいている森下直親さん、ラーダモンを描いていただいている戸波寛治さん、タイタモンを描いていただいているトリュフさん、そしてベルゼブモンブラストボードを描いていただいている雨宮啓太さんです。皆さんぜひゲットしてみてください。続いてはボックス特典のご紹介です。今回はイラストレーションセレブレーションパックと題してデジモンコン2024にて発表された最もかっこいいと思うカードでユーザーに選ばれた6体のデジモンを新規カードとして収録いたします。もちろん6体のデジモンはそれぞれ同じイラストレーターさんの書き下ろしの新規イラストとなっております。詳細は追ってホームページで公開いたしますので皆様お楽しみにしていただければと思います。次はブースター第21弾最後の情報となっております。昨年のブースターパックでシリアルカードのウォーグレーモンそしてメタルガルルモンのキャンペーンを行ってきましたがその集大成として今回はオメガモンで実施できればと思います。詳しい情報は追って公開予定です。皆様ぜひお楽しみにお待ちください。ブースターパック第21弾の新情報は以上となります。
Wow, I'm gonna need a minute. That was a lot, but thank you. Applimon no longer a meme. We've got Omnimon as a serial card now. We've got the illustrator cards from all of the artists. Now Chica my goat, by the way. Holy cow! Thank you so much, Mr. Murata, for all the awesome information. But anyway, moving along, we've got more topics and more information to cover. Let's talk a little bit about the BT21 and started at 20 and 21 release tournaments. Mr. Ray, can you tell us more about this?
好的，首先是为了纪念在全球对战环境同步之后，首批推出的第21弹补充包 World Convergence， 活动时间为2025年4月19日至27日，为期9天。为了能让更多的玩家参与进来，本次的发售纪念赛安排了比以往更长的举办时间。而且，作为参赛纪念品的卡牌也是本次大赛的亮点。明年，我们将在新弹发售之际举办4次发售纪念赛，参赛者能够获得纪念卡牌，而这些卡牌的卡面可以拼接成一幅完整的插画。今天，我们将特别揭晓这幅插画的一部分，请看这边。
If you look closely enough, if you move all of the promotional stuff out the way, you can kind of see the pictures in the back. Like, what is that? All right, folks online, do me a favor. Let me know. What are we looking at right here? They're not going to tell me in the actual studio here, so I need you guys out there to tell me.
虽然今天我们只能展示给大家这些内容，还请大家一定要来参加这全部的4场活动，亲自来看一看这些拼接画最终会组成一幅什么样的画面吧。
Holy crap, what an awesome idea. I loved it like when you guys started doing that back in like BT5 with the Omnimon and the Amagemon artworks, like putting them together as like the mural. The fact that now we can do it with 4 cards with these huge panoramic shots is awesome. Super excited to collect those cards. Thank you so much again, Mr. Ray, for all that awesome information. But moving on, we've got some more stuff to talk about here. Talking about point number 5, the official card sleeve details coming up for next year. Ms. Chi, can you tell us more about that?
Sure. As shown in the yearly schedule, official card sleeves are planned for release in June 2025. Today, we are revealing the designs. Please check them out.
Oh!
4 designs here are planned. We have a 5th anniversary design, clothes from Digimon Liberator, and a design featuring a few of the protagonist partner Digimon, Agumon, Vmon, Rugamon, and Terumon. The 4th design will be Gatchmon from Appmon. Please look forward to more details to come.
Wow, the 5th anniversary sleeves look awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And now I understand why the 4th sleeve was kept a secret. You guys couldn't reveal the Appmon stuff yet, but that also looks fire, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, we got to keep moving. We've got way more information to talk about as well. So moving on, let's talk about some of the large-scale world tournaments happening for the 2025 and 26 roadmap. Mr. Marla, can you tell us more about next year?
ユーザーの皆さんお待たせいたしました。来年度のチャンピオンシップロードマップを本日初公開いたします。それがこちらとなっております。来年度は欧米地域が2サイクル制となっており、北米では夏にもファイナルズを開催いたします。さらに昨年度は日本語版展開地域のみで行っていたアジア地域のサイクル1について、環境が統一された環太島も合流いたします。年間2回のファイナルズを通してより世界中のプレイヤーと戦えるチャンピオンシップとなっております。世界一を目指して皆さんぜひ大会にご参加ください。さらに日本語版環太島地域の皆さんニュースです。これまで英語版の地域だけで開催していた豪華記念品を獲得できるアルティメットカップを2025年度は全世界で開催予定です。開催方法は地域によって異なりますのでイベント情報の公開をお楽しみにお待ちください。
Awesome. Thank you so much again, Mr. Murata. I know next year's tournament season is going to be just as exciting as this year's. I'm super looking forward to March and April coming up. The Worlds event is always a great time. If you can always make it out, definitely do that. But also now there's tons of opportunities for people all across the world to compete in multiple ways. Again, there's a 2-cycle situation happening now. And so because of that, if you can't get in the first cycle, the second cycle is always there. Anyway, let's also keep moving as we're actually going to reach our last point here, talking about the global unification of tamer battles or store tournaments over in the West and some of the prizes about those. Mr. Ray, could you tell us more about those?
在目前举办的驯兽师对战会中，玩家可以获得的纪念品驯兽师对战包，其规格将在明年4月的环境同步之前，从明年1月起就进行更新。当前，日文版和简体中文版的开展地区每2个月更新一次纪念品，且发放4种卡牌。但从2025年1月起，将与英文版统一，每3个月更新一次，届时将发放6种卡牌。调整后，我们也会准备优胜随机奖，还请各位放心。请大家踊跃参与，多多收集卡牌吧。详情请查看我们的官方网站。
Thanks very much for that information, Mr. Ray. I saw that Galemon prize card. I've got my eye on that one for the next set of Tamer battles. So, yeah, keep me posted if you get anything else. I know we covered a ton of information today. Thank you very much, everyone. I really do appreciate you being here and sharing all this info with everyone out there. And that about wraps up our special Bandai program for the unification of the Digimon card game. Before we get out of here, I did want to get a couple of final comments from each of the producers themselves. So, Ms. Chi, would you like to start?
Okay, thank you very much for watching. There are only a few months until the release dates are unified for all language versions. As a producer and a fan of Digimon card game, I'm looking forward to it a lot. How about you, everyone watching? After the global unification, everyone on the development team will keep designing products in a way that everyone around the world can enjoy at the same time, no matter the language. So please keep supporting the Digimon card game.
Couldn't have said it better myself. What about you, Mr. Ray?
感谢各位玩家朋友陪伴我们来到今天节目的最后。将来我也会继续和我们的团队一起继续努力，为各位玩家提供最棒的卡牌商品和活动，请大家继续保持期待。最后，我由衷期待简中环境的各位玩家今后在世界舞台的更多的活跃表现，请接下来也继续支持数码宝贝卡牌对战。
Well put. Thank you again, Mr. Ray. And of course, we cannot get out of here without asking Japanese producer Mr. Murata, your final thoughts?
はい。いやもう2人にですね結構いいこと言っていただいたので僕の方から言えることはワールドチャンピオンシップが始まっておりますが来年以降の商品もものすごくいいものを考えておりますし大会っていうところも皆さんが喜んでいただけるものっていうのを開発一同でたくさんいろんなものを考えておりますのでこれからもっと熱くデジモンカードやっていきたいなと思っておりますので皆さんも引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。
Again, I want to thank all of you for being here and sharing all that awesome information with everyone out there. And also, from April next year, all the languages will be releasing simultaneously. No matter where you live in the world, you can play the Digimon card game with anybody else, no matter where they're from. Once again, I want to say thank you to everyone watching. Thank you for watching to the end, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
What's going on, DigiDestined? We are here with the finale of Digimon. I'm Damien, and I'm joined by my co-host.
Not Ben. My name is Yor, but also known as Moses Adai. My voice did not change in the last 2 days, but hey, I'm still here. I'm ready for this matchup. So, there we go. So, what do we have for today?
We have Mirage Gaogamon versus
Imperialamon. So blue against blue, or blue against blue-green, however you want to name it. But yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I expected something else than Imperialamon. We talked about it yesterday. That you know, Great Angels is pretty strong. Any part of the deck that I would have imagined there is would be in finals, but Imperialamon was the victor, and Mirage is Mirage.
Mirage is my favorite. So, did you expect Imperial Dramon in at least the top cut, let alone the finals?
I mean, Imperialamon is a deck that is pretty consistent. It has a lot of draw, it finds their pieces, and then, you know, will get into the boss monster, level 5 Paydramon, or the name of the deck, Imperialamon. But I think the players are already ready, about to start. The crowd that is currently here is also cheering on, so let's see. But yeah, Imperialamon, I didn't expect that, I'll be quite honest. And against Mirage, it's pretty tough. Just because Imperialamon is a deck that has a lot of draw, and Mirage Gaogamon is standing there
and just punishing
and
him.
punishes every time you draw, you just lose memory. And then, if you lose memory, your turn is over. So, it's pretty tough. So, we're seeing down there the players are setting up. But yeah, Mirage, do you want to tell us about Mirage? I mean, I would assume everybody knows about it. But
It's a blue deck, and it has a very, very cool mechanic. It has the big level 6 Mirage Gaogamon, which has a floodgate effect. There's also a lot of abilities hinging on your opponent having 8 cards or more in hand, which allows you to restand, to unsuspend, to attack multiple times. You have your Tamer, Thomas, which can unsuspend one of your Mirage, one of your Digimon with Gaugamon in its name. And of course, you have the finisher, Mirage Gaugamon Burst Mode, that can just attack a whole bunch of times, do security checks and close the game.
Yeah, we see the early start, pretty simple, the promo Vemon in the back, and it is dual tamer. So, on the flip side, Mirage, you mentioned it, it's a deck that wants to attack a lot, but it needs a lot of setup. That's why they use cards like Mental Training and Blue Memory Boost to get going, and I mean, you just see that. So,
and we see the burst mode, the Mirage Gaugamon burst mode being picked up here.
Indeed, but there were not a lot of other choices that you can pick. So now we see a potential race.
Let's see, we have 2 level 4s in hand, 1 level 4 in hand. We don't have the one that gives jamming. Jamming would be awesome to have here. Instead, we are going to see Gaugamon level 4 when Digivolving, you return 1 Digimon free lore to its opponent's hand, but it's inherited effect once per turn. When an effect adds card to your opponent's hand, gain a memory.
And there we see also the uncommon, playing with the level 3, trying to keep the turn in place. But just going back to what happened earlier.
And here it is.
Yes, Mirage Gaugamon. And the biggest factor in why this is a big problem, because the Davison Ken Tamer, essentially at the start of your main phase, lets you play out a Vemon or a Warmon that would allow you to charge, get your pieces together. But with the big Mirage Gaugamon on the board, that's quite unlikely that you want to use this ability. And without a memory setter, being on 1 memory is quite tough. So let's see how Christos is going to get out of this situation.
Okay, let's see what's gonna be played here. Just on 1 memory. Okay, goes into Wormon.
Okay, it is the Wormon being played by the Davis. So we see the Stingmon being pong. Yep. And the card has been added to the hand, so it's gonna be just 1 memory. Okay, so we are on not 8 cards, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty simple in that regard.
Hand size still not that big. Passes the turn over to to the Mirage Gaugamon, immediately just going to go into his breeding area. Play the Gaumon. Now he gets the other level 4, which gives jamming.
Which he could potentially use and absorb with the home command when attacking effect.
He needs to see a Thomas here.
That would be the best case scenario. Because he already has the burst mode in hand. So if there would be a burst, a Thomas, he could just burst evolve. But we see...
He did draw into Thomas now. He did draw into Thomas.
That is true. However, I would assume that he's not just going to play a hard play to Thomas.
Let's see. He's doing math here. He's like, okay, how many memory can he now gain?
I mean, I wish I could do that. I mean, right now, Christos has, I think, 7 cards if I didn't miscalculate. So that's why we still just got 1 memory by the Mirage Gaugamon, and then also 1 memory, if I see it correctly, by the Inherit. So the question right now is it worth trying to pressure the board? And the answer is no. We just see another floodgate being played down. So passing the turnover.
One also important thing to say when it comes to security checks, Imperial Dramon plays very big bodies. So this jamming on the other stack that's being built is gonna come into play here. but for the moment attacking is risking a deletion from the security check.
In the worst case scenario. But here I want to point out something. The woman that was played in the last turn earlier, on the last Imperiamon turn, was returned by the back to the hand at the end of the opponent's turn, because that's one of the effects of the Davison Kentamer, which usually sounds like a downside. But if they go into another Digimon, aka Pagemon, that Digimon is considered a new Digimon and therefore will not be returned back to the hand of the opponent. And we see the Pagemon in hand, and I would assume, we're just gonna have a DNA evolution into Pagemon from BT16.
So, tell our viewers, with this big stack through DNA Digivolution, the Pagemon gains all of the inherited abilities from both stacks.
Indeed, and it has a pretty strong wind Digivolving effect to suspend all of your opponent's Digimon. I mean, with the same or as lower evolution sources, and I mean, we can see it clearly as the Pagemon has more sources than any Digimon currently on the board, and then they will be prevented from unsuspending until the end of their turn if DNA Digivolved. And also, he has a wind attacking effect, which we will see in play to suspend the Digimon, and if this effect didn't suspend, you can unsuspend this Digimon. And also, now we're gonna see the other when attacking effects in the inheritance.
So the judge just stops, checks, is there an additional draw? No?
I mean, there should be. There's a Vmon, the promo Vmon in the sources, so he should be forced to draw, because in Digimon a lot of the things are non-optional.
Yeah.
So there we see the draw.
Okay. And there goes the Gaomon with jamming.
Yep. So now we are back on the side of Mirage Gaomon. One memory that, unless I am mistaken, there is the mem boost in the battle area still. So it could be used to gain back 2 memory, but we're just gonna go into the Gaomon and
draw the other Thomas, the one that allows you to unsuspend your Digimon with Gao in its name. So he's slowly assembling his pieces. He has his Thomases, he has the burst mode in hand, just getting ready, getting to that memory to be able to pull off his big combos, feel his opponent's hand, and then just start swinging.
Indeed, and there we see the biggest reason why Mirage Gaomon is one of the greatest decks currently in Digimon, because with one evolution he just gained 5 memory. In there we see the burst evolution, hard playing the tamer out, and then just taking it back to pay for the cost for the burst evolution. And there we see the Pagemon being bounced back to hand. What partition will go in effect and split Pagemon back to its 2-level force.
And he's also going to gain 1 energy for every 4 cards in the opponent's hand. So that's just going to help him continue play his cards and continue swinging. When attacking, if your opponent has 9 or more cards in their hand, by choosing cards in their hand without looking and return them until they have 8 remaining, you unsuspend this Digimon, and it's not once per turn.
It is true, however, if he's already suspended, there's not really a way for him to do this. So the question right now is, with 5 memory, we're just gonna see the Thomas being played again. And
there is the memory boost.
And we see the Zudomon Ace. Okay. So Zudomon Ace, when Digivolving, they can trash 2 sources of your opponent's Digimon and then return a Digimon with no sources back to the hand of your opponent. Usually, you want to use this card as a countermeasure. But in this situation, it is just another bridge to get into your second Mirage Gaugamon. So
And
now,
let's see, 1, 2, 3.
I mean, it is going to be more than 8 already, and it's going to be even
15 cards in hand. Wow.
So that's already free memory just on the cards alone. And to pass the turn, we're going to see a nice war. So putting the Environment player to 1 memory, now there are 2 Mirage Gaugamon on the field, because at the end of the turn, if Burst evolved, the top card will be trashed of this Digimon. So therefore, softly de-digivolving your own Digimon. But if the Digimon that you are de-digivolving to is Mirage Gaugamon from BT11, I don't think that's a bad thing.
That is a very good trade-off.
Yes.
So what do you think Christoph needs to do here to get back into the game?
Pray for a miracle. It is quite tough to face 2 Mirage Gaugamons.
Yeah.
Because right now, those 2 tamers that you paid for to play, they are just sitting there because all of your rookies, besides Warmon and Vemon from the respective promo, they all search, and every time you will search, you will just basically forfeit your turn because you will lose an immense amount of memory. Right now, he is over 12 cards, so this would be free memory, and that's pretty much future. And we see another burst mode in hand. Actually, no, we see a second one too.
Oof.
So yeah, and we see the draw for Evolution, we see the draw because of Gaugamon, and Mirage Gaugamon is having a field day, going all the way to 10
memory.
Well,
this is tough. This is really tough
this
now.
is gonna be a long day. So we see the evolution into Onkamon playing out the level 3, and yeah, I think this is really gonna be tough for Imperatormon to come back. There would be options for him to, rely on if he would have a Digimon, because Paladin Mod Ace would be able to disrupt. But right now, it's looking pretty grim.
Let's see how we're gonna see the burst
Evolution
come down. Yes.
So there's no Digimon
back to 10.
Yes, there's no Digimon to bounce back. However, the effect will still trigger, so therefore he will literally overflow with memory and go just right back to 10. And now we see, the specialty of Mirage Gaugamon having multiple attacks in one turn, similar to Ulfos Vidramon.
Gets rid of 7 cards.
Yes, he blindly picks those 7 cards. He cannot look at them, what cards he bottom decks. However, Christos has insight on what cards he just lost to, and yeah, we see the Paladin Ace.
This is such a strong turn for Mirage Gaugamon. Get rid of 7 cards, still on 10 memory. All of his attackers out. This is looking like the end of the first game.
This is truly indeed, and we just see the Gaumon being hard played, forcing another draw from both players, and the third Mirage Gaugamon. So, forcing another card to be bounced back, the security being bounced back to hand.
And he has
effect.
spends.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's game.
That's game.
Jorge wins with Mirage Gaugamon in game 1. So, this was a very, very fast one. Once he assembled all of his pieces, the deck just exploded.
I mean, again, Mirage Gaugamon is feasting on any deck that has a lot of searches, a lot of reveals, trying to get, any advantage in Digimon, because in Digimon you want to draw, you want to get your pieces, you want to build up your stack. But Mirage Gaugamon The crowd is sorry. So Mirage Gargamon being able to just deny you your Digimon on the field, denying you security if you don't have Digimon on the field, and then with the burst mode, removing cards from your hand, potential answers, potential ace cards that you could use to answer this board will be stripped from you for your choice, and he just restands CS jamming with a million inherits that is to his disposal, whether that's going to be his level 3s, the Gargamon from EX04, EX05, sorry. And yeah, there's a lot of options there with the Wonkumon being able to play out another rookie from new sources and
use the inherited ability to unsuspend this Digimon.
There we go.
It's just so many attacks. What do you think that Christoph needs to do in this game, hopefully differently, to try to turn the tide into his favor?
I would normally say don't search, but this is impossible in Imperiamon. There's a card that prevents the Mirage Gargamon of using his trainings. So there's a card called Imperiamon Dragon Mode from BT16, which if you would dare to use a training and evolve by effect, he is then allowed to evolve freely into another Imperiamon, into fighter mode if I'm not mistaken, and just outright disrupt your entire play. So it is pretty much if this Digimon is on the board, I'm not using trainings. But you need to have this Digimon on the board, so... But the other scenario that Christos can just depend on is Mirage not finding a rookie, which on the first glance, it doesn't seem as bad because they can set up, but...
You're buying valuable time.
Yes, and you need that time, which is just being removed from you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see Elijahmon in the back, we see Stingmon being hard played, not being reduced because there's no other blue Digimon on the field, but this is a potential DNA target for next round, and we just see
we see the Gargamon, which gives you a memory back being played over the Digibolt instead of the one with the jamming here, and we are seeing a Huankumon played as well. So this one, I don't think we saw it in the previous game. It has an inherited ability. During your turn, these Digimon's attack targets can't be changed.
Yes, it is. I think one of the greatest addition for blue decks from BT19, but for us is the release, especially release 2.0. But this is for later. We now see a swing by the Elijahmon into the security, revealing a Gargamon 5k into 5k, which usually would spell doom for you. However, with the armor purge ability, you can just trash the top card to stay in the game. So now we see the evolution into XVmon, and there we see the end of the turn ability from Warman, being able to DNA Digivolve 2 of your Digimon, and passing the turn over to 1. And now this is a potential target that can be removed, but
okay, we see the Modoki Betamon come down. All turns your opponent can get memory except with tamer effects,
which would be a lot better on the side of Imperiamon than on the side of Mirage Gargamon. However, seeing that Wonkumon has not been raised from the raising area, I would assume there's no Mirage Gargamon in hand. And without no Mirage Gargamon in hand, you have a bit of time.
So Christoph here needs to now start pressuring. He needs to capitalize on every turn that Mirage Gargamon isn't in the hand.
And there we see one of the only options that will help him. Return to the Primogenitor, main one of your Digimon may Digivolve into a level 5 or higher Digimon with the free. No. One Digimon essentially evolves into an Imperiamon. In this case, Imperiamon Dragon Mode, which is the card that I mentioned earlier. So being able to evolve into this card for 2 instead of the full cost, you basically just pay 2 for the option card and not the memory cost, because they're gonna be reduced by 4. But either way, this card is being on the field, preventing the use of trainings or this. What's the name in English?
So, okay, on Imperial Drummond's side, yeah, we have the big Drake mode down. Jorge has put down the Gaugamon. But yeah, both players draw a card, and then if your opponent has 8 or more cards in your hand, or this Digimon has 3 or more Digivolutions, gain a memory. It gives jamming as an inherited ability, but it's still not a solution to deal with a big Imperial Dramon.
No, not in the slightest.
No Mirage in hand, no Thomas in hand. And there goes the only copy in his entire deck
Mark Gaugamon ASFO.
Yeah, of Mark Gaugamon, which is limited, but still it's something that you want to see because it allows you to just unsuspend when attacking if your opponent has 8 or more cards in hand, which will be 1 more free unsuspend. This game is looking very much in Christos' favor.
Indeed, we see another Gaugamon being able to.
Yeah, so we see the other Gaugamon. Okay, memory gauge is now at 0. So the first expenditure switches the turn here, and that is once more going to be the Modoki Beitamon to say that the opponent just can't get memory except with tamer effects. But like you said, it's not gonna do much in this matchup. It would have been so much better on the other side.
Indeed, what right now we have access and we see the hand. Christos does not see the hand of George. We do, however, see the Warmon being able to evolve, unless I am mistaken, evolve from the trash into Lightramon, which enables him to suspend one of his Digimon, choosing the Gaugamon as his target, and I would assume he would probably just attack right into it, making sure that another ace target, potential target, would be removed from the board. And he could potentially still ace, which would not help you in the slightest because you would be vulnerable to the Imperatormon attacking you.
And there we go. He is going to attack into the Gaugamon.
Okay.
Get rid of him here.
Well, this is just gonna be a. If you want to ace and bounce back my Lightramon, you can do. It's no problem. But you're gonna lose free memory, so you pick your poison. And I think that is actually the exact thing that is going on in George's head. Whether he wants to use his ace card and trying to disrupt the Lightramon, or just accept it and just let the Gaugamon go.
Let's see. He is going to let it go.
Okay.
Okay.
So
he gets mental training from the security stack.
And not everybody knows it. Imperatormon is partially blue and green has a lot of effects that enable you to pierce through your opponent's Digimon to then also remove a Digimon on the board and do damage. So we see the evolution into a fighter mode. But the question would be in which exact one. I cannot make out the alter, but I would assume it is going to be
the 13 cost, what is it, 13,000 DP.
Yeah, it is the BT12 fighter mode. It also spends all of your opponent's Digimon with no evolution sources, then just returns one back to the owner's hand, and then by returning the Imperator on Dragon mode, they don't get returned to the hand, they will get returned to the deck. But
that's the pass of the turn here. And yeah, we see the Digimon leave the breeding area.
I mean, it's about time, because otherwise, with 2 security left, there's not a lot of things that can go your way, and we just see...
Just start playing the ace here.
I mean, yeah, you need to get something out.
Yeah, you have to do something here.
Let's see what will be the target in general.
Let's see. I think he's going to... Yeah, he's going to go into the stack. Let's see. So, what else? The turn is going to be passed after this effect. Though the Huankumon is a pretty good card there on the field, it also has a blocker, which is important to protect your security.
Normally, but in the case of green, green is the color that likes to suspend their own Digimon for effects and the opponent's Digimon for effects. So, being able to suspend just the Huankumon and make sure that they cannot block is one thing, and on the other hand, we saw it being removed, but the Stingmon having piercing would just make sure that the damage will go through. So
it looks like a very, very tough turn for Mirage Gaogamon here. Jorge is struggling. He has his burst mode, he has everything, but he is missing the 6 cost.
I mean,
the
that's
level 6.
That's just life sometimes. Sometimes you have all the pieces except one, and the puzzle cannot be completed. But if you find your pieces in the next few turns, considering that Christos has a good size hand, I would assume 12, if not 16 cards, which is not anything special for Imperatormon, with almost every inheritor from level 4 or lower enables you to draw either the egg, the Vormon, the Vemon. But we will see.
We will see indeed. So maybe if Jorge doesn't lose immediately, the next turn he might draw into a Mirage. But there goes 2 cards from the security stack.
Yes.
No cards left, a single attack. Any attack closes the game here. If it hits security, of course.
If it hits security, and for the people wondering why did he remove 2 security instead of just 1, Imperatormon Fighter Mode has the alternative effect that this Digimon will get 1 KDP for each color in its Digi-Evolution sort, cards, and while it has 2 more cards, it gains Sec +1 and blocker. So this is quite handy. We see the attack, we see
the block here, with the deletion, but we don't see any. Is there any other way for the Imperial Dramon player to get another attack through?
I mean, there could be a Paladimon Ace that would bounce, or would just return. Actually, no, that wouldn't be sufficient. So he probably cannot finish the game now, but he can prevent his opponent of finishing the game anytime soon.
And he just drew into the Mirage Gaogamon. Things are going to start probably switching here a bit.
If it would have been a turn that he needed the Mirage Gaogamon, it would have been now.
Yeah.
And he just found it.
What a top deck.
So we see the mental training being used, reducing the cost of the evolution by 2. So evolution for 2 into Mirage, and 2 memory gained by the inherit effects. And now we're gonna see. That's 4. That's 8. That's 12.
16. 19 cards.
19 cards. That is 4 memory.
4 memory. That is a lot.
We do see a burst mode in hand
And
a
Thomas
Thomas.
as well.
So
ooh, this will be a big turn for Jorge here. With so many cards in Christos' hand, this was really the draw he needed to get him back into the game.
Indeed. And I mean, there's a return to the primogenitor on the field, which would protect you from deletion. But since blue is the color that likes to bounce cards to hand or turn them to the bottom of your deck, that is not really deletion in the general thing. So he cannot even protect him from that. So we see the Thomas being hard played to just evo
into the burst mode
and bounce back the card.
Bounces back. That would be 20 now.
That would be 20. However, we see the Paydemon being underneath, and the Paydemon itself has petition, but it also has it as an inherent effect. But we see 20 cards now, which is almost half of your deck.
There is gonna be a devastating hand control element on the swing here. Okay, blue memory boost into another Mirage Galgamon.
There's no way.
No, this, ladies and gentlemen, this is such a crazy, powerful turn here. Goes into a Mirage. Now he's gonna get even more memory. Burst mode and a normal Mirage Galgamon established on the field. 20 cards in hand. Oof.
That's just a tough watch. My hopes and dreams also got shattered because I hoped that partition would help in the situation, but since it does not trigger in that situation, you don't even get a body to protect yourself from being burned by security. So, knowing that there's gonna be a Thomas in hand that can force both players to draw, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of swings coming your way with Mirage Galgamon.
And there we go.
So
first swing unsuspend, and that's gonna be what it goes down to 8. It's 12 cards gone from hand.
Well, I know of one thing. He's not gonna deck out anytime soon because all the cards are back to his deck.
Yeah. And of course, an unsuspend here. Let's see.
We see the Tamer.
Okay.
That could be helpful if he would survive a turn.
Thomas comes down.
Yep.
Here is the swing. Suspend. Both players draw. Unsuspend. Get rid of a card. It's one card going down to 8. And now let's do the security check here. Wormon.
No ice water save today.
He needs 3 attacks.
No way.
Another Mirage Galgamon burst mode comes down. What a crazy turn here.
The downside to this play, however, since he doesn't have 20 cards anymore, he's not gaining 4. In that sense 5. He just gets 2 because he's at exactly the 8. So he cannot just replay the Thomas and repeat the things over and over again. So that is just gonna be...
Let's see. There's the swing. Okay, so he needs 2 more attacks to win the game.
But with 2 memory on the board, there's not really a way for him to keep turn and force your opponent to draw another card.
Needs just one more attack.
Yep. And that's just gonna be deliver for the Galgamon to pass turn to 3. A potential ace target to Solomon ace. But
now if Christos makes one attack, that's game.
yes, if Warmon, the little worm, calls for security and there's not gonna be a Solomon ace coming his way, he won.
He won.
And we go to game 3. But if there's a Solomon ace, that's tough. Also, there is the Davis and Ken start of main effect pending, I would assume, but he would choose not to use it, which is the wise decision because, yeah, you would just immediately lose your turn. It's not even a doubt. You would just automatically lose your turn because, I mean, he's gonna gain 2 memory for each Mirage Galgamon at least. So, and now we see the swing.
Is there any way to stop it? No.
There's no Solomon ace. And we are going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Such a crazy strong play from both players, an amazing showing of skill happening here as we go into game 3.
And the crowd is reaching.
The crowd. Hey everyone, look at all of these fans just like gathered here like at Bandai Card Fest in Utrecht for Digimon, Dragon Ball, One Piece games, Battle Spirits. Like, it's really an atmosphere. You can feel the energy, the excitement in the air.
Indeed. I mean, another game is another game for... Question for the production. It's 1-1 for everybody who's asking. Another game 3 is another game to watch. Another game 3 is another game I need to commentate. But I am here. Even though my voice is about to give out, I will stand here until the end of the day to commentate Digimon. I love this game. I really do.
That is an absolute show of love and dedication from your side. Can we get an applause for Yo? He's been struggling with his voice for 2 days now. He's here. He's gonna make the best of it. He's gonna bring you guys an amazing game 3.
All right. Gotta drink some up, get the water. Going with the memes. So yeah, Mirage Galgamon against Invertamon. Game 3, Mirage Galgamon can choose if he wants to go first or second. I personally believe it doesn't really matter who goes first or second in this situation because in general, if Mirage Galgamon is going to find these pieces, he's going to win. If he finds the Mirage Galgamon, he's going to win.
Yes.
If he doesn't find it?
If he does, and there is 21 minutes left on the game.
Indeed. So it might also come down to time, which I would personally not prefer, but we're going to see.
Okay, so let's start.
Mirage chose to go second, being able to probably play down 2 trainings, I guess. But yeah, just 2 trainings. And we see a Vmon, we see a Stigmon on top of it. And we see a Floodgate. Nothing new.
So can Christos win before Mirage Galgamon shows up? There is one in hand, though. There is one in hand. It's gonna be an interesting one. Let's see, is there a level 5 in hand?
We didn't see it yet, but potentially there would be 2 swings coming his way. One with the Stigmon, if he wants to be risky. But he chooses to hard evolve into Patamon, which to me is interesting. Because I would have expected him to play another X-Vmon and then DNA evolve into the Patamon, but maybe I just need to remind that sometimes you just don't get to do the things you need to do.
Okay, going into the level 4 Gaomon, and this isn't the one with jamming, this is the one that gains a memory. Just passing the turn here.
Which gives them the option to go into the Dragon mode that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, we're gonna see Weemon here in the breeding area.
I'm not sure if we're gonna see the Dragon mode. I see the fighter mode
Yeah,
again.
the fighter mode is on the very top. Cannot see the Dragon mode though.
But we see the return. So, Paint 2 evolving into fighter mode. And yep.
Yeah, and both players just dancing around those like 1-2 memories. Turns being passed very fast here. No super explosive plays happening. Just careful step by step, and we see the Gaogamon coming in. So level 4 is the mental training being used here. Going to level 5 for just 1.
Into Onkumon, we also see the Zurumane is being drawn into playing another flat kit rookie.
And
wouldn't be surprised anymore.
I think I saw 2 Mirage Gaogamons. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Showing the Zurumanes, but we see the Mirage Gaogamon coming down. Since there's no level 5, he needs to bounce back as security and
now
gaining back 2 memory.
Placing himself on 0 at the moment. Still on his turn.
But
there's no burst mode now, there's no Thomas on the field, so it's just Mirage there, but just Mirage is kind of an understatement here.
Yeah, just Mirage is not gonna be a joke to laugh at. But we just see a training. We don't see a blocker. So that fighter mode can say, hey, I'm just gonna swing and do 2 damage, or I'm just gonna sit here and be a big blocker that you cannot go around for now. I mean, we saw earlier the Onkumon from PT 19 where you become unblockable, unredirectable. So blocker doesn't really do much for the situation. But yeah, we see the Vmon being raised.
So he's gonna go
into the Lightramon. And suspending. I wish in the situation the Lightramon would just suspend the Mirage Gaogamon. I wish it would be able, but sadly it can only suspend the level 4 lower. It would have made a different storyline where the Imperatormon fighter mode would directly attack the Mirage Gaogamon and just remove it. And then it's gone. And then you are free to go.
Okay. And let's see. Is there gonna be an attack coming?
I mean, if there's gonna be an attack, there's gonna be a pass to the turn because you draw a card.
Yeah.
And yep, that's just 2 cards gone. 2 memory gone.
Okay, so etching here. Immediate, just digivolve into the level 3. Should have a level 4 in hand as well as 5. Considering, okay, just plays the ace immediately. And there goes the Lightramon and its sources just deleted.
And keeping turn. And if I known something, if Mirage Gaogamon can play an ace to just bounce back something to your hand, forcing the ability, they maybe want to have another one to go into. But luckily for Imperatormon, that's not the case right now. But we still see the Mirage Kagomon being deterred of attacking since there's a blocker that will stand in his way. But
okay,
we're gonna see Hexa Blaumon from the newest, not the new set, but the newest extra set. There we go. Stripping it from all its sources, and now is saying you cannot suspend in any shape or form. So whether you want to attack, you want to block, that's not an option anymore.
So it says when Digivolving, trash any 4 Digivolution cards under your opponent's Digimon. Then if your opponent has no Digimon with Digivolution cards, return one of their tamers to the bottom of their deck. And it also says during the opponent's turn, none of your opponent's Digimon with as many or fewer Digivolutions as this Digimon can suspend. Just no suspending, no attacks.
And all of a sudden, Mirage Kagomon's back in the driver's seat.
Mirage back into the race here.
But funny enough, you forgot to mention that Hexa Blaumon not only has that ability, it has Ice Clad, which makes it so instead of comparing DP, it compares amount of sources, which a blue deck has, being able to strip you from sources, or you know who's gonna have more sources.
Yeah.
And also security attack +1. So being able to put in
check another security when it's attacking.
But we see a Gamon being played for free, and all of a sudden you made 1 memory plus, and we will see another Digimon. So yeah.
So another Floodgate rookie comes down.
I mean,
Siakomon
is gonna be there. Worst case scenario is gonna be a swing coming to Imperiamon. But right now, the Stingmon has 2 sources. Hexablaumon has 1 source, so Stingmon is allowed to attack.
Yes.
And we see the XVMon being hard played.
But if we look at it like this, Riga has enough attacks here. He has 1, 2, 5 Digimon on the field versus 4 security.
Yeah, but 5 Digimon that all of a sudden are suspended. And if I'm seeing it correctly, cannot unsuspend. And that is the beginning of a potential comeback. Unless there's going to be another Mirage Kagomon coming from nowhere.
There is one in hand.
That's the best mod.
And I think there is a normal one as well in there. But we'll see. I might be seeing wrong here. Okay. So the ace comes down.
Ooh, stripping. Removing the Pedamon from its 2 level 4s and bouncing back the fighter mode. So, no petition for you.
So, we're still now on free memory.
It's like nothing happened.
Yeah. So, checking anything else to play here.
And
I mean, even if he doesn't play anything that attacks, still in a good position here with 5 sources. Okay.
And we see the Evo to pass the turn. Damien, can you elaborate into what Digimon he evolved into?
Okay, so the Digimon that he evolved into is a level 4. He's looking at me now. Sikumon on play. When Digivolving, return one of your opponent's level 3 Digimon to the hand.
I mean,
and it has jamming as an inherited effect.
That's the part I wanted to point out.
Yeah,
it is the jamming that is always finding its way into Mirage Kagomon.
It's such a strong ability.
I mean, if you can swing 5 times a turn and be sure that no Digimon will harm you, yeah, that's good. However, jamming does not protect you from any option cards.
Yeah.
What? I mean, there is one option card that could help Imperiadamon. It would be Gigadeath. Actually, Megadeth, Gigadeath, there are a lot of versions of the attack of Imperiadamon. But let's see if a miracle will happen and it will be found in security. However, what we do see is a hidden potential discovered. Being able to suspend one of your Digimon and evolve for basically free, because next time you evolve, it will be reduced by 5. And unless your name is Quartzmon or Imperiadamon Paladin Mode Ace, you're not costing more than 5 to evolve.
Okay, so with one memory left, looking at a very scary field, what is Christos going to do next?
I mean, in all honesty, he kind of needs to use the hidden potential discovered to go into an Imperiadamon. Hopes he finds Paladin mode and then just sweep the board. That would be the best situation. But
he is considering playing, checking the amount of Digimon on the board, calculating potential attacks.
Is he deciding to swing?
It looks like it.
But if he does so, unless I... No, he already got triggered. I was about to say unless... No. If he would swing, he would draw a card, and therefore...
He will just get floodgated by Mirage Gaugamon.
Yep.
But he's gonna go into the Dragon mode instead.
Yep. Which is basically one of your bonus Digimon or Tamers can't unsuspend until the end of their turn. So, preventing the Mirage Gaugamon from suspending or unsuspending helps a bit in the situation. However, considering there are 6 other Digimon that can attack, that's a lot harder.
Yeah. That is a lot harder, and we see Gaomon.
Another
just
Gaomon
forcing
a draw. Again, right now, if there's one Paladin Mode Ace in Christos' hand, the turn will go into his favor. Saying that, seeing him being on 6 memory, even 2 turns overflow from Paladin Mode Ace will not help him stealing the turn. So.
Okay, blue memory boost. Let's see. What does he get?
We see a Thomas that he cannot grab. We see him with a...
And that was the top card of the deck. Oof, that's rough. But he does grab the Gaugamon.
Which, for all intents and purposes, he was just hard into the burst mode. Okay.
Hard digivolving into the burst mode.
Now there's nothing that can stop him.
It looks like this is gonna be game now. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he has more than enough attackers. Again, draw 1. He just passes the turn here.
I mean, one Wormon standing off an entire army of Digimon.
One brave Vermon going to stand up here to Mirage Gaugamon.
But, you know, even though the board looks quite doomed, I need to preface, it's not over until it's over. There's a lot of things that can just go wrong in this situation. But we see the evil.
And just the turn switch immediately. And he gets another Mirage Gaugamon. There are no level 5s to digivolve over.
Well, I don't think you need a level 5 in this situation. But I see the Mirage Gargamon in hand, so...
2 actually, I think. Yeah, 2 Mirage Gargamons in hand. Okay, so is this going to be the closing turn of the finale? There we go. Over the ace. Bounces the Sting Moon. Gains. Let's see how much memory.
1,
2, 3, 4 memory.
For each Mirage Gargamon.
Each Gargamon.
And then all the inherit effect, so...
Well over.
We are back at 10.
Yeah, back at 10. Well over necessary.
So considering what's going on right now, another Huankumon. Another
Mirage Gargamon.
Bouncing one of the security.
And now we go back to 8. And that is just gonna be a lot of swings here.
There's a lot of swings coming your way, where you know that there's no overflow in your way of just losing you the turn. So yeah. Unless there's something I am not overseeing.
Okay.
That is a close call.
Huankumon, level 5, swings in with the Mirage Gargamon. Another security check.
And we swing.
And another one. And that is game.
That is game.
Wins with Mirage Gargamon. There we go. There's the audience. Big applause to your new European Digimon card game champion. And what a match. What a match. Mirage Gargamon. The first game, look, just feel this amazing energy here in the room. Yeah, just ban Mirage. The audience sends a message. Oh
my lord.
Yeah.
Oh my lord, I was about to wake up. I've been reading this, I'm like, oh no. But yeah, Mirage, that's what Mirage does best. Win.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, how do you feel about Mirage Gargamon getting the win here?
Chat, he's asking trick questions. No, it's nothing unexpected. Mirage Gargamon, unless I am mistaken, won last year too. And Mirage Gargamon, before it was restricted, was the most well-spread deck. But it's still good. Mirage Gargamon is just a good card, a good staple in blue in general. So I'm not surprised to see him. I'm, again, surprised to see Imperatormon. But it's just a showcase that if you are a good pilot, you can make it with everything. Imperatormon is not a bad deck in general, but Imperatormon is not the greatest deck in Team Mirage Gargamon, and we saw why.
Yeah.
But we still got 3 amazing games. 1 game with the upset, making it 1-1. And yeah, I'm happy that even though my voice does not sound the best, I gave my best. And I think the players are also about to be ready for the ceremony. We see now the trophies, and Ulfos Vidramon. I mean, at this point,
beautiful trophies.
It could have been also Mirage Gargamon's line, but yeah, Ulfos Vidramon, the one Digimon known for speed, known for its repeated effects to unsuspend and then swing again. This time with the help of a tamer instead of memory. But yeah, I think that's it from my end. Is there anything you want to add to this Mirage Gargamon win?
Yeah, well, I love Mirage Gargamon. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, I was surprised with Imperial Dramon, and I think that the game 2 was really great, and it set us up for this game 3. But like just the field that it assembled on the Mirage's side was really crazy when it started getting so much memory just through the sheer amount of cards in hand. Yeah, that was the winning position definitely. And with that being said, we will be switching soon to the trophy ceremony.
Hope so. I want to see the two. But one thing to add. One thing to add. If I remember correctly, the third placed deck was the Great Angels. You know, the three Great Angels. So 3 Great Angels, third place comes in handy. And the fourth place should be 7 Great Demon Lords, which is not coming, fourth and 7, but I digress. So yeah, we're gonna have the ceremony shortly, but before that, we're gonna see the
trophies
handed to Ben by Danilo.
It's absolutely beautiful, stunning artwork on the trophies.
Oh yeah, I'm actually quite jealous to not even play, because in general the participation and all the play mats, all the prize cards that I get in Digimon, they look pretty unique, especially because the text that are written on the cards are not in normal English or Japanese. They are written in the Digimon, in Digicode. And there we see the banner. I am pretty certain we're gonna switch right there, but yeah, we're gonna pan our Pteramon, which now come to think of, I did not, at least myself, did not hear from a Zafagamon player making it big, but I'm certain we're gonna release the top 32 deck list. Jesus, there's a top 32 deck list shortly, or at least a breakdown. But yeah, I think that's on my end enough. I've said enough. I'm happy to get some more water. Stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Stay hydrated.
So we're gonna go on a break, and in a couple of minutes we'll have the winning ceremony.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff, are you sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff, are you sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimons are the Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the Make some noise for that final. That was incredible. Make some noise. That went down to the wire. Really wasn't sure who was going to win that. I'm Shaldo. We're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Europe. It's been fantastic so far. It's been excellent. I'd like to introduce Chi-san to the stage, please. So now, announcing your top 3 winners. In 3rd place, we have the incredible Vincent. And in 2nd place, a hard-fought competitor. He really gave it his all. Christos! And in 1st place, I give you your winner, your champion, Lan! Congratulations, congratulations. Lan, do you have anything you want to say about the Digimon card game?
Yeah, Digimon card game, Digimon has been always my favorite franchise. It's been my whole life, and being able to play this game with my friends, they also love Digimon. It's one of the best things I have right now in my life. So long life Digimon, viva España, let's go!
Vale! So one more round of applause for your top 3, please. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the... Thank you so much. So, after the break, we're going to go over to the One Piece card game. Make sure you stay tuned. Shaldo, we're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Europe. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Peace.
do it.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. It is that time now. It's the time you've all been waiting for. All the One Piece fans, you know, I'm so excited. It's Shaldo. We're here at the Bandai Card Game Fest World Tour in Europe, in the Netherlands, in Utrecht. We've got the top 4 coming up first match between Black Yellow, Monkey D. Luffy, and Don Quixote do Flamingo. Let's get into it.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. It's finally time to get to the One Piece card game. Monkey D. Luffy, Black Yellow up against Mono Blue Doflamingo. Ben and Taj here with you on the call for the rest of the evening as well. And Taj, I think it should be fair to say there's no surprise that we're seeing Black Yellow Luffy and Mono Blue Doflamingo dominate once again.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of the decks that we highlighted at the beginning of the weekend, and we thought, you know, these decks have been doing really well recently, and we knew that Doflamingo and Black Yellow Luffy were the 2 decks to beat. And they're here as we speak in the top 4.
Absolutely. The other matchup as well, we can tell you, over in top 4 is another blue Don Quixote Doflamingo deck up against Mono Black Rob Lucci. You can see everybody there in the viewing area tuning in here live with us. I hope that you, everyone that is tuning in at home as well, is really, really looking forward to this. Interesting top 4 breakdown as well there, considering only one Black Yellow Luffy in the top 4 here.
Yeah, absolutely. We had 4 of them in the top 8, so 3 have dropped off. We also had the Doflamingo mirror match, so obviously we were going to lose one of those Doflamingo, so we've lost 3 Black Yellow Luffys and a Doflamingo purely to the fact that it was a mirror match. So it just goes to show that, you know, we were worried it's going to be maybe Black Yellow Luffy, top 4, similar to what we saw earlier in the year in our 2023 championship finals here in Europe, in Utrecht. But no, we've got a variation.
Absolutely, and it looks like we are ready to go there. BY Luffy Angelo sporting the brand new special Monkey D. Luffy leader as well there, that's been available via Premium Bandai here at Bandai Card Fest, and Enrico Maria on the Don Quixote Doflamingo deck. It is Enrico Maria going first. He's going to start things off with that buggy.
Yeah, that buggy really useful. First, one Don drop, you can restack the top 3 cards of your deck. And in a deck like Doflamingo, when turn 2 you're going to have 3 Don available, you can suddenly start using your leader ability.
Absolutely, and while this search is going on, obviously a reminder and a welcome into those that are tuning in here on Bandai Card Fest. We have got, this is the top 4 matchup. This is the semi-final feature match. We will then have the final after that, and then in the trophy presentation ceremony, you're going to want to stick around to the end, because there is a very special announcement on the way for the One Piece card game and the future that it holds. So be sure to stick around for the very end of the broadcast so you do not miss out.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to stick around for that one for sure. But as we say, there's a lot at stake here in this game, isn't there, Ben? The winner of this match is guaranteed a place at the World Championship Finals in Japan.
They are indeed. Both players, especially here as a part of Bandai Card Fest in this final European Championships of the season, both players, both finalists are going to get that World Championship qualification, as we see Angelo go in there with a 7k swing into the rested 4-cost Trafalgar Law, then the 2-cost Monkey D. Luffy replayed down onto board. So Enrico Maria going to be going up to 5 Don here at the start of this next turn, and we're going to go with another buggy search again.
Yep, just looking to potentially restack that top again, just to maybe mix things up, maybe hoping there was another option in that card that wasn't seen at the bottom there.
So just going to take a little bit of time to consider what is there in the top 3 and how we want to reorganize that. Haven't seen the usage of the 4-cost Jinbei just yet either, to be able to be played down and then bring another 4-cost all alongside with it as well. It looks like we are happy with the remainder of the ordering, and now going to go ahead and swing for 8k into life. And there, speaking of the Jinbei, there he is indeed, finding the Trafalgar Law as well, which will be able to bounce that Luffy back if Enrico Maria chooses.
Yeah, familiar maneuver we've seen throughout the weekend, you know, the Trafalgar Law being dropped and then potentially picking up a small. We saw Sengoku picked up, I think it was 4 times yesterday, to great effect, and then bouncing that little Luffy back into hand as well at the same time.
So now Angelo just deciding what to do here with this 8K swing. Of course, for those that are maybe a little newer to the One Piece card game, maybe seeing this format for the first time, Black Yellow Luffy is a leader that thrives on being on 0 life, being able to heal some of those 3 brothers 5 costs back into the life and use some of the 2 cost 3 brothers to play them out for a lower cost, out from the life, and giving that leader a static power boost that lasts to the end of your opponent's turn.
Yeah, absolutely. What Angelo's going to be considering here is, 1, is it worth me to counter this attack? 2, I do need to get some components into my trash as well, so maybe it might be worth just doing that, losing a few cards from hand but getting things into the trash. But it looks like he's deciding to take that particular life because, again, it's really important to accelerate getting your life down nice and early to be able to instigate those special abilities from the leader.
Yeah, it's definitely a fine line and a fine balance that you have to find when you're playing Black Yellow Luffy. It's easy to just immediately see the leader ability as something that has to wait until you're at 0 life and try and race to that point. But in actuality, if you get to that point and you end up finding no cards to defend yourself with, and it means your opponent gets a nice enough and a strong enough board state that you could just get immediately overwhelmed, as we see the 5K swing come forwards here, countered away by another Trafalgar Law. And the 2-cost Luffy, double 2-cost Luffy's going to make their way onto the board, as well as a 2-cost Sabo. So all the youngsters at the moment joining the party early.
Yeah, absolutely. And Angelo's probably saying, okay, you're going to keep bouncing little Luffy's back into my hand. Can you bounce 3 little characters back into my hand? No, you can't. So let's just try and establish something on board here. So once you can activate that leader ability, you can start playing your game as you want to.
So up to 7 Don now for this turn. Enrico Maria is going to go ahead first with just the 5K swing. We often see this out of players just attacking with that base 5,000 power, enough to be able to do a piece of damage in the One Piece card game, just to try and get an idea at what your opponent is working with in hand. If there's enough 1K counter in there, if they maybe over counter a 5K swing or with a 2,000 powers worth of counter, that's important information as well. And also, importantly, you win the game by making sure that your opponent has 0 life and dealing 1 more damage. So the little attacks do have the opportunity to add up.
Yeah, absolutely. But what's really interesting is by swinging just 5,000 with that Doflamingo leader, it means that you're obviously not planning to use its ability. Instead, you are going to do that.
Yeah, Gravity Blade Raging Tiger. Well, you dared to urge Enrico Maria to try and bottom deck multiple of the 2-cost babies. And Enrico Maria says, yep, absolutely. Here's a 7-cost event that bounces 2 characters back to the bottom of the deck. And this bottom decking, particularly in this matchup against Black Yellow Luffy, is going to be a real big benefit for Enrico Maria.
Yeah, this is where Doflamingo really does excel against this deck. It doesn't KO, giving the Black Yellow Luffy player the advantage of having those pieces in the trash. It instead bottom decks, which means it puts them out of reach. It just makes things so much more difficult, especially if you're not finding multiple components to be able to work with.
So we see the Charlotte Flompe hit the board for Angelo, which typically when you start to see the Charlotte Flompes is where the Black Yellow Luffy deck starts to think about, okay, this is the turn that I'm going to accelerate down to 0 life. But there's only a 5-cost starter deck Luffy in the trash at the moment, which, I mean, would be able to be healed back if we do have another way to free that final life, because we've still got 1 copy of the 2-cost Monkey D. Luffy on the board.
Yeah, as you say, could be an option. It's going to be interesting to see what the decision's going to be now, to how he's going to progress with this. There is obviously an immediate answer there at the front of his hand, which he's got ready. But see what he commits to.
Yeah, just trying to figure out at the moment exactly how much Don that he's trying to commit to here. We are going to see, well, initially might have been seeing a payment of 4, but it is going to be, what, 5 and 2 are the Don splits at the moment. So, I mean, potentially there is a way to maybe get rid and deal with the board. We are going to see the 2-Don slid underneath the Monkey D. Luffy leader first, which is what is required in the first point to activate the leader's ability.
Yep.
Now here comes 2 more Don. And it looks like this is going to be for the Kazuki Hiyori, another one of these characters that have 2k counter on them. So in initial glance, you might think, oh, they're better off belonging in my hand for defense. But actually, because it allows you to take 1 life, or in Hiyori's case, take the life and rearrange it, put something back there that you'd much rather see, i.e. a 5-cost version of the Monkey D. Luffy or Sabo, which is exactly what we're going to see there. The 2-cost Sabo making its way down onto the board, immediately activating its ability to trash, give that plus 2,000 powers boost to the leader, and play the 5-cost out from the life.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what Hiyori is useful for in this deck, as we were saying. Just allows you to pick up your last life and then put something down there, which is going to be, which you're going to know you can take with the baby brothers, and to be able to increase your leader's power, as you say.
So we're seeing here double Egghead Luffy hitting the trash off of the Trash 2 from the Sabo blocker. Now we're going to see the leader ability activate, so trash 1 card out from your hand. It is a pretty expensive leader ability when you think about it. Don X2, trash a card from your hand. You've got to be at 0 life as well. But then heal 2 of these cards back into the life, aiming for, looks like Egghead Luffy and Starter Deck Luffy from ST13.
Yep. Just deciding what the best option would be. Those are there are obviously the 3 Luffys there in the trash, 2 of the Egghead ones, 1 of the starter decks. So deciding to go with just 1 of the Egghead Luffys for now, leaving the other one in trash.
Yeah, I think just trying to make the decision here, Angelo, about exactly what order and if there's any immediate removal that I need to be worried about on Enrico Maria's side of the board. Obviously, with both of his characters being 4 costs, the Jinbei and the Trafalgar Law, they would be KOable by the Egghead Luffy's ability. Trash it, then KO a 4 cost or less on board. With the 5 cost Monkey D. Luffy on the board right now, what's likely going to happen is the activation of the 2 cost Luffy's ability, play the 5 cost, keep that Egghead in the life. We've already got that boost up to 11,000 power on our turn, see the swing, and then we've got the plus 9, the 9k base for Enrico Maria's turn, and 1 life as well, just in case there's anything like a Perfume Femur.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you want to be doing. Get your leader up to 9,000 base power. You know your opponent, even though they can go wide with these 4 costs, they're no more than 5,000 or 6,000 power, so it requires a lot of Don commitment, which means you're putting yourself back a turn as far as playing characters out is concerned. So again, it's getting that balance right. So what's Enrico going to decide to do here? Play another big body or try and push him? We know that the general play here is not to try and push, because there is it's going to be easily countered considering the cards in hand.
Yeah, also you've got that Sabo blocker on board now as well, which you don't mind just putting in the way of a stronger attack or an attack of any sort of kind that's going to force the interaction, because at least that way it's back in the trash. So all it will require is at the start of Angelo's next turn to activate 5 cost Luffy's effect on board, trash that final life, get the plus 2,000 power, and then you've got a free life area to go, okay, trash 1 leader ability, get that Sabo blocker back, and start that Sabo loop, as you have aptly called it.
Yeah, the Sabo loop. Yeah, it's infuriating when you're playing against it, but it is a very, very skillful mechanic to get to and to operate optimally.
So with 9 Don at the moment, we are just 1 Don short of the full complement, as we see here the flip getting the buggy off of the top on leader ability, so going to be able to rearrange the next top 3. But as I was about to say, that so many Doflamingo players now in this 8.5 meta to help try and maybe combat against the BY Luffy deck is the inclusion of 10 cost Kaido, the secret rare from OPO5 that allows you to draw 4 cards if your opponent has 3 or less life. Also, importantly, because it's a 10 cost, it's 12,000 power. So immediately, it's got that really nice 3 to 4k buffer region against a 9k leader, as we saw there on Enrico Maria's turn. So it's a really, really nice opportunity to push through that damage and also just get some more card draw in hand.
Yeah, no, absolutely it is. But as we've seen as well, the black-yellow Luffy players have actively had to start countering that now, playing the 10-cost Kuzan now as well. We saw that to great effect, being able to help reduce, and we saw the 2 4-cost Kuzans reducing the power down enough as well. So a lot of cost reduction is obviously put into the black-yellow Luffy to try and deal with big threats like that 10-cost Kaido.
Yeah, that was in one of yesterday's feature matches as well, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely a fantastic line and counterplay that these BY Luffy decks are starting to utilize. We see here now full 10 Don for Angelo, who is without that 5-cost starter deck Luffy now anymore. The Jozu bouncing it back into hand out of Enrico Maria. We're going to see a 6k swing from the blocker Sabo. Get countered away here by the buggy, and here comes the payment of 8. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. It is Gecko Moria.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what we're going to start to see now. We're going to start to see if you can maintain this with the Gecko Morias. We're going to start to see big bodies on board, but we're also going to see our leader being buffed up and sometimes still having a life left as well, as we're seeing here, because there was a life previously already there. You can activate the leader effect and still bump your leader up to 9,000 power base, but still leave something in the life to give you just that little bit of extra buffer.
Yeah, and this was really nice as well here, playing the Gecko Moria down and making sure that you were playing over one of the characters on board, playing over that blocker Sabo to make sure that it was in trash, ready for this leader ability activation. Now that we've brought the 2-cost baby Luffy and the 2-cost Sabo back onto the board, we will be able here to grab the Sabo back into the life, stack it on the top. As you said, Taj, we've already used one 2-cost ability to boost us up to +7, +9 with the 2 Don attached. Now 2 more K, +11,000 in this turn for Angelo, and still 1 life and 1 blocker.
Yeah, absolutely, and now it's looking quite imposing. You've got that rocket, a Luffy, which is 6,000 power base, but more importantly, you can use it activate main by trashing the character and KOing one of your opponent's characters. So cost of 4 or less, perfect numbers against the Stoflamingo deck.
Gravity Blade trigger. Off of the life, though, is forcing the bottom deck of the blocker Sabo. So that's the only one so far that we've seen out of Angelo. And at the moment, that's gone to the bottom of the deck after a great hit off of life there. Now Angelo has to try and decide if there's any further actions that are going to be worth it here. And he says no.
Yeah, this could be game swinger, this one here, because obviously putting that Sabo at the bottom of deck, as you say, no other Sabo blocker available as we see at the moment, could really be quite difficult now for Angelo, because Enrico Maria will just be thinking, right, I can just now start doing the maths and add the numbers up and just start trying to swing, either reducing cards in hand or trying to go for game.
Yeah, it'll be whether Enrico Maria will look to try and go for game on this turn, or whether he'll want to just play at more of a tempo. Like I say, it's a very difficult balance, a very fine balance, even when you're playing against the black-yellow Luffy deck, let alone when you're playing it yourself. So now with Enrico Maria, with all 10 Don, and he's going to get that extra turn because he's playing that 10-cost Kaido that we mentioned earlier. Draw 4, and then a big 12,000 power body over for Enrico Maria. And at the moment, for Angelo, there's no answers for it.
Yeah, not looking good here. Again, that's giving a lot of cards in hand now for Enrico Maria. 4 extra cards in hand drawn thanks to that big body being placed on board. 12,000 base power body as well that you now have to worry about, because yeah, you can get your leader up to 9,000, but now going to need 2K counters in hand to be able to counter out of that. And there doesn't seem to be any blockers in reach either, so looking quite worrying here for Angelo.
And one of the biggest strengths as well, I think, of being able to play and having this 10-cost Kaido be in the list now for Doflamingo players is that draw ability, particularly against Black Yellow Luffy, that amasses so much card advantage into hand because of the amount of life that it's being able to take, the consistent draw 2 trash 2s, of the blocker 5-cost Sabo as well. This just is able to make you keep up with resources in that capacity and say, okay, you can push all of these attacks in, but I'm keeping up with you. I've still got the resources in hand to either block or counter with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great engine, as you say, because you're deliberately happy to take life out, and yeah, the Sabo does help fix your hand as well, doesn't it? Sometimes when you're struggling a bit, and it just fills up the trash with the pieces you need. So doesn't look good at the moment though, so we'll have to wait and see what the decision here is going to be now.
Well, we've already seen one Don getting paid for a 3 brothers bond, and it looks like that the Egghead Luffy is going to go ahead and attack in first here. 6,000 power, and importantly, even with that character now having attacked and rested, we can activate its main ability, which is what Angelo was considering to do here. 2 targets on board at the moment with the Jinbei and the Law.
I'm just having a quick look through now to see what is in the trash. Not too much there for Enrico Maria.
We are going to get rid of the Law, draw the extra card as well. But there is at least just one extra 5k or higher potential swing that Angelo won't have to worry about on his defensive turn from Enrico Maria.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we talk about the trash and how cards utilize the trash as well, but it's also important to note that Doflamingo can also pick up cards back from the trash as well. There's a certain Gecko Moria card, when played, allows you to pick up a 7 Warlords of the Sea card as well. So, you know, and that Trafalgar Law could potentially go back into hand. Again, activate that as well. So there are ways to combo in this Doflamingo deck as well that can utilize your trash.
Yeah, the OG Moria. Remember the days very, very fondly as we see the 9k swing that has gone through from the 8-cost Gecko Moria. Here comes the 3-cost Nami blocker from ST14, a recent innovation from Black Yellow Luffy lists. When you have that Gecko Moria on the board, an 8-cost or higher, and 6 or less cards in hand, you are able to draw an extra card. And of course, it is that low cost, low power blocker, which just gives you that little bit of defensive leeway going into opposition's turns. For Angelo there, however, he has found the answers to be able to get a leader ability activation off here and clear the way of this Jinbei with a second Egghead Monkey D. Luffy hitting the trash there from ability.
Yeah, exactly. And as you say, that Nami's great value now with obviously having Gecko Moria on board. Just gives you the alternative option to get a blocker when you are stuck in a situation like this where you don't have your Saba blockers available to hand.
So it looks like Angelo here setting himself up for leader ability activation. There is the trash away of the 4-cost Kuzan. And it looks like it's going to be pretty much Luffy or Luffy to bring back in from the trash here to life. We're going to go with the starter deck Luffy first and immediately play it down with the help of the 2-cost baby. So once again, we are up to that 11k number to swing into Enrico Maria. Takes the damage without hesitation. No trigger activation either. And now straight over to Doflamingo, who still does have that Jozu and the Kaido on board.
Yeah, but more importantly, Nami blocker is now on board as well for Angelo. So you still got 1 life. You got the Nami blocker, so 3 attacks required to get through here. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Obviously, that Kaido is a nice big character there. We've got another 7,000 power base as well, but it's going to require the Don commitment. So again, maybe not the right turn to go for game, but how do you deal with this board and what do you target here?
Yeah, it looks like there's only about 4 or 5 cards in hand for Angelo as well. I think I might see another Trafalgar Law as well here to potentially bounce that Nami blocker back into hand if if Enrico Maria does want to really try and extend. But as you say, that's going to require a lot of Don commitment because of the 9k base that Angelo's leader is here on Enrico Maria's turn. Any Trafalgar Law play would require 4 Don. That 4 Don is the exact same number that would be required to be put underneath leader to try and threaten an attack to deal damage at that 9k.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be interesting what the play here is going to be. So as you say, there are several options. You are going to want to probably push 1 or 2 attacks in just to see what the reaction is going to be. But we get a Marshal D Teach coming down. Now this is really useful because you can put that 2 rested Dom back underneath a character or your leader, which you can now cheat out your leader effect because you're going to put whatever you want on top, and I assume it's going to be a Trafalgar Law, and then literally pay the 1 Don now, and you're going to be, well, first he's got to decide what he wants to swing with his leader.
And it looks like you can see there he's gathering quite a lot of Don. There's another 4 Don cards there being held. So if all of this goes underneath leader, this would mark an 11k swing.
Yep. And
it looks like it is going to go onto the leader here. As there is a declaration of the attack. It's going to go into an 8-drop Moria. Flipping top card, it is indeed that 4-cost Trafalgar Law, which will bounce the Nami blocker back into Angelo's hand.
And he just, and this is the great thing about the Trafalgar Law, it can target itself to be picked up. Now it's on the board, and that's exactly what he did. Put it back in his own hand, deals with the blocker, and says, right, there you go. 11k swing into your Gecko Moria. Are you going to commit your 2 of your cards in your hand to it?
Yeah, this is going to be about how much Angelo values having that Gecko Moria on the board right now. Just needs 3,000 powers worth to be able to get out of this attack. But Angelo looks like that he might be willing to let this one go here. At least it's 1 less attack that's going to be coming his way onto life. Really, really agonizing over what to do with this Moria, asking how many cards Enrico Maria has in hand. It's a lot, thanks to that 10-drop Kaido earlier on in the game. The Moria does fall, and now it's Kaido to come and swing down onto Angelo's life. And this might be a take here. It will. So the life goes to the bottom of the deck as per the leader ability. Then a 10k swing, which is going to be countered away for 2.
Yeah, really good work there by Enrico Maria. Getting rid of the Gecko Moria, bottom decking that Monkey D. Luffy from life as well, meaning it's well out of reach again. And now Angelo's obviously got that Nami back in hand, so could put that blocker straight down. But, let's see what he can do here.
Well, we're going to start off with the activation of 5-cost Luffy's ability. Just get that extra plus 2,000 powers boost. So that's an 8k character now. Feels like the best course of action here has got to be to go into board here. Take care of that Jozu. Try and take care of that Kaido if we possibly can. It's going to take a lot of resources to be able to do it. And then, of course, the issue becomes, okay, do I survive then on the return, or does the attacks go through? We are going to see just an 8k swing here, though, from the 5-cost Luffy. And it looks like this is going into life, so this will require 2 2k counters to be able to make the attack safe.
Yep, Enrico Maria just considering now what the potential play is going to be. Again, this is what you want to do. This is what our top players always do. Their first poke is always without any Don attached, not giving any hint what they're going to use that Don for the rest of the turn to their opponent. And in this case, with Angelo, we obviously know there is an option, especially with Black Yellow Luffy, when you're down to 0 lives. Maybe straight after this, you're going to stick 2 Don underneath your leader, and then you've got 8 Don to play that Gecko Moria if it is available in hand.
Enrico Maria just having a look in the trash here to try and see exactly what resources have been used and what could potentially be recalled for the leader ability at the moment. It looks like it's just the 5-cost Egghead Luffy and the yellow Sabo from starter deck 13. We're going to see a big 4k counter there out of the Luffy attack. But importantly to note that that was 4 1k counters that were used out of Enrico Maria's hand. And look at what he's got left. He's gone from, what, 11 cards down to 7 now left in hand. So it's still quite a lot to work with, but you've countered 4 1K counters out of that attack.
Yeah, I think that's quite telling to Angelo as well, which is why I think Enrico Maria was thinking long and hard. Do I want to give that knowledge to my opponent about the lack of 2K options that I have? So we're just going to see Angelo now just considering what to do. Leader ability.
Yeah, leader ability activated. It's trash the Nami blocker.
Okay.
Go and grab ourselves the only 2 legible targets in the trash from what we've seen and been made aware of at the very least. The Egghead Luffy 5-cost from OPO 7, and then the 5-cost yellow Sabo. And there is a second Gecko Moria that is in hand, which will bring the Nami back along with it. And then the Egghead Luffy, the 2-cost Luffy as well, which will undoubtedly be used with its ability. Grab the Egghead out of life and giving themselves just that little bit of protection here from the next turn. Luffy immediately going to be used to take care of that Don Value engine.
I was going to say that Teach's got to go. It's got to be a target for that Luffy because it's just too good. It just enables you to pick what you're stacking at the top of your deck for your leader activation, and it's just, yeah, you don't want to be giving your opponent and making it that easy for them to fire off their leader ability.
Yeah, especially, like you say, because the Teach can give itself the 2 rested Don there as well. So a play that I've seen quite a few times is actually Perfume Femur targeting Teach, give it the unblockable and the extra power boost, then the 2 Don that you've used to pay for the Perfume Femur, put it back underneath Teach with its ability, and all of a sudden you've got a really big, dangerous, unblockable swing that you weren't necessarily expecting. We see the swing go in here from that 9K leader, taking the final damage for Enrico Maria. So he is down to 0 life remaining. 1 more damage dealt that Enrico Maria can't counter out of. Then Angelo will go a game ahead here in our top 4 feature match, but there is still at Jozo on board, at Kaido on board, still a plentiful hand here. I think 9 cards now with the life that he took and the draw for turn.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what the play here now is going to be. You want to get rid of that Nami potentially before you swing in with that Kaido. Lead is 7K, not 9 this turn, so it makes the maths a little bit more interesting.
That's exactly what you think you can see Enrico Maria really looking at and really trying to analyze. I think there's only about 4 or 5 cards in hand here for Angelo at the moment as well. Can have another look into trash, and this might just be more to try and take stock of how many 2K counters have been used throughout this game already. Players will typically add around about 10 to 14 2K counters, obviously maximum 4 copies of a card in a deck, but you'll roughly see about 10 to 14 in any given competitive one-piece card game deck. So seeing, I think, about 2 of them already go will maybe fill Enrico Maria with a little bit more confidence. We see the Teach number 2 make its way onto the board, and it looks like a very similar play to the one that we saw in the last turn. The rested 2 Don underneath the leader, 9K swing now with the 2 extra Don attached, pay 1, another 4-cost Trafalgar Law, which will bounce itself back into hand, bounce that Nami blocker out of the way, and now Angelo has to deal with a 9K swing.
Yeah, it's going to be 2K plus the Nami or something else, so Angelo's going to make a decision. Going to probably use the Nami because it is, again, card knowledge of what's in the hand on Enrico Maria's side, so yeah, that's exactly how he counters that with it.
And now we see the big 12K swing make its way down with this Kaido. So with what, 5 Don left remaining, that means it would be, if all Don remaining are attached, it would be 12K again into life. And that's exactly what it is going to be. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I don't think that that is going to be enough. No, it will not be. And Enrico Maria will take game 1 with 2 12K power swings. And you can hear the applause and the support there for Enrico Maria. A very, very difficult game there, particularly made by Angelo, I think, only seeing that one Sabo blocker.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to see as many of those Sabo blockers as possible. As we say, I always call it the Sabo loop. You want that Sabo loop to go. You need two, ideally 3, to make yourself a little bit more comfortable with it. Sabo blocker, so you can just keep doing that, protecting your board Against No Flamingo, it doesn't really matter because the bottom decking is not KOing, but having those blockers on board is really, really important. And unfortunately, not seeing those and those being dealt with and then bottom decked really did put him back. And having not being able to find him, even with the Three Brothers Bond search, he did try and find it, didn't find the components he needed, and it just made it very difficult for him there.
Well, there we have the first game of our top 4 feature match. And again, there you're seeing the importance of why so many players are now not even just playing just a single copy of this 10-cost Kaido. A lot of players in Blue Don Quixote de Flamingo are playing 2 copies of it. I mean, first and foremost, for consistency's sake, you want to make sure you have multiple copies of a card so you have multiple opportunities to see that card when you're searching, when you're drawing through other different effects and the like. But also, just if you get one of them onto board, that's really, really difficult. If you can maybe get second one onto board after one of them's been dealt with, or even have 2 10-cost Kaidos there available, then that's very, very scary.
Yeah, it is. And I think the way that Black Yellow Luffy's been operating and winning so many tournaments is because of the fact that, you know, the players put themselves on the base power of their leader to 7,000 or 9,000, which really makes it difficult for opponents to get through. But when you're getting big bodies on board that can stick, like Kaido, the maths becomes a little bit more difficult for these Black Yellow Luffy players. We've always said in the past as well, if you've got a 6k leader, the difference that makes from having a 5k leader. We saw it so many times with Whitebeard, even with the ST14 Luffy, when you can activate that to get up to 6k as well. There is a huge advantage to having that extra 1k on your leader. But having an extra 2 or 4k, it's been huge in this last format.
Absolutely. Well, we are underway now into Game 2. The timer that you'll notice on the screen there as well does include the overtime as well if we get to that point, which will be 5 turns or 10 minutes, depending on whichever finishes first. So these players do still have plenty of time remaining in our feature match, but for those just tracking along at home, as we see again a very similar plan, a very similar start here to Game 2. That 4-cost Trafalgar Law is going to bounce itself back into hand and bounce the 2-cost baby back into Angelo's.
Yeah, Enrico Maria could have put the Perona back in hand, but I think that Trafalgar Law is considered more of an important component not to be in the trash and in the hand to be able to bounce stuff back and just put Angelo a turn behind as far as character board presence is concerned.
So the swing going in there from the leader, countered away by 1 from a Perona, and then Angelo just says, okay, here's 2 more of the 2 costs, a Luffy and a Sabo, and get ourselves ready to activate some leader abilities later down the line with 3 life still remaining. Another 7k swing on the way, finds Jinbei off of the top this time.
Yeah, I knew that was there. Obviously stacked the top of the top 5 cards of life with that Perona on first turn, which is always useful, and you do it in a way that you know that actually, look, I'm going to be drawing this card next, so I know that I can activate that leader ability as well. So stacking that top of life in a sequence, importantly, without having to then look at it again.
And I like how heads up and smart this is as well from Enrico Maria with his bounce ability. Had the choice of either of the 2-cost Three Brothers cards, but decided to bounce the Sabo back into Angelo's hand as opposed to the Luffy there, just making sure not giving it too much more opportunity with any cards that he might find in hand to have, say, a Kazuki Hiyori or a Charlotte Flampe and be able to get that back into the board and get the 5-cost on as well. We see the Teach make its way down onto board after the attack went through, and Angelo will have the turn over to him.
Yep. So Angelo's turn now. Used a counter there with Egghead Luffy, which is now in the trash. So that's a potential target later on when you're going to start using your leader ability.
And now up to 6 Don at the moment.
Yeah. I think we're going to see another one of, well, placing 2 Don to one side, but maybe not. Just deciding what to play here.
It is just going to be the payment of 1. We're going to Three Brothers Bond to start us off in the turn. So there's clearly something he wants to find. It is a blocker Sabo that we get there. So the 2-cost Sabo that is still in hand at the moment would be able to come down, and if there's a way to get that 5-cost into the life, then we will be able to see that make its way down on this turn.
Yep, absolutely can. And I think there is a Hiyori potentially that can do that for us here. But we start with a Flampe.
Yep, Flampe, take 1 damage and draw 1 card from the deck as well. That leaves 4 Don.
Yep, which is enough for the Saba that was bounced back into hand and potentially to activate that Hiyori as well.
Yeah, the difficulty with that, though, is that you'd be leaving yourself on 0 life completely, with the Hiyori replacing the life, and then for 2 Don, and then the final 2 Don having to be used on the 2-cost baby Sabo as well. So you'd be leaving yourself on 0 life with a blocker, absolutely, and with plenty of cards available in hand. But generally, I think it's fair to say not where BY Luffy wants to be. You always want to have at least 1 life card in the life area, just in case there's any kind of crazy surprises that you're blindsided by. As we see 2 Don put underneath the leader here.
So I'm thinking potentially we might see Hiyori. No, we're not.
Looks like it's a second Flampe maybe instead, so we're readying ourselves for leader ability. We will be indeed. Charlotte Flampe number 2 makes its way down, and then the final Don used for a 3 Brothers bond again.
Just having another little search, trying to find another component. Having a quick look at the hand just to measure up what's required at this particular point.
Yeah, maybe just looking for another one of the 3 brothers that we'll be able to trash away for leader ability. It's likely that it's going to be the blocker Sabo that will see its way into life soon. Looks like there's a couple of different targets as well here within this search. Angelo just really trying to figure out, okay, what brother do I want here? We're going to grab the 2-cost baby Sabo as opposed to any of the potential 5 costs.
It was interesting because I think there was, as we saw, looked like there was a blocker Sabo there, and it looked like potentially there was Egghead Luffy as well. So interesting decision to take that smaller one.
Well, thankfully, there was that blocker Sabo in hand that we found from the first 3 Brothers bond search that we used at the start of the turn. We're going to go ahead and bring Egghead Luffy and the blocker Sabo back into life, play down the 5-cost Luffy from the 2-drop that was still on board, and then just
pop the Teach now as well, potentially.
Yeah, maybe next turn, because Angelo has passed following the 9k attack into the rested 4-cost Jinbei.
Yeah. Unless there's a Gravity Blade coming down here, that...
Oh, it might be. It might be. No, it's a Jozu.
Yep. I was going to say that'll probably be popped back, put at the bottom of life, but that's popped back into hand, which means you're not going to get the double value out of it next turn as you were expecting.
Yeah, no ability to go ahead and attack for the 6k in with it and then use the Activate Maim to KO the Teach, like you said, but with it being bounced into hand, we will still at least have the opportunity to get rid of Teach. It'll get some value before it goes, though, with a 7k swing going in here. Flipping the top card with that final Don, it is the Edward Weevil that's going to be able to draw an extra card with the on-play ability.
Yeah, always nice to be able to play an Edward Weevil. Just gives you that ability to draw the extra cards that's replacing itself in your hand from that Teach effect and leader ability.
So just about 20 minutes of regular time left in this featured top 4 matchup. In case you missed it earlier on, the timer is encompassing of the 10 minutes overtime or 5 extra turns that you are afforded if there is still no victor in the game. It goes to time. As we see the blocker Sabo make its way onto the board through the 2-cost that we'd searched out from the second copy of the 3 Brothers bond.
Yep. Think now, what you've got to remember as well, as you know, we're talking about time left on the board. It obviously, Enrico Maria is in pole position here. Having that 1-game victory just means that Angelo's going to have to consider that later on. But when it does come to end of turn, if we do go to time, Black Yellow Luffy does have something useful under its belt with its leader ability, doesn't it?
Absolutely does. As we see the resolution of the Sabo ability, trashing away the 5-cost yellow Sabo, the starter deck Sabo, and then a copy of Kuzan as well. It's just deciding on whether a 9k swing is going to be enough here, or whether we have a way and we want to bump it up a little bit further to that 11k on Angelo's active turn right now, 9k on Enrico Maria's follow-up turn. We are just going to activate leader ability now, trashing another copy of the 4-cost Kuzan.
Yep, just ping a couple of... Well, we've got that Rocket Luffy and the starter deck Sabo now being placed in life. And I'm assuming that this 9k swing is going to be going into Edward Weevil.
Well, it depends here, because if there's a 2-cost Luffy that comes down, we could also just use the 5-cost Egghead Luffy with its ability to just KO it that way. Depends on what Angelo values here. We are going to see the 11k swing, and it looks like it is indeed going into the Edward Weevil, which Enrico Maria is going to decide to take.
Yeah, I was going to say that Rocket Luffy, you'd want to target that Teach and just get rid of that. That's what the prime target would be, and if you could swing into that Weevil, as we saw, that would have been, that's the better option. Yeah, he's going to do that. He's going to be like, right, let's get rid of it.
Yep, understandable. Fair enough, as Angelo has 2 more Don left open. We are going to play the 2-cost Sabo onto board, not immediately going to go ahead and activate its ability. However, keep that yellow 5-cost Sabo in the life for now. And then Enrico Maria going to draw up to 9 Don open here on this turn 5.
This is exactly where a Gravity Blade would have been optimum. You could have got rid of that Sabo blocker. You could have got rid of the 2-cost Sabo as well, and then swung into life, bottom decking the other starter deck Sabo, really causing some issues as far as resources are concerned. But not too sure that's an option at the moment in hand.
Well, it doesn't seem like it initially, at the very least. Having a little look at the resources that are in trash. That's 2 Three Brothers Bond, 2 2-cost Luffys, the 5-cost Egghead, 2 copies of Kuzan, and the 1 2-cost Sabo in the trash at the moment for Angelo. And Enrico Maria wants to get a little bit more information first off. We're going to start off with the Perona search and reorder these next cards on the top and exactly how we want to see them in their order. So likely a follow-up play of the leader swing into ability, play something down off of the top of this reorganized stack.
Yep.
We're going to see the Law make its way onto board first, this time picking up the Perona, and then the Charlotte Pudding out from hand, disrupting the resources that Angelo had made carefully opportunities to build there. The rest of the hand shuffled into the deck, and then 5 brand new cards are going to be drawn.
Yeah, Charlotte Pudding is just such a difficult card for a lot of black yellow Luffy players. A lot of the time, the black yellow Luffy players do say that, yep, Charlotte Pudding was played, my hand got disrupted, I was left with 5, and that's how I lost the game. So really is a very useful card. It's only 4,000 power, 4 cost. It's a big Mon Pirates. It's not even a 7 Warlords of the Sea, as we know, being Charlotte Pudding. But its on play is very, very powerful. Your opponent returns all cards in their deck, shuffles their deck, and then they draw 5 cards. So it can be huge disruption, but at the same time, it can also give you some components in your hand that you might be looking for if your hand wasn't looking so great.
Well, we'll have to see exactly which way that it's going to be here in this circumstance. Angelo immediately got himself ready to pay 8 Don there, so potentially Enrico Maria has allowed Angelo to draw into 8-cost Gecko Moria from this 5 cards, 6 with the draw for turn as well. And it looks like it will be. There is another Gecko Moria here for Angelo, the first of this game 3, or it's game 2, I should say. bringing back the Luffy and the Sabo. Bring the Sabo out from the life. Get that plus 2,000 powers boost.
Stick the remaining 2 Don underneath your leader. Activate your leader's abilities. A trashing one from hand. And I'm sure we're going to see probably, well, at least one Luffy going into the life.
Yeah, just having a look there in the trash. I don't know if there's actually 2.
Oh, no.
There's not 3 brothers that we can actually bring back of the 5 costs here. It looks like it's just the Egghead Luffy there. You see Angelo realizing it with just the little shake of the head, seeing the Gecko Moria, seeing his eyes light up and go, actually, hang on a second, I've not got all the resources and all the pieces that I need here. We're going to have to bring the 5-cost Egghead Luffy out from hand as opposed to trash.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay there, I think, by Angelo. Should have trashed that Luffy from hand to activating the leader ability.
Well, it does still mean at the very least that Angelo is going to be at a 9k base on Enrico Maria's turn. Does still have 1 Sabo blocker on his side of the board as well. 3 cards in hand, though, is a little bit scary. I mean, would need 2 attacks to connect, uncontested. Obviously, we've still got that Sabo blocker on board, so essentially 3 attacks need to connect here. And at that 9k base as well.
Yeah. That's all, like we were saying, that's a worrying thing, isn't it? That's 9k base is a bit difficult to get through, but yeah.
Ooh, okay, so again, we're just going to take that 1 turn to set ourselves up like we did in game 1. 10-cost Kaido makes its way onto the board and threatens some big, dangerous swings and damage that it could cause on Enrico Maria's next turn if there isn't an immediate answer for it.
Yeah, I think Enrico Maria was absolutely thinking, you know what, I've got 4 life here. I'm fairly comfortable. I'm going to be sort of pushing you next turn. You're not going to have too much resource in hand. Let's see what we can go with.
We're going to start off testing exactly how many resources and what we drew there from that Kaido making its way down. 6k swing was countered, and then the ability activated to trash itself away, get rid of that 4-cost Trafalgar Law. Now 2 Don underneath the leader, but still does need an extra 2 Don to be able to get that 5-cost Egghead Luffy out from the life. So it's possible that we see a Moria turn here. Maybe unlikely, as we are going to be seeing this Sabo swinging in with 3 Don underneath it.
Yeah. Interesting. I think what we'll probably see is Luffy possibly being played from hand after we've done all of our attacks.
We're going to go 10k here now with this Gecko Moria, Don underneath it. So 4 Dons still remaining. Obviously the 2 still attached underneath the leader as well. And Enrico Maria is going to go ahead and take the damage. And then paying 2, we do have the 2 cost there into hand. Get that 2,000 powers boost.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see what decisions made here. Do you now pop that Charlotte Pudding?
Depends on how highly that you're going to be raising your leader, I think.
Just so you can have that Luffy back in the trash more than anything to be able to put it back in your life.
Well, we're going to activate leader ability first here, it looks like. Just double checking exactly what's left in trash there as well. We are going to bring Egghead Luffy and the Sabo blocker back. So it looks like we will be boosting ourselves to that 9k base on Enrico Maria's turn here on this turn as well. Trashing away that Charlotte Flompe, with you only being able to have a maximum of 5 characters in your character area for the One Piece card game. And plays down that 2-cost Sabo.
Yeah, he's just doing the maths, but it's going to get your leader back up to 9,000 base power and have a blocker on board as well. 2 blockers on board, but give everything protection as well. But again, like we say, that's for KO protection, which really isn't much of a threat when it comes from Dofi.
And now it looks like we are going to see the 11k swing go into life. Enrico Maria will take the damage, elects to pass the turn, will not worry about using that 5-cost Egghead Luffy to KO the Charlotte Pudding, which I think it makes sense now that you've boosted yourself up to that 9k base. You're not super worried about Enrico Maria putting 5 Don underneath the Pudding to try and force an attack worth of damage to go through.
Yeah. Now it's just going to be about putting the Don that you've got a 10 Don open here now, slicing that Don accordingly to try and just remove some threats from board there that we see. And then I think, you know, it's going to be something like, is there an option of a Gravity Blade? Is there ways to remove those 2 blockers? But deciding to let that attack go through.
Yeah, going into board there, and there is a Gravity Blade Raging Tiger that's going to bottom deck both of the blocker Sabos there for Enrico Maria. And this is, again, another turn where we're just looking like we're starting to set ourselves up to potentially close out the game on Enrico Maria's preceding turn. He'll have 2 cards in hand right now to work with, a 3rd with the draw for turn, and then potentially a 4th as well with the activation of the Luffy ability. We're going to continue to wipe out the board, taking care of that Gecko Moria with the Kaido attack, and then the final Don used for Sengoku searches out the blocker Trafalgar Law, just playing around the possibility of a 3-drop Nami potentially coming down as well for next turn.
Yeah, exactly. Fairly comfortable position now. Just needs to be able to counter out of 1 attack coming through. There's 2 threats on the board, obviously. You've got that Rocket Luffy, and you've got the leader as well that can attack this turn.
It will indeed. So looking to try and bring themselves back into this game 3, into this best of 3 set. The Luffy 1-drop going to make its way onto the board. Or the Gap 1-drop, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, just trying to find another component that'll be useful for himself if he can just bump his leader's base power up. So deciding to go for the Monkey D. Luffy 2-cost.
Yeah, the 2-cost making its way into the hand here. 2 Don underneath the leader, ready for its ability. And now the Luffy makes its way out of life. Plus 2,000 powers boost.
Deciding whether he should activate that Luffy or not. Does so to get rid of the Charlotte Pudding, because that again is going to be a bit of a threat next turn if you stick enough Don underneath it.
And now with no life remaining here for Angelo, has the opportunity to get that leader ability activated.
Got 5 Don to play with here, just deciding how to divvy it up. Looks like an 8k swing to begin with.
And that damage is going to be taken, activates the Luffy's ability as well, take care of the Sengoku.
Still need to activate leader ability here as well. Just having a quick look through life now, what's going to be the best option? Obviously, those 2 blocker Sabos have been bottom decks and nowhere to be found. So leader ability Garp into the trash, and we get the 2 Rocket Luffys right back in the life again. And he uses the remaining Don to play the Nami blocker just to give a bit of protection there. So a good turn there. 7k base leader now. 1 blocker on board, 2 life. The worrying thing about those life now is if those attacks go through, which they more than likely will, with only, I think Angelo's only got 2 cards in hand, those Rocket Luffy's going to end up at the bottom deck. So again, there's going to be 0 targets, I think, in the trash for leader effect.
Yeah.
Which
I think there's might be 1 5-cost there. The yellow Sabo there was
Starting
just there.
Sabo,
Yeah.
But that's worrying going in to the next turn if that is the case.
So again, now just trying to count up exactly how this is going to work mathematically. Needs 3 attacks to be able to land, and the moment only has 3 attackers available. We see the Teach make its way onto the board.
I think we're going to see this Nami being put back into hand again if Enrico's sort of plays are to be recognised.
So that 2-Wested Dawn is attached underneath the Doflamingo leader. So at the moment is at that 7,000 power, which is enough to be able to threaten damage. Now is going to get an extra 3 Dawn, it looks like here, to potentially boost it up to a 10k swing.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to think mathematically what's the best way to do it. Is it 9? Is it 10?
It's going to be 10.
Yeah, it's going to go for 10.
And we're going to pay for leader ability as well with the card that we've put back onto the top of the deck with Teach. It is going to be the Nami blocker that is going to be bounced back into the hand. And now that does mean that these 3 attacks are going to be danger here for Enrico, for Angelo defensively.
12.
Yeah.
And it's going to be 11k swing coming in now.
Just double checking now exactly how much is left in the trash.
This is it now. Do you put a blocker down or do you risk it and go for the 11k swing? 3 cards in hand, your leader's on 7. Potentially, if you've got a 1k with a Nami there, that's obviously going to take your leader up to 8k. Are those 2 other cards 2k counters? So it's a gamble swinging this 11k, because if he's got 2 2k counters plus the Nami, he's going to be able to survive this turn.
Well, let's see. Enrico Maria having a little look into his hand, thinking, is this going to be worth it, or do I need, again, 1 more turn to just take this at the tempo? 4 Dawn left remaining. Seeing exactly how much is still left in the hand. We're just going to see the 7k swing.
Poke.
Which is going to 2k counted away, and then a 4-cost blocker Boa Hancock as well makes its way onto the board, reorders the top 3, would also give Arrested Dawn as well, but with the turn being passed, that is going to be enough. We see the 3 brothers Bond now onto the board with the 5-cost Egghead Luffy.
Yep.
And 2 Dawn will undoubtedly be attached very, very soon here as well to continue to get that healing potential. And to see a 5 Dawn play, getting rid of the blocker. And this is just going to be a 9k swing, which it looks like we're going to counter out of, and that is going to do it. Enrico Maria on blue Don Quixote Doflamingo takes the game 2-0. Just wanted that 1 extra turn in the end of the day. Enrico Maria didn't even need to be passed over to him to take the victory and book himself into the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously that the Boa Hancock had to be dealt with. Picking it up wasn't too much of an issue. He had more than enough cards in hand, and he was like, yeah, you might have KO'd that Boa Hancock, but I've got more than enough counter in hand to be able to deal with it. And yeah, fantastic play from Enrico Maria there.
Absolutely. So it will mean that there is no Black Yellow Luffy deck in the grand final of the European Championships for the 2nd time on this season. We've already had 2 players piloting Black Yellow Luffy that have taken respective European Championships across Liverpool and Milan, and then Paris was won by a Nami deck. We are going to get another unique leader as a European champion. Will it be Mono Blue Doflamingo? We don't know the other result of the match, so it is still Blue Doflamingo against Rob Lucci, but that matchup will be coming after this. So be sure to stay tuned, and be sure to stay tuned after the conclusion of the grand final as well for a special announcement regarding the future of the One Piece card game. But until then, we're going to go to a quick break and get ready for our One Piece card game grand final.
ついに出るのか、アラバスタドレスローザー。ワンピースカードゲームブースターパック攻略の王国発売。
go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump, fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne, Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now stepping up to home. Like straight out the sandlot, now I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that calm and steady grind. Got this far, I go hard, let God take control. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Yo, go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Smell good, skin clear. This here my year. Hey, look up here. This here my tier. Same fit 4 days. I grind 4 ways. I play no games. All me, no blame. On the wave, my own wave. Can't stop my shine. In the lane, my own lane. Can't stop my grind. 40 yard in the V12 and like 1.5. At 19, I cleared 19 in a month, no lie. Oh God. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Yo, go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen, brave pirates of the high seas, the One Piece card game European Championship final, live from Bandai Card Fest World Tour here in Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. Taj Dhaliwal with me by my side on the call. And Taj, we've got a really, really interesting final, judging and based on what we've come to expect from the 8.5 format.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Cypher Pole in the final with Rob Lucci versus Don Quixote, Doflamingo in this final. So two supervillains from the One Piece universe are here in the final. Let's see which one's going to win and take the crown of European champion. Both these players smiling on camera. As you can see, they've both secured their place at the World Championships final. All expenses paid, trip to Japan to represent the European players in the finals there early next year. Going to be really looking forward to seeing them representing our community here in Europe over in Japan. But we've had a wonderful weekend, haven't we, Ben? 2 days of card game action from all of the Bandai card games on show here in Europe.
It's been absolutely incredible. You see plenty of support there. Make some noise for our 2 grand finalists here for the One Piece card game. As you said, both of these players have earned their ticket, earned their right to represent the European region at the World Championships in just a couple of short months. But there is still the matter of one of these players coming into that event as the European champion from Cardfest.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Rob Lucci doing so well over the last few months, haven't we? But it's sort of fallen a little bit down to the wayside with Doflamingo coming into the forefront and Black Yellow Luffy dominating so much. But it's good to see one deck now making it back to the final as well. We know Mono Black can be so powerful as well. Obviously, we've got the Gecko Moria. We've got so many different cards that can control your opponent's board with all the KO effects and cost reduction available to them. And Rob Lucci does it the best at the moment as far as the mono black color is concerned.
Yeah, really got that added strength, didn't it, through OP08 with the 7-cost Jack as well, that is able to make its way down onto board. Is some extra little hand filtration as well with the draw 1, trash 1 on rest with its ability, and then KOing a 3-cost or less character on the board as well, which we know can be easily put into reach by so many different tools. 4-cost Kuzan, Ice Ages, Helm Meppos, Hinas as well. There's so many different options that Mono Black has to be able to cost reduce and get that KO ability. It's going to be all up to Joshua to find those threats and find those answers to respond to the undoubtable early pressure that we are going to see from Enrico Maria on Doflamingo. But here we go. We are underway in our grand final for the European Championships of the One Piece card game. A 1 Don pass from Joshua, and then over to Enrico Maria's first turn with 2 Don. Are we going to see that 1-cost restack option? We are not. It looks like here, Joshua over to his turn 2. So, Taj, what do you think that Josh needs to see here, particularly early, to start getting that advantage against Doflamingo?
Well, again, once Doflamingo starts playing characters down on board, it's going to be a matter of how do you deal with them. Obviously, one comes in rested. You're going to have characters coming in that are played for as well. But Rob Lucci's obviously going to be, the 4-cost Rob Lucci's obviously quite instrumental. Getting enough cards in trash is really important. But this leader does that for you naturally. Every turn that you attack with it, it's going to be putting those cards into your trash, powering up what you need in there.
And there you see on the turn 2, Enrico Maria starting to build a bit of a wider board state as well. Hard playing the 4-cost Jinbei, using its ability, playing down the Edward Weevil alongside it as well, which draws a card, effectively replacing itself in hand because you're not losing the card from Edward Weevil being played down here. Now we see Lucci leader swinging in for 5k, trashing away a 2nd copy of Brook and the 5-cost Monkey D. Luffy, the zombie Luffy. and then the damage is going to be taken there. So Enrico Maria already down to 3 life cards at the moment, and we're seeing the payment of 4 Khalifa making its way onto the board, and it's going to be able to filter that hand for Joshua.
Yeah, nicely being able to get a couple of extra cards in hand, being able to filter the hand, get the right pieces you need, put 2 more cards in the trash as well at the same time. So yeah, Khalifa is a very used tool in this deck. Didn't see much play after it first came out, but it's really, really instrumental in the Cypher Pole deck with Rob Lucci.
And importantly as well, Khalifa is a 2,000 powers counter as well in this deck, as we see the trash away of an Ice Age and a 5-cost Manga blocker Sabo, and then the Brook is going to make its way onto board, dealing with the Edward Weevil.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Gets rid of one potential 6,000 power threat that was sitting across the board. And this is what we're going to see now. It's going to be about a matter of trying to control Enrico Maria's board, keeping those numbers low. You don't want a Doflamingo player to go super wide with 5 characters. You want to keep them controlled to as minimum number as you can.
The 5k swing there allowed through onto the 4,000 power Brook. Then we're going to see the Boa Hancock blocker make its way down onto the board, paying for reordering the top 3 cards in the top of the deck. And importantly as well, it means that One Rested Don will be able to go onto the leader here and give Enrico Maria an opportunity of a 7k swing. Ooh, it's a miss on the top flip, blindly there with the 3 cards going to the bottom of the deck, but knowledge that there is a Gravity Blade Raging Tiger on the way.
Yeah, it gives a bit of knowledge there. So one thing to be considered, that 2 potential characters on board can be bottom decked with that Gravity Blade Raging Tiger. But importantly, yeah, that Boa Hancock looked at the top 3 cards and there weren't really any targets. So Enrico Maria deciding, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to have to take a bit of a punt and see what's sitting on the top of that deck now. And unfortunately, it wasn't a 7 Warlords of the Sea.
So now with Joshua's turn here, it's got, looks like 7 Don to work with on this turn. So there is a full opportunity to play down the 7-cost Jack that we were talking about. And with the leader swing, would have been able to get a KO on any of the characters on board. Instead, though, we're going to see a 7k swing, one of the magic numbers that you might hear players of the One Piece card game talking about. You want to tend to swing in your attacks in those odd numbers, the 7,000 powers, the 9,000 powers, because it demands multiple cards out of your opponent's hand in the counter step if they want to make the attack safe. We see the Tempest Kick making its way onto the board here as well, cost reducing the Boa Hancock, and it looks like here we might be going for the 4-cost Rob Lucci. First off, we're going to go ahead and Rebecca, play ourselves the Brook down instead, and it's just going to be the blocker Boa Hancock that is going to fall. So Jinbei stays around, but the blocker gone for Enrico Maria.
Yeah, absolutely. Another good turn there. Again, getting bodies back on board and keeping control of that Doflamingo board state, just keeping it down to 1 character and ensuring that it doesn't get too crazy on that side of the board.
So now, obviously, with that Gravity Blade Raging Tiger having been acquired from Enrico Maria, it doesn't feel like there's so much value that we're getting by just immediately sending that one into play. So maybe we'll want to go a little bit more reserved. Like you say, try and get that board state a little bit wider for Doflamingo and force Joshua to use multiple resources to be able to deal with all of those threats at once. Because the amount of times that I think we've been fair to say that trying to engage on a 1-for-1 race with characters on board just does not end well when you're going up against Rob Lucci.
No, absolutely not, especially when you start getting over to those Gecko Moria turns. When a Jack comes down, it's going to be so difficult to be able to deal with that high power ability on that side of the board, essentially. So you want to avoid leaving it too long.
So we see Sengoku searching out this Jinbei, which is going to bring Trafalgar Law alongside with it, bouncing back the 1-cost Sengoku and forcing the blocker Rebecca back into Joshua's hand for now. Still have 3 Don remaining. Is Enrico Maria going to try again on the Hope on the top of the deck? Look to find 7 Warlords of the Sea, or are we going to divide the Don a little bit more equally? Looks like that's what we're going to do with our attacks here. We're going to go 6,000 power with the Don attached underneath for this Jinbei swing.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is getting rid of that Rebecca blocker into hand is really important. You don't want to give Rebecca in the trash to a player that can play a Gecko Mori around. So ideally you want to pop it back into hand. So yeah, if you want to play your Rebecca, you're going to have to hard play it and pay the full cost and not get it free from your trash.
So the Jinbei attack into the Brook was successful. And now here comes the follow-up 7,000 power swing. And with Joshua on 3 life right now, decides taking another damage isn't worth it at this stage in the game. Counters away for 3 with a Helmeppo and the 4-cost Khalifa. Now back over to Joshua on Rob Lucci with just the leader and the Khalifa on board right now.
Just divvying up that Don now, 9 Don available.
Going to go with just the 5k swing to start off with. Fill that trash. Sees 9-cost Kaido go into the trash. A really interesting card to see in this list is one that initially, when it got revealed and when the early days of the 08 format started to get a little bit of experimentation in there, a few Lucci players looking to use it. Then it went through a period of being omitted from players' decks. Joshua here now, though, bringing it back here, the 9-cost.
Yeah, I really think that 9-cost Kaido is a useful tool to have. Even if it's just a 1 copy of in your deck, I think it can be really impactful in the right circumstances.
So we're going to see now the 6k swing attempted into the Jinbei, countered away, and now here comes one of those highlight cards that we were talking about at the start of the game. The 7-cost Jack makes its way onto the board, and thanks to the cost reduction that the leader has in itself with that ability on attack, that Trafalgar Law has been cost reduced and is in Jack KO range. We're just deciding first for Joshua exactly what card we're going to want to trash away, and then we will get to the KOing of that 3-cost or less character on board.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be thinking about Rebecca, which is exactly what Joshua's just done, potentially going in there. Spandine's another one that you will probably want in your trash as well. So we do know that there are combinations once you do get Gecko Moria turn and start playing with it to play that Rebecca, Spandine, get the Rob Lucci, pop a couple of characters at the same time.
So all 10 Don now for Enrico Maria, double Jinbei and leader. Now with that 7-cost Jack to have to worry about. We're not going to get too concerned with it right now. We're going to go 7,000 power first to start us off. So again, these are these magic numbers demanding a 2,000 powers counter and a 1,000 powers counter out from the hand of Joshua to be able to defend, which we have.
4 cards left in hand now, so yeah, again, Enrico Maria is going to be thinking, right, okay, I've got him down to 4. Do we now just sort of poke again with another little attack? Because with those magic odd numbers, as we stated, to try and tease out 2 more from hand. But
we're going to go for a big swing in here with the Jack. We're going to flip off the top and hit with the buggy this time. And then at the end of that, we've got, what, a 12,000 power swing in here to the Jack, and that is going to be allowed to go through. Then 5,000 with the Jinbei here. And Enrico Maria just playing Joshua at his own game a little bit here, mitigating his board stack, getting rid of the immediate onboard value that he has been able to generate. The attack countered away from the Jinbei, and then the turn passed back on over.
Yeah, just going to decide what to do here now. I think this is where you see how black decks, we saw it a bit with the black yellow Luffy as well over the weekend, when they're not finding a Gecko Moria, not being able to instigate the ability of playing that Gecko Moria and cheating out a couple of characters, how difficult that can be.
Well, there goes 1 into the trash there off of this 7k leader swing going into the 5-cost Jinbei, and then a second Jack makes its way down onto the board, immediately resting it. Draw 1, trash 1, and there is that cost reduced Jinbei on the board as well, thanks to the leader swing. So that undoubtedly is going to be hit with the KO and leaving Enrico Maria with a board state that's just a buggy and the leader itself as well. So despite not finding and in fact even trashing away that key top-end piece in the 8-cost Gecko Moria, Joshua is still able to deal with the board state for Enrico Maria's side.
Yeah, and that jack got into hand last time by utilizing that jack effect and drawing a card, and he drew out that jack. So useful to have that in hand, and as you say, dealing with that board quite successfully there, just leaving that little buggy on the board now, which isn't too much of a threat.
So all 10 Don here. Obviously both characters rested on Joshua's side of the board, so they are eligible to be attacked into. Be about how long does Enrico Maria look to try and exchange in this board control matchup, in this board control race, and at what point does Enrico Maria look to start to step on the accelerator pedal and try and take the advantage here? We're going to go ahead and start with a 4K swing from the buggy into Khalifa, which is not going to be met with any answer from Joshua. Happy to let the 2K counter fall.
And that's a really smart attack by Enrico Maria. That's the way you want to do it. You want to attack the little thing first that you don't want, that you know your opponent's not going to want to commit any counter cards to, because those resources are important to try and keep the bigger things on board. So you've got rid of a 4K body that was being utilized to swing an attack quite regularly. But at the same time, you've then hit that big character on board and got rid of that as well.
As we see the big swing again from the leader into a jack from Enrico Maria's side of the board, taking care of the jack, finding a 4-cost Trafalgar Law as well that bounced that attacking buggy back into hand, ready for Enrico Maria to reorganize the top 3 cards of his deck very, very soon. So Joshua going to have a look into the trash here. Looks like roughly about half of his deck already gone into the trash at the moment. And with Joshua only working with about 3 or 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's not looking great at the moment, but we all know how quickly things can swing and change in the one-piece card game. It can, what it takes is one Gecko Moria being found, and things suddenly shift very quickly.
One card at the right time. Gecko Moria we saw in Enrico Maria's semi-final match as well. Gravity Blade, Raging Tiger, making such an important point. Even just something as simple as a card that has rush, that's able to attack on the turn that it's played, having the capacity to completely change the tide of a game. We're going to see a 7K swing going here from Lucci leader. Trash away Who's Who and the Ice Age. And it costs reduced. It goes into the Trafalgar Law, so it is going to be allowed through.
Yeah, seems like Enrico Maria's not too concerned about that, thinking, right, okay, you've got nothing on your board over there. You swung in. Yeah, happily let him, the Trafalgar Law, go.
And now we're going to hard play that Rebecca blocker from the board as well. We're going to be able to fetch a 3 to 7 cost back into hand and then play down a potential 3-cost or lower character. We're going to play the Khalifa onto board.
Yeah, this is about digging through your deck to try and find pieces that you need more than anything else.
And the Khalifa using the remaining 4 Don that Joshua had as well on his side of the board. So like you say, trying to dig a little bit further, trying to find some answers. Trash's Helmeppo and Lucci, 2 very, very strong candidates for Gecko Moria later on in the matchup. But it'll be about whether he's going to be able, Joshua, to reach that point, as Enrico Maria now is going to play down that buggy that he bounced back on the turn prior from that Trafalgar Law.
Yep, a couple of targets there now, and rearranging that in an appropriate manner based upon what's in the hand.
Yeah, so likely we're going to be seeing a leader attack at some point in the rest of this turn. We see Jozu making its way onto board, which is going to bounce the Rebecca blocker back into Joshua's hand once again, remaining perfect on there for the 7K leader swing and the Edward Weevil to be played down via leader ability. Draws the card and takes the damage. Joshua looks like he's in a little bit of a perplexing situation here. You see the sigh there from Joshua as well, facing down a natural statted 6K body and a 7K as well.
And there is obviously that card knowledge that Joshua has got, that Enrico Maria does have a Gravity Blade in hand. Remember, we had that earlier leader whiff where he flipped the card over and it was the Gravity Blade. So he is fully aware that if he does play the Sabo blocker or anything that's going to be useful to him a bit later on, it is just going to be bottom decked, which he doesn't really want to happen.
As we see the Tempest Kick making its way down onto board as well here, cost reducing the Jozu, reducing it by half of its cost now, so down to a 3 cost on board. Joshua again having a little look through the trash. And going to go ahead with a 5k swing. And it looks like here from the Khalifa. Again, now just trying to put that little bit of pressure on, force the counter cards out from hand. Another 5k swing, this time from leader. Further reducing the cost of this Jozu down to 2.
Just trying to figure out what he's going to now do here now with his remaining 8 Don.
Yeah, I think the fact that the attacks haven't gone into the Edward Weevil as well itself here might just slightly telegraph what's coming next for Joshua.
It's going to be obviously a Gecko Moria turn and a cost reduction and get the Rob Lucci fired off, so probably Helmeppo.
Enrico Maria still deciding on what to, if to counter at all out of this 5k swing from the Lucci leader. Does have counter in hand with the bounced back buggy. But is he going to want to use it here on this attack, or are we happy just on 3 life to take that damage, level things up to 2 apiece?
Yep. This is where Enrico Maria is going to have to think about it. He's like, right, okay, there's 8 Don open. We know exactly what's in the trash there. We know there's a Helmeppo. We know there's a Rob Lucci. Gecko Moria is probably going to get played, and that's probably what we're going to see in both characters being removed off the board. And now you've got a 6k and a 9k threat coming across at you, as well as that Khalifa still being there as well.
And it is indeed, it's going to be through the Rebecca, Helmeppo, Spandine and Lucci line from the start of this Gecko Moria. So the Helmeppo makes its way onto the board, cost reduces the Edward Weevil. Now you've got a 2 cost and a 1 cost on Enrico Maria's side of the board. Grab 3 cards back into the bottom of the deck with that Spandine. Fetch back likely that Rob Lucci. And immediately take care of both of the characters on board. There it is indeed. Grab 3 more cards back into the bottom of the deck, immediately grabbing for that extra copy of Gecko Moria that was trashed away from the leader ability attack. And then with the rest of the other 2 chosen, bye-bye Jozu, bye-bye Edward Weevil.
Great turn, as you say. You know, this is where Spandine's really made it a lot better, because you can now play that Rebecca, get a cost reduction on board as well, but then use a Spandine to play the Rob Lucci of that, which is super useful.
And it's getting more cards and resources back into the bottom of the deck. They have to include Cypher Pole in their typing, but when you're burning so many of the events, when you're burning cards like Tempest Kick to get some of those higher cost characters into range for KOs for Jack or Rob Lucci's earlier on in the game, you need them back into your deck in some capacity. So a really, really important tool for Rob Lucci to be able to utilize. As you see, Enrico Maria going with the Perona search, looking at the top 5 once again and trying to figure out, is there any ways that I'm going to be answering an 8 cost Gecko Moria on board with the Lucci now as well?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one now here to deal with, so let's see what you can formulate. Now obviously we know that neither of these players have rush characters, so it's all around how do you control the board state.
Well, we're going to go with a Jozu here again, bouncing the Perona back for Enrico Maria and sending that Rebecca back again into Joshua's hand. And it's going to be yet another 7k swing, paying the 1. It gets the blocker Boa Hancock, is going to have to come in rested, so will not get the ability to use the blocker here on Joshua's turn. But is going to be able to get the restand, the restack at the very least of the next 3 cards.
And also an extra Don underneath the leader swing as well, so it'll make it an 8k swing now.
Yeah, as there it goes, and their damage is going to go ahead and be taken. Joshua down to 1 life card remaining. As we see the Moria is going to be able to attack in this turn here, as well as that 4-cost 6,000 power Rob Lucci.
Yep, 3 life left, 5 potential attacks that can come through. And 5 cards in hand for Enrico Maria here. We know one of them is not a counter. Still hasn't been used yet from the early draw.
Well, first it's going to be a little bit of board mitigation. 10k into the Arrested by Hancock. Now the 5k, counted away for 1 by the Teach. 6k demands the 2,000 powers worth of counter here now out from Enrico Maria's hand. That is going to connect. Is there a trigger activation?
Yes,
there is. It's going to be the Gravity Blade activating the trigger to bottom deck that 4-cost Rob Lucci. Despite having already attacked, it's 1 less 6k swing that he might have to worry about in the preceding turns.
But it also takes it out of reach of being in the trash as well. So yeah, really useful.
And now the leader, just again with that little 5k poke, going to be counted away by the Perona, the cost being reduced from the Jozu by 1. And then another little look into the trash here for Joshua, as it looks like it's going to be a full payment of 8 for the 2nd consecutive turn. It's going to be a Gecko Moria that makes its way onto the board. And Rebecca Blocker back as well for Joshua. It feels like now the game slowly starting to make its way away from Enrico Maria.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar play to what we saw last turn, as we expected. Well, it's an identical play. Bandai coming down. We're going to see the Rob Lucci now, and then obviously 3 Cypher Pole cards being put back at the bottom of the deck. So bring out that Rob Lucci.
And KO the Jozu.
Yeah.
There it goes. 3 more cards back into the bottom of the deck. Double Ice Age and 9-cost Kaido are going to be returned. And then from there, Joshua just says, okay, it's over to you. You've got a completely vacant board. There's going to be 2 Gecko Moria swings and a Rob Lucci as well that are going to come your way if you cannot deal with at least one of them here. And with 3 attacks needed to be able to connect, Enrico Maria has to really find something to be able to just hold things firm a little bit. Gravity Blade Raging Tiger now finally going to be used, and it's going to bottom deck Lucci and the Rebecca Blocker.
Yeah, smart play here. That's the way to do it. And now what you want to be doing is swinging into probably the Khalifa, to be fair, with the remaining Don that you've got left underneath your leader. And get to play the Edward Weaver as well, just to get an extra card back in hand as well.
Well, looks like the attack was going into life with the 7k swing, 2k and the 1k counter making its way out. But it does mean that even with the work that Enrico Maria did in that turn, there's still 2 8-cost Gecko Morias on the board here. The Rob Lucci leader and the Khalifa as well. That'll only need 1 Don underneath it to be able to attack. And that's what we're going to go ahead and lead with. 5k swing, counted away for 1. Now that magic number, it looks like, of 7k, trashing Rebecca and Khalifa. And of course, reducing the cost of that Edward Weevil, just in case Joshua wants to back out from trying to make this game push.
Yeah, both players getting to a pretty interesting state to be in here.
Takes the damage. Now we see the 9k swing, the first potential 9k swing of Joshua's turn here. No Don attached underneath Gecko Moria, and this goes to the point that you were making in our top 4 feature match, Taj, about wanting to make sure that you are attacking without any Don attached to some of those bigger characters first. If you can have 2 of the attacks coming in, then Jack makes its way onto the board after the second Moria attack goes through, takes care of the Edward Weevil, and Enrico Maria is going to scoop it up, realizes that 2 Gecko Morias and a Jack is just too much for him to be able to deal with here. So Joshua takes game 1 in our European Championships final.
Yeah, well played there. And there's an element of, as we were saying, you know, it's really important to keep that Doflamingo player's board controlled, keep those number of characters as low as you can, and done to great effect there. And it just shows how Rob Lucci is still a very good deck at keeping that control element.
Absolutely, and you saw there, like we said, through that Moria combo line, being able to deal with multiple characters on board, and then Rico Maria was just forced into that one-for-one exchange that we said earlier on in that round one coverage. Just doesn't quite work out when you're trying to do it against Rob Lucci unless they're not finding the tools. Then you're able to snowball and get the further advantage from that. If you've got, say, the Jack on board already, you're getting inbuilt cost reduction from your leader swing, and there's so many other tools to just facilitate whatever you try and play down. It's likely going to be KO'd.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right there. And like we're saying, there's loads of options here. You know, you've got the Tempest Kick that helps cost reduce, especially against Doflamingo decks. Because most of those characters are 4 cost, it's just a matter of getting one of them down to 2 cost, the other one down to 1 cost. Or if you're using Jack, you can just swing with leader, -1, Jack, get rid of 1 character that way. So there's loads of different ways to do it. Yeah, done to great effect there by Joshua.
And even when that 10 cost Kaido comes down, if it does make its way onto the board, you saw there Joshua seeing bottom decking midway through that game, cards like Ice Age that are just going to be able to immediately half the cost of the 10 drop into the 5 cost, lead a swing in for a 4 cost, and then you're getting closer towards the opportunity to deal with it on board as well. But our players will get themselves prepared now, shuffled up into game number 2 very, very soon. And Rico Maria is going to keep his opening hand. Joshua looks like he's going to go ahead and mulligan here as well, looking for that perfect start to send him to the World Championships as a European champion.
Yep. So, decides to mulligan. And as you say, first opportunity to see what was in hand. Wasn't quite right. Now it's just the final gamble just to see what 5 cards you can draw. And is this going to be enough to get you through to get the win? After 2,000 plus players started the weekend, dwindle it down to 1 winner.
Yeah, 12 rounds of Swiss that both these players had to go through yesterday. A top 128 cut that they've had to play through today. All best of 3 matches today as well, with the 1 hour time limit. And now just 1 more game potentially stands in the way of Joshua on Rob Lucci to win this European Championship Finals, or for Enrico Maria to pull this game back and send it to an all-deciding game 3 as well. We're seeing Perona make its way onto the board for the first turn here for Enrico Maria to reorganize those top 5 cards.
Yeah, a really useful card to be able to get first turn. You always want to get a Perona. It just helps set you up for the next couple of turns and just make sure you can utilize that leader ability.
So just trying to figure out exactly what order we're going to want to see these cards coming into these next 2 turns. We are going to be happy there with this organization and then pass on over to Joshua, who with 2 Don looks like going to have a turn 1 play here. It is going to be the Spandam that we didn't see in game 1. 2 Gecko Morias trashed off the top, and then a Kaku, so it is going to hit on the search, but the first search that you go into the deck, and importantly with Spandam trashing the cards that you aren't able to pick, sees 2 of those Gecko Morias.
That's painful to see so early on in the game as well.
So immediately Enrico Maria sees that and says, okay, well, that encourages my 7k swing with leader ability even further. Plays down the 2k counter Crocodile. And of course, the early damage happy to be taken here from Joshua. But we wonder now, how much is that double Gecko Moria trash going to affect Joshua going through in the rest of this game? We're going to see a 6k swing going in here. Not going to hit Gecko Moria that time to trash away. It's instead going to be Ice Age and Helmeppo. Attack countered for 2. And then the Brook going to make its way down, sees the 1 cost Perona and takes care of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the danger of when you are sort of like trashing cards from deck with effects or searches. You are putting yourself in that dangerous position of losing key pieces that you can't reach back into.
So just about half an hour left in regulation time here for the final. Of course, our timer does encompass the overtime period as well. 10 extra minutes or 5 turns, whichever is going to end first. But we're going to start off now here with a 5k swing, countered away by Helmeppo. And now Sengoku is going to give the opportunity for Enrico Maria to search these top 5 cards, be able to take one of those 7 Warlords of the Sea, which I think is definitely an aspect of new Doflamingo as it is today as well, that is slightly undervalued here. The fact that we've now got in Mono Blue Doflamingo a traditional 5-card searcher here for 7 Warlords of the Sea. It was one of the biggest things I think it's fair to say that Doflamingo, particularly in its early stages, didn't quite have and allowed other decks to just surpass it in the formats.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a searcher that you can play for a very low cost and to be able to literally replace itself with something a little bit better and more useful in your hand is always instrumental in any archetype deck that you build. But now having that in the 7 Warlords of the Sea really does help, and it helps other 7 Warlords of the Sea decks as well, maybe not just Doflamingo.
Absolutely, as we see another Perona being played down here, and this is smart from Enrico Maria because of the cards that he's just seen from the Sengoku search having to go at the bottom of the deck. Of course, there's no knowledge what's about to come up next, so Enrico Maria says, you know what, I don't want to take that risk. I want to get the opportunity to see what could potentially be on its way with any potential leader abilities and with the draws for turn as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's important to do that, especially if you've got the Don available, to still be able to get your leader ability off, get that 7k swing in and cheat out a 4,000 power body. And there we see it.
It is going to be the Trafalgar Law 4 cost that is going to make its way onto the board. Going to just try and decide exactly what to bounce here from our side. Obviously, we're going to be going after the Brook on Joshua's side, but elects to grab the Sengoku back, that traditional top 5 searcher, as opposed to the 1-cost Perona that reorganizes the top of the deck. The attack itself countered away for 3k there, with the 2k counter of Who's Who and the 1 of the Brook.
Yeah, putting that Brook into the trash, probably where you want it to be so you can utilize it in a couple of turns' time, is really important.
And now up to, looks like 6 Don available here for Joshua. So 1 away from being able to play down that 7-cost Jack.
Yeah, just deciding what to do here now. So there's currently 7 cards in the trash. Swings in 6 into the Trafalgar Law by the looks of things.
Yeah, the cost reduction certainly going into the Law, and the 2k counter as well, keeping the attack safe. And now with 5 Don left available, it looks like we're going to play down that Kaku that we grabbed from the initial Spandam search on turn 1. So on play, going to be able to place 2 cards with a type including Cipher Pole from your trash to the bottom of your deck in any order, and KO a 3-cost or less on your opponent's side of the board. Released back in OPO3 when the original Rob Lucci leader was released, but found new life and new strength here in the new OPO7 Rob Lucci.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because it's a Cipher Pole leader. It just means there's more cards in the deck and really brings Kaku to the forefront more recently. And you're getting a 6k body on board as well, similar to the Rob Lucci 4-cost. Getting a 6k body on board can be instrumental, as well as dealing with opponents' characters on board.
So we see the 7k swing here, activating leader ability once again. Going to play the Boa Hancock blocker rested, which again, similar to when it was played down in game 1, because the leader ability has to come in rested, so Enrico Maria will not have the opportunity to use it as a blocker defensively, but it is an extra reordering of the top 3 cards. It is a rested Don that will be available to put underneath this Crocodile as it is now to swing for 6k. The counter makes its way onto the board, and then the 4-cost Weevil.
Yeah, 4-cost Weevil played from hand and then immediately replaced in hand by that on-play draw effect.
So now we are up to that 8 Don stage for Joshua. Is this the time to immediately play down a Gecko Warrior if we have it, depending on the value that we might be able to generate? We're going to see the Rob Lucci leader swing in first, -1 cost onto the blocker Boa Hancock.
Yeah, decision to be made here now. But not giving anything away, starting off with a 6k swing.
And it is going to be Gecko Moria making its way onto the board after the 6k swing of the Kaku into Crocodile was 2k countered away. We're going to grab ourselves back the Rebecca and the Helmeppo. Helmeppo will cost reduce the Boa Hancock down to a 0 cost. And now the Rebecca blocker is going to grab back the Khalifa into hand. And of course, we've got that Brook from earlier on in the game that was bounced back from the 4-cost Trafalgar Law that will be able to take care of the 0-cost Boa Hancock on board.
Yeah, and pass his turn there, and in a pretty decent position. Having got the Gecko Moria out now and getting the Rebecca blocker, just gives them a bit more stability, but still 2 characters of decent size on Enrico Maria's side of the board in that Edward Weaver and the Crocodile as well that survived that last turn.
Yeah, being able to have that 6k base power level as a 4-cost is really, really important. You used to see in the old days of Mono Blue Don Quixote do Flamingo just a vanilla 4-cost 6,000 power Gecko Moria get played around the OPO 2 days, purely because it was that 6,000 power body, which was one of the biggest things that Do Flamingo was drastically missing at that point in time. Now we've got a 4-cost 6,000 power body that also draws a card as soon as it's played down. And speaking of being played down, Gravity Blade Raging Tiger going to be able to deal with the blocker Rebecca and the Khalifa on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you know, swings the momentum slightly there, gets rid of 3 bodies, got the Brook, KO'd the Brook, and then got rid of 2 to the bottom of the deck, and now can start doing some attacks into life.
Yeah, that 7k swing connecting there onto Joshua's life. So 2 cards remaining. And Enrico Maria hasn't taken a damage so far in this game too. Still holding on 5 life at the moment.
And also going to be pretty confident. You know, there were 2 Morias, the Gecko Morias, that were placed into trash fairly early on. One's obviously been played on the board, so the chances of finding that other Gecko Moria very soon are going to be quite slim. So he's probably thinking, yeah, I'm quite comfortable with where we are with things.
Yeah, it's just going to be about trying to outvalue Joshua on Lucci here as we see the value of the counter out of a 5k swing. Then the 9k makes its way onto the board to take care of the Crocodile. Here comes Kaku again here, the same 5-cost that was played down earlier on. That was the one that was gravity bladed back as well to the bottom of the deck. And then another 5 being played down. It's going to be a Manga Blocker Sabo that's going to hit the board. A very, very gorgeous card there, as the entire Manga Rare series is in the One Piece card game. Very, very highly sought after pieces.
Yeah, beautiful artworks on those, depicting some of the key panels in the background of the card from those characters from the manga.
And we see double 4-cost Rob Lucci trashed away from the ability there as well. So the top 3 cards of Joshua's trash are all 4-cost Rob Lucci's. As we see the attack go in here, the 5k just easily, freely blocked. And then it's time for Enrico Maria to try and dial up the pressure of his own a little bit. A 10-cost Kaido hits the board for the first time in this best-of-3 final.
Yeah, just probably to fix the hand, put a big body on board as well, and then see what Joshua does to respond to this Kaido. Are you going to commit this turn to try and cost reduce and deal with that Kaido, or are you going to concentrate on trying to potentially hit in for life now with those bodies you've got on board?
Yeah, the cost reduction option might be a little bit difficult because of there's already one Ice Age in trash. We see a Tempest Kick make its way down onto board here, so that's going to be able to cost reduce by 3 because there are 10 or more cards in the trash for Joshua. And now down to a 6-cost with this Rob Lucci attack, trashing away the top 2 cards. That's all 4 copies of 4-cost Lucci in trash now for Joshua.
Yep, interesting to see.
Now looking for the resolution of this 5k swing. Remember, Enrico Maria hasn't taken a damage so far in this game. Will do so now, with it being an extra resource that we can draw into hand, immediately use it as a counter out of a 6k Kaku swing.
Still plenty of Don available here now. Gecko Moria available on board as well. If you stick someone underneath that Helmeppo that can swing to great effect as well and still keep your Sabo blocker standing.
Well, we're going to go in for the Moria attack first and foremost, and that is going to take a damage, and now 9-cost Kaido is going to make its way onto the board here and deal with the 10-cost as well. Some Kaido versus Kaido action in our European Championship final for the One Piece card game.
Yeah, exactly. The Kaido deals with the Kaido, as you were just saying there, and yeah, to great effect, obviously.
So now the turn back over with Enrico Maria, who is staring down a very, very wide and very, very tall board state, similarly to how it came out in game one. Obviously, that 9-cost Kaido was a second copy of Gecko Moria in game one, but this time it is the Kaido that deals with Enrico Maria's biggest threat on board. And so that's just going to mean that the 7k swing is going to play down here. Gets the Sabo block, and then the Jinbei brings the Edward Weevil down with it as well. Both cards being played out from hand. Another Jinbei as well into a second Edward Weevil. So Enrico Maria says, okay, you want to play wider? You want to try and go with the aggression? I can try and match you here with double Jinbei Weevil combo.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the perfect sort of way you want to be getting bodies on board. So 4 bodies on board that turn. 2 cards drawn as well, so you just committed 2 cards from hand essentially, and you've got 4 decent-sized bodies on board.
So now it's going to be about Joshua and how he's going to continue on with this turn and continue on to try and pile the aggression. Enrico Maria still does have quite a couple of cards in hand thanks to that 10-cost Kaido. There's 5 there available, and 4 attacks need to be able to make their way through. Is there going to be enough options here and enough facility to think about maybe trying to push for the game, try and swing in towards those sort of 11k kind of numbers with the 9,000 power bodies on board? We're going to Tempest Kick to start things off. A little more consistency and some cost reduction onto one of those Weevils.
Yep, getting it down to now 1 cost.
And now the 7k swing in with the Kaku. Enrico Maria looks at his hand and is going to take the damage. No trigger activation. Now the first base 9,000 power swing from the 9-cost Kaido. So we'll need 5,000 powers worth of counter here to make sure this attack stays safe. It's going to elect to not counter. Draws the life card into hand. Down to 1 now. And it's time for Joshua to start keeping an eye on resources. How many 2k counters have already been expended? How many even 1k counters have been used, given the amount of bodies that are on board for Enrico Maria?
Enrico Maria down to 1 life now. There is still 8 Don available as well that can be used to disrupt his board, Enrico Maria's board, but also can be used to be attached to that leader and that Helmeppo to try and push for game here.
Yeah, it'll be about just, is there going to be the value in it? And are we going to be forced to regret if we do maybe try and extend here? Joshua now, you can see the thought process visually on the eyes, on the facial expressions, and the motions that each player is taking as well. We're going to commit to 10k here now with the Gecko Moria swing. That damage is going to be taken. So now all Joshua has to do is find 1 more successful attack, and he is going to be crowned European champion, and both these players know it as well. The exacerbation on Joshua's face, the slight coyness on Enrico Maria's face as well.
Yep.
Because, of course, what the damage being taken could also represent is that it is purely just a bluff and purely just an opportunity to try and force and lull Joshua in to that opportunity, thinking, okay, you've taken 3 swings here, 1-7, 1-9, and 1-10. Still got my leader and the Helmeppo to attack as well. And you can see both the players having a little bit of fun with it as well. You're at the final match of the European Championships of the One Piece card game of Bandai Card Fest in its entirety as well this weekend in Utrecht. You've got to have a little bit of enjoyment with it.
Absolutely. Again, you know, this is to crown the champion, but at the same time, both players are in a comfortable position knowing they've secured their World's Championship position. Goes with a 5k swing now with leader.
Oh, there goes the last Moria though. Trashed off the top of the deck, so that's all 4 Morias accounted for now. 2 of them trashed away on turn 1 from the Spandam. The 3rd played here on board, and then that 4th that's just been trashed from leader ability. So Enrico Maria, if this game is to go too much further, he can sit pretty comfortably knowing that there's not going to be another 9 drop or another 8 drop making its way onto the board. The 1k counter there with the Jozu. And we're going to play down a Khalifa with 4 Dons. So it looks like we're not going to go for it on this turn. Bring ourselves some more cards into hand. And likely here as well for Joshua, these will be primarily with counter power in mind, with the active board that Enrico Maria has on his side, and 2 life remaining as well for Joshua. Remaining Don is being paid here. We're paying over this Helmeppo, and it is going to be a Spandine, so it looks like we're going to be able to deal with at least double Edward Weevil here with the cost reduction that has been created.
Just looking for, the 3rd card to go down to the bottom of the deck.
And which card are we going to grab? It is indeed going to be the 4-cost Rob Lucci.
4 of them in the trash.
Yeah. And it's going to be able to, once the 3 cards have been fetched back into the bottom of the deck, of course, grabbing straight for those 3 copies of 8-drop Gecko Moria. Takes care of the 6k Edward Weevils. So now, Enrico Maria's got a big decision to make here. He's either going to have to try and go for board or go for game here.
Well, it's going to have to be going for game. There's no way he's surviving the next turn.
There's only 2 cards in hand here for Joshua as well, mind you. If both of these are enough to be able to counter out this attack, then it is going to be, it's not out of the realm of possibility for Enrico Maria to still win on this turn, but it will be made a little bit more difficult. There is the counter for 3k out of the hand. So that's 1 attack that's safe. Now we're going to go for the 5k swing. Damage is going to be taken. 7k, damage taken. 8k, fist bump, game 3.
Wow. What a finish.
Game 3 to determine who is going to be our Bandai Card Fest One Piece card game European champion. And you heard the support there from the players that are in support and are watching as well. Everybody there gathered. Look at everybody there. Give us a wave if you're tuning in as well. Make some noise for what will be a 1 game to decide it all here for the European Championship Finals. That was a really back and forth matchup as well there.
Yeah, intense finish there. It was like you have to go for game, otherwise you're pretty much the final's over. And well calculated, Don, and that's exactly the way to do it. You know, push your opponent, test them, and that Perona 5k swing then obviously was instrumental after making the 2 cards left in hand, which were both enough counter to save that 7k attack, were utilized. The maths were simple after that.
Yeah, it was important that the maths was put out like that as well, with a 5k swing, obviously with no cards in hand. That's going to be an easy damage that's going to be able to go through. Then the 7k as well from the leader, just to play around the possibility if Joshua pulled that final card from life, and it was a 2,000 power counter. So had to make it in that form, and the rest of the Don underneath the final character, make the final swing, and send us here to this game 3. A smile, a fist bump, bump between both of those players. And it's going to be Joshua on Rob Lucci or Enrico Maria on Do Quixote do Flamingo that's going to be their champion. Who do we think, those that are here in attendance, is going to take home this game? Given the way that both of those games so far have gone, I really don't know how to call this one.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense finish. And don't forget, this isn't just the last bit of excitement we've got for the evening, is it, Ben? As well as finishing this game and deciding who our champion is, we have got some special announcements after this as well. So do make sure you stay on the stream once we finish this to hear those special announcements on our stage area.
Yeah, absolutely. Be able to crown our champion at that point as well. So we will have our final game here, Game 3 of this European Championships Finals for the One Piece card game. Then our champion crowning ceremony, representing and showcasing our third, second and first place finishers for our finals event. And then, as we've said and as we've been hinting towards, some special exciting announcements to come for the future of the One Piece card game. But we are straight away into game number 3, and Joshua with the 1 Don pass on his first turn. Enrico Maria, is he going to be looking to establish a Perona and get some of the early deck knowledge here?
Yep. That's exactly what he's going to do, and this is a great start to the game. Now being able to stack those top 5 in the sequence that he really wants to, which will enable him to go into the next couple of turns in a good state.
So just trying to reorganize here now, especially having to account for the draw for turn while going second. You are obviously going to have to draw on that first card, so it wouldn't be as easy to just say, okay, I've got a couple of 7 Warlords in the sea here. I want to see one of them as soon as possible. Let me just put it straight to the top of this 5-card stack. Instead, make sure that it is the second card there after we've accounted for the draw for turn. Joshua on his second turn is going to go with the 8k swing, trashes away the 9-cost Kaido, but the attack is going to be able to go through.
But useful getting a Rob Lucci in the trash nice and early as well. That's going to be quite useful later on, as we know. So we're going to go with just deciding what to do now.
Yeah, I was thinking about matching the 8k swing. We will indeed in the end, so we will flip that top card. It is the Jinbei 4-cost that's going to make its way down. Gets the Boa Hancock blocker as well, this time importantly active, as opposed to when we've been seeing it in prior matchups when it's been entered in rested. So is going to get that blocker ability and the rested Don extra underneath it as well for the 9k swing.
Yeah, absolutely. Great effect. Used to great effect that Don there, that turn, especially from the knowledge from the Perona turn, previous turn, just makes everything a lot more effective this turn to get that 9k swing in and get a nice blocker on board as well.
So first action of Joshua's turn 3 is going to be the 5k leader swing. Does see a Gecko Moria get trashed, but finds Kaku immediately as the follow-up play to take care of that 6,000 power blocker. And Enrico Maria not getting the defensive value from it, even though it entered in active thanks to that 4-cost Jinbei. Now with 6 Don available here for Enrico Maria, how are we going to continue to push the pressure on? We're going to start with a Sengoku search.
Yeah, just have a look. Look at the top 5 of the cards of the deck. Get yourself a 7 Warlords of the Sea, which is going to be a buggy on this occasion, to then potentially think about what your next action is going to be. I think what we'll see is starting off with Jinbei attack.
Yep.
7,000 into life.
7k swing, and now importantly, because of that Sengoku search, Enrico Maria doesn't have the knowledge of what is on the top of the deck for leader ability. We can force it though. We can circumnavigate that with the Marshall D Teach ability. Flip that top card that we've placed there. It's another Jinbei that's going to make its way onto board, trashing the Perona and playing down a second blocker Boa Hancock, which now again is going to give the information and the knowledge for Enrico Maria. Put the rested Don underneath the leader to make this an 8k swing, which Joshua has already taken.
Yeah. He knows it's worth taking the swing with that extra Don that's going to be attached underneath.
And then from there, it is just going to be the pass of the turn.
So we've got a decently established board here. We've got one good blocker on board. We have the Jinbei, 2 Jinbeis that we've seen played, but Marshall D Teach as well, which is going to be instrumental going forward, being able to stack a 7 Wall of the Sea card on the top of the deck and give 2 Rested Dawn to a character or leader as well. So that's going to be super useful going forward.
We're going to start off with the 6k swing into the Rested Jinbei, trashing away double Spandam, and the cost reduction goes into the blocker Boa Hancock, which we're going to block and counter up in order to keep it around.
That goes in with the Kaku for 7, and that's counted out as well.
Oh, now we're playing the Who's Who down from board here as well. A 2k counter which does have the opportunity to KO characters similar to many characters and many options in the mono black in the One Piece card game, but never feels fantastic to play down the 5-cost Who's Who with it being a 2k counter from hand in order to KO something to get value.
Yeah, you're right there. It's usually used as a 2k counter, but yeah, in this time it's utilized to get that KO. Just a 5k body on board for a cost of 5, but did get rid of that blocker.
So we see the first 5k swing in with the Jinbei countered away for 1 by Luffy. And the second one will also be countered away for 1. Raging Tiger makes its way onto the board now, bottom decking at both the Kaku and the Who's Who as well. So that means that there is 1 less 2k counter, even more so that Rico Maria is going to have to worry about here. We see the ability of the Marshall D Teach activated to give 2 Rested Dawn to the leader, make it a 7k swing, and the 4-cost Trafalgar Law as well, bouncing the Teach back into hand, back into safety. Really, really nice passage of play there.
Yeah, absolutely. That Teach, you know, it's going to be a worry leaving it on the board, as you state with black. We know it's easily removed, so yeah, Rico Maria just protecting that, putting it back in hand, because it could be a useful piece later on as well.
Yeah, so now with, what are we at, 9 Don here available for Joshua on Lucci. We'll have the opportunity, if it's available, to go ahead and play down an 8-cost Gecko Moria, but you need some cost reduction as well to be able to supplement it with, as we're going to see the 5k swing into one of the Rested Jinbei, a Tempest Kick, and Rebecca sent to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, good to get that Rebecca in the trash there, because now, obviously, if you're thinking about potentially playing a Gecko Moria, that's another target that you can have.
Now paying 1 for a Spandam. We know how this went in game 2. This time not as impactful there for Joshua negatively. Does see a Jack go into the trash, but there is Gecko Moria already into hand. So we're going to play it down onto board now. Bring back the Rebecca blocker, bring the Spandam along with it as well. So there's no Helmeppo cost reduction. And there's no targets for the Spandam search there either. Second copy of Jack makes its way into the trash. A Khalifa brought into hand. And it doesn't look like we're going to be playing anything down here with the secondary ability. We're just going to pass.
Yeah, interesting choice there. But we've now got 2 life on Joshua's side of the board. Rico Maria's on 4.
And we're going to start with a 7,000 power swing. Is this going to draw the interaction with the block? It looks like 5 cards in hand for Joshua at the moment. Obviously, thanks to that Rebecca blocker, Enrico Maria has the knowledge of one of them, being that 2k counter Khalifa, and it's going to be used here as well. So now, 7k swing number 2, this time from one of the Jinbeis.
Just keeps poking away at life now, just to try and push for it. He's got that knowledge that, look, I've got 4 life left. I need to try and reduce Joshua's life as much as possible, because I know potentially there is going to be an option for these characters to be removed in some way or another.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what he's doing, getting Joshua down to 0 life now and passing the turn over.
7k swing after 7k swing. Time is now being called. So this going into Joshua's turn here, it looks like it's going to be turn 0. So this is going to be turn 0 now here for these players. So we'll have 5 extra turns.
But more crucially here, Enrico Maria is on 4 life right now. So this is turn 0 now. 4 life versus 0 life, and we do know what the tiebreak rules are. If we come to the end of our 5 turns, it's going to be
life remaining.
Life remaining. So yeah, this is going to be tense.
That is the primary tiebreaker here as Joshua gets his board state re-readied once again.
He's now got a dilemma because he has to try and reduce that life, but at the same time, he needs to control that board as well. So how he sequences this is going to be really important.
I don't... This is a really, really awkward board state for Joshua here because attacking into board here, okay, you've got 2 easy attacks with the Lucha Leader and the Gecko Moria. Then you need 3 Don underneath the 2 Spandems to be able to deal with that. And with that Don commitment, if you don't have some other defensive capability, then you are just going to lose the game to a 15k swing at life with Leader.
Yeah. And this is now, he's obviously went in for that Jinbei, but that's countered out. The 5k swing from the Leader.
And now Joshua goes back into the trash quickly. Here we're going to see a 9k swing into one of the Jinbeis. That is going to fall. Tempest Kick is going to reduce the cost of the Trafalgar Law. And a second Tempest Kick now as well to reduce the Jinbei's cost.
Yep.
So we are going to see the board cleared here for Enrico Marias.
Yeah, for another Gecko Moria to be dropped, and those 2 characters going to be dealt with.
It certainly looks that way. Paying 8, there is the second copy of Gecko Moria.
And we do know there was a Spandine that did hit the trash as well earlier on, so we're going to see Rebecca.
What can we grab off of the Rebecca? We can grab the Khalifa 2k into hand here, but I don't think there's much. We could grab the Spandine as well, depending on if it's available in hand.
Yeah.
Not really sure what options we're going to go for. It is going to be the Spandine.
Yeah, that's got to be the option.
Yeah.
It's the only way you're going to get rid of both those characters now that you've got them to optimum level to be able to play that Rob Lucci off that Spandine now.
Yep, so Spandine goes away after seeing 3 Tempest Kicks hit the bottom of the deck. There is the Rob Lucci to come down onto the Trafalgar Law. And now there is the remaining time. Gravity Blade!
Wow, that's it.
Oh, Gravity Blade, could that do it?
That could possibly do it.
This is going to be very, very close here, though. If he wants to try and go for the 8k swing, the blocker has had the way cleared from it. Does Enrico Maria want to go for 8 or 7? He's just going to go for 7. Little bit of a chuckle there. Is there 3,000 pounds worth of counter? There is 2. So we need 1 more out of hand here from Joshua to keep this attack safe. Looks like we're in turn 2 here, with time being called during Enrico Maria's turn. The final card is just going to be a Sengoku to search the top 5. Grabs a 2k counter in the form of Crocodile. Joshua will draw for turn. So this is turn 3 now. We believe there, the judge on the stream is just indicating that with that dice at the top of your screen.
Just getting clarification. Judges, yeah.
This is turn 2.
So we were correct. It was turn 0 that we started with Joshua. So this is now turn 3. So we're going to finish with Joshua on turn
5. Yeah, if we get to that time. We've just got about 6 minutes left on overtime as well. Of course, it's whichever finishes first that will be able to send this into the tiebreakers.
We're going to finish with Enrico Maria, should I say.
Yes,
we'll be on turn 5. So this is going to be crucial here now.
And with 2 Gecko Morias, the Rob Lucci leader and the Spandam on the board as well here. Only 1 card in hand. You know at least 2 of these attacks are definitely going to be landing with the 2 Gecko Morias. It'll just be about at what point does Joshua really try and go for it, really try and push the advantage as well, especially because there's no life cards remaining at the moment, no blockers on board. So Joshua does have to be pretty careful here, despite the danger that his offense is looking to provide.
Yep, he's just goes in with 6 to begin with. The 2K counter that was drawn into hand and utilized, so
5, 9, 9 from the 3 attacks that we're going to go through. And then what else do we have here? It's going to be a payment of 4. It's going to be a Rebecca, which is going to bring the Brook back onto board. And it looks like he's conceded there. That is going to do it. And Rico Maria is just going to have enough, it looks like there, with the celebration to take the victory.
yeah, fantastic. It's just too much. Going into that, he had a substantial amount of life, 4 life. Going into 0 life is just a bit too much for Joshua to have to deal with, I think.
Yeah, and what a conclusion as well to our Bandai Card Game Fest, our European Championship Finals. A massive, massive congratulations there. Mono Blue Doflamingo, which was one of the most excited and talked about decks going into this brand new sort of modified format with the inclusion of the tools granted from starter decks 16 through to 20. It's proved here it is now a European Championship winning deck as well. We are going to take ourselves a very, very quick break while the players get themselves ready for the opportunity. In fact, we're actually going to stick with us here just to have a little bit more of a chat as well. I mean, we've been talking about it in lead-ups events to Bandai Card Fest right here, that Mono Blue Doflamingo felt like it had so much excitement around it. It hadn't quite been able to live up to its potential, didn't have that regional title, that Treasure Cup title to its name since the renewed support that it got. Now it's got there and it's become into a category and it's managed to avoid itself from being one of these decks that's a lot of talk but not quite the bite.
Yeah, and we've had some key components that have really brought it to the forefront, haven't we? In that Boa Hancock blocker that enables you to put a rested Don underneath a character or leader, but at the same time stack that top 3 as well. That Marshall D. Teach is such an influential card. We saw it today as well, played to such good effect, because not only are you using that 2 rested Don again and being able to place it wherever you want, you're putting that card on the top of the deck that you want. So you're not having to utilize, if you haven't got the resource to be able to restack the top of your deck, you don't have to. You can use that Teach and just put a card from your hand there and just play it out. And get the effect pop off from whatever card you've put on there based on the circumstances you're in at that time.
Have a look at this for everybody tuning in at home as well. Your Championship Finals trophies, as well as the Bandai Card Fest's medal as well, awarded to all of the winners of all of the major tournaments as well. That's going to be the last that you hear from us here on the desk across Bandai Card Fest this weekend. It's been an honor and a privilege to bring you action from the One Piece card game and the rest of the Bandai Card Games family throughout the weekend. We still have the ceremony to award their players with their prizing and, of course, the exciting One Piece card game special announcement. So for myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, for Taj Dhaliwal, for Moses and for Damian here across the desk this weekend, thank you so much for tuning in. It's now only right. It's time to turn it over to Xiao Dou and our champions.
One. Hello, 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 hello. Can I get a yo? Let me hear that yo. How's everybody doing? We've reached the finals of the One Piece card game here at the Bandai Card Game World Tour in the Netherlands. My name is Xiao Dou. I'm a rapper, manga author, occasional ninja, and the man who will become the Pirate King. I am so happy to be here today. So excited. It's been some incredible card games. Have you all had fun? You don't sound like you had fun. Have you all had fun? Much better. Okay, so we've got a special announcement for the One Piece card game coming up very soon. But before that, I need to introduce a very special person from Japan. Shun-san, please come on up. How you doing? Right, so firstly, let's announce the top 3. At number 3, on Black Yellow Luffy, we have Angelo. Okay, now, before we announce number 2 and number 1, I need to make it clear that these people will win a trip to Japan to take part in the finals next year. So number 2, we have Joshua with Roblicidis. And number 1, it's Enrico Maria with Don Quixote do Flamingo. To the wall. Make some noise for your top 3, please. The One Piece is real. And so now, it's the moment you've been waiting for. We do have a special announcement regarding the One Piece card game and the future for next year. I would like to introduce to the stage Mikael, also from Japan. And one more round of applause for our winners, please. Shun-san, do you have a mic? So please introduce yourself, if we have a mic for him. We do.
Thanks. Well. Hello. I'm Shen, the producer of the One Piece card game English and French version. I'm honored to be able to talk to so many European people today. Thank you for coming.
Wait. Let me make this clear. This is a gentleman responsible for the One Piece card game in English, right? Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Everybody. And Mikael, please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Mikael and I'm in charge of developing the French version of One Piece card game. We have a lot of information about the French version for you today. I hope you will enjoy it.
Have we got any French players in the building today? Woo! So I'm excited to have some important members of the team here today. Since you both prepared some information for us, let's kick it off. And by kick it off, I say kick it off. Yeah? Now, I was told that something is going to be announced for the very first time here today. Yeah? So Shun-san, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes. From me, I prepared information regarding event for all of Europe and new product information today. So first, let's start with event. Take a look. It's the first detail about Championship 25-26. We want to make it even more fun for European players, so plan to power up Championship next year. One of the change is adding the use of invite.
So that means only those who win an invite at the regionals will be invited to the finals, is that correct?
Yes, that will be increase the level of the card battle, and I hope that will be very exciting for players. Is it good? Do you like it?
So I'm personally excited about that because we've had some incredible players here today, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like next year. So next year, to play in the finals, like the one being held here, players will now be required to have an invitation, yeah? You'll be preparing chances for players to get those?
Yeah, to make sure there are a lot of chances for players, we will focus on offline regional and increasing number and capacity of them. We are even looking into having some of them in countries that haven't held before. And please look for the location and date details in the future. We also want to hold store regionals. Tested it out in North America this past year, in Europe this coming year.
So Shun-san, this is huge news for store owners, right? That means that players will be able to enjoy part of the championship at their local stores. And that's going to increase the community around One Piece. That's incredible.
So any store owners, please make sure to apply once application starts. And for players, please make sure your LGS knows to watch out for those details.
Okay, so the championships aren't done yet.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what I really want to know?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I really want to know?
Oh, yeah.
I want to know about the new cards. I want to know about the new products that are coming next. Can you tell us?
Got it. Yes, there is one product information to share today. One Piece Card Game English version is nearly second year anniversary. So we are accumulating that with these products. One Piece Card Game English version second anniversary set. For the first anniversary, we took inspire from ukiyo-e design. But for the second anniversary, we decided to use a new 4 Emperors as a theme and focus on making design looks cool and thick. Look at the design.
Hey, yo!
Yo! You like it? You like it, man? You're welcome, brothers. So the contents of the products is the playmats, and the storage boxes, and 4 types of leader cards, and 4 types of character cards, which is from OPO9. That means new 4 Emperors, and Don cards.
Hey, that looks crazy. Waku waku this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can't wait. Is there any point that you're particularly excited about?
That will be the design for sure. Actually, we spent triple the time on making illustration for these products compared to usual. So we'll release these products in Europe next year. So please look forward for the future announcement.
Okay, so that's awesome. Thank you very much, Shun-san.
Oh, yeah.
In advance of the One Piece Card Game French version release, we've also got an announcement about the French version.
Oh, yeah.
Are we ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
Kel-san, take it away.
So I want to ask how many people are coming from France? There is a people, right?
There's loads of people online.
Thank you for coming all this way, though.
Thank you very much. Merci.
So, yeah, there is important new information for French version. So we had this chance. I asked Mikhail to take care of this. Yeah, I hope you're not nervous.
No, not at all. Thank you, Shun. I'm really happy to be part of this presentation. And since I'm going to talk about the French version right now, I will be doing so in French. Je vais donc commencer avec les decks pour débutants, ST 15 à 20. Ces decks ne sont pas seulement disponibles en anglais, puisque ces 6 couleurs sortiront également simultanément en français. Avec ces decks, vous pourrez facilement apprendre les règles du jeu, ainsi que les spécificités de chaque couleur, grâce à une sélection minutieuse des leaders et à des ajustements visés à renforcer les decks. Ces 6 nouveaux decks sont parfaits pour ceux qui souhaitent découvrir One Piece Card Game pour la toute première fois. La date de sortie de la version française est prévue pour février, et j'espère que de nombreuses personnes profiteront de cette occasion pour commencer à jouer à One Piece Card Game. Passons ensuite au prochain produit, le Premium Booster One Piece Card Game The Best. Cette série contient des cartes fréquemment utilisées, issues des produits allant jusqu'à OP6. Leur design est également varié, puisqu'on y retrouve des versions normales, foil, full art, ainsi que de nombreuses cartes avec de nouvelles illustrations.
I like to add on that the premium boosters and the starters are already available in English.
So to summarize, you can already purchase these products in English, and these cards which have not been released in the French version will be available soon as well, right? So sounds perfect for anybody who wants to start playing.
It's exactly as you say. The next product I will talk about is having its English version pre-release right now. Ayant pour thème les 4 empereurs, le tout premier booster à sortir en français est le booster OP9, les nouveaux empereurs. Shanks, Teach, Baggy et Luffy sont présents en tant que carte leader et carte personnage. Tous les 4 possèdent également leur version super parallèle et leur version spéciale que Sean vous montre à l'écran. Et nous avons également une autre carte spéciale. Sean, can you please show it to the crowd? Goldie Roger rejoint enfin le jeu. Et cette carte est encore plus rare que la super parallèle. C'est la carte Gold Super Parallèle.
Wow. Wow, look at that. Goldie Roger. So, everyone can see it, right? Beautiful. For the booster pack, Emperors in the New World, OP09, I was told we also have a trailer to share with everybody.
That's right.
Hey, you're going crazy. Let's watch it. Hey, yo! What did you all think? Make some noise if you like it. Make some noise.
Comme vous venez juste de le voir, la version française possède sa propre carte Treasure Rare. Pour cette toute première carte, c'est le personnage inspiré de la France, Sanji, qui est mis à l'honneur. Sean, can you show the card to the crowd, please?
There you go. That looks epic. Man like Sanji. So, very exciting. This booster pack, Emperors in the New World, OP09, the French version, will be released early in the new year. Is there anything about the products for the French version which you could tell us about?
Oui. Après cela, la version française de l'OP10 est prévue pour mars. Et à partir de là, nous visons à sortir les produits des versions anglaises et françaises en même temps. Je souhaite également vous partager une information à propos des événements. Pour les tournois en boutique, ainsi que les grands tournois dans n'importe quel pays d'Europe, les joueurs pourront jouer avec un deck composé librement de cartes en anglais et en français. Enfin, les boutiques situées en France, en Belgique et en Suisse pourront obtenir les récompenses des tournois en français. Since this information is important for everyone, I will repeat it in English too. We are aiming for future product releases in the English and French version to be at the same time. Also, for both store and large tournaments in any country in Europe, decks made up of a mix of English and French cards are permitted.
Wait. So that means that the OP09 Treasure Rare, the French version Sanji, you can use that in an English deck as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Crazy. So that's going to bring forth exchanges that could transcend languages. All right. I think that's all my heart could take. I know you're going to give me one of those cards afterwards, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Well, look, that brings us to the end of the presentation. Is there any final comments or thoughts that you'd like to share with us, Shun-san?
Oh, yeah. First, I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the players in Europe and in the world. Because of you, we could release One Piece card game and, even starting working for the French version as well. Thank you so much. I try my best to make it greater and greater and greater and greater. So please look for the future products. Thank you very much. It's your turn, you guys.
Thank you, Shun. I would also like to thank everyone for attending this event and for giving this much love to the game. I can't wait for the French version to be launched, and I hope that lots of new players will join our wonderful community.
And thank you so much. So this ends the program, unfortunately, at the Bandai Cards Games Fest in Europe. We'd like to thank you so much for coming out, for playing, for sharing your passion, for enjoying card games, and for bringing your community here. We hope to see you next year. Till then, my name is Xiaodo. I'm rapper, manga author, occasional ninja, the man who will become Pirate King. Do not forget, people's dreams never end.
Yeah.